Hi there. When you are choosing a course to take with Udemy, I know it's very important that you have a good description of the course so that you know or have a good idea of what are you going to get from the course and what is the course going to teach me. And so I think it's important to kind of briefly go over our course description so that you can have a really good, maybe some more specifics that will help you in terms of deciding whether or not you want to take this course. So let's take a look at that, and then maybe I can help you in terms of making your decision. This course will really go through a lot of the practice exams and review strategy step by step from the instructor, which is of course me. So we're actually going to go through practice exams and practice tests, and I think that's something that's very important because by doing that, you're going to be able to get a good idea and learn specifically how to do the exam. So you're going to get all the necessary skills in this course to be able to perform well actually on the exam itself. In terms of the reading course, we're going to teach you really how to locate the information by skimming and scanning. The most important thing that a student has to learn for the reading section is how to scan for the matching sentences, because that's what they really are testing here. It's really not reading comprehension, okay? It's really not reading comprehension. They're not asking you to read the whole passage and then be able to answer the questions. You have to be able to learn how to scan for specific information. Also, there are techniques and strategies for each question type. And we're going to show you how to do that, how to be able to apply the right techniques and strategies for each question type. Understanding synonyms and how synonyms relate in the reading passages is very, very important. And so we're going to go over those things for you so that you really understand how to do reading. For most students, once I teach them the proper strategy and tactics for the reading section, they get it. And then they understand. And then they can perform very well. In terms of listening, we're going to teach you how to predict your answers, how to analyze and understand when an answer is being said. That's so important for the IELTS exam in terms of listening. How do you know when they're saying the answer itself? And I'm going to teach you that. I'm going to instruct you on how to know when they're saying the answer. So that's very, very important that you learn how to do that. In terms of the writing section, as you know, we have two tasks here. So we're going to focus on teaching you how to really understand that visual information for task number 1 and how to really interpret the data and statistics. And what's even more important is for task number 1, there is one writing structure that you need to do any of the types of graphs or charts. One writing structure. And we're going to teach you that writing structure that you need to know. For task number 1, you only need to do about 9 to 10 sentences. That's all. But you have to know what is the proper structure for doing it right. In terms of task number 2, we're going to be teaching you how to structure and organize the essay properly for the IELTS exam. Okay? Remember, it's a timed exam. And so we're teaching you how to properly organize an IELTS essay. Some of the things you learned in ESL school and other and normal school, they don't necessarily apply here because of the time factor. So we're going to teach you how to write the IELTS Task 2 essay. And finally, in terms of speaking, doing well on the speaking section is all about understanding what type of answer is the grader expecting from me. What type of answer are they expecting? You're not just sitting there answering questions. We're going to teach you how to organize your notes for part 2 properly so that you can give an organized response. We're going to help you with being able to communicate your ideas clearly. Okay? If you can speak clearly, fluently, and be able to show that you have a range in your speaking ability, we're going to be able to help you get that great score. So, that's just a little bit of a description about when you take our course and what you're going to receive by doing it. So, I hope to see you soon. It will be my honor to be your teacher, and thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye. Okay, so let's go over some basics for the IELTS exam in terms of the format. I know most of you probably have a general idea of how the exam is structured, but I'm going to briefly go over a few things about the IELTS exam in terms of format so that everybody's on the same page as they're going through this course. Number one, let's look at the format itself. Well, as you know, we go through 4 equal parts. You do the reading first, then the listening and the writing, and your speaking is done separately. You're going to be able to get a score of 0 to 9 for each section of the exam. The exam takes about 3 to 3.5 hours. And keep in mind, this is very important. They are testing your English ability, not your intelligence. Okay? They're testing your English ability. It's an English test. So a lot of times students are confused about, well, I don't know a lot about the reading passages that they're talking about. I don't have a lot of background knowledge. Background knowledge is not required. But you do have to have good English to be able to get a really good score. So that's what you need to be able to know. In terms of the academic reading, the reading is going to be covered over with 40 questions. You're going to be able to, it's going to be on any topic. The reading can be about any academic topic. But again, that doesn't matter because they're not testing your intelligence. They're testing your understanding of English. You have a wide variety of questions when it comes to reading. And also what's very important that you're going to learn for our reading section is that some of the questions go in order. Some of the questions don't go in order. And that's very important to know because then that gives you a good idea about which question set should be done first and which should be done last. So we're going to give you a lot of secrets for how to handle the reading section. Reading hint, like I said earlier, some questions go in order, some do not. Now, with the listening section, 4 parts. 4 parts with the listening section, and basically you have 2 conversations and 2 monologues. Also, when it comes to the listening section of the exam, the test gets progressively more difficult, meaning section 1 is very easy. It's for babies. It's the baby section. I call it the baby section. Very, very easy. Very, very easy. And then as you go through each section, it gets progressively more difficult. And for the listening section, there are basically only 2 types of questions. Multiple choice, fill the blank. Now, there are variations on multiple choice, and there are variations on fill the blank, but those are the 2 only basic kind of questions that you have to do. With the writing section, you have 2 essays that you're going to have to learn how to do very well. Now, it just so happens that I am an expert when it comes to writing. So I'm going to be able to tell you exactly the format and structure and plan, a template, for how to be able to do the essay, the graphical essay, task number 1. And then also teaching you exactly how to write an IELTS task 2 essay. I'm going to tell you the specific format and structure that the grader is looking for. This way, you're going to be able to get a high score in terms of your writing. Task number 1, like I said earlier, it's a graphical essay. All right, and you have to be able to explain the information in the graph. Task number 2 is a basic independent essay. I'm going to teach you how to do it in 4 paragraphs, 4 strong paragraphs, and I'm going to be able to tell you exactly what the grader is looking for when it comes to task number 2. Finally, the speaking section. A lot of people believe that the speaking section is easy, and it is easy in a basic standpoint in terms of what you have to do. But what's important for the speaking section is you have to learn how do I answer the questions. You can't just answer the question. It's all about how you answer the question, because you have to answer the questions in a way that the grader is going to be able to give you a high score. If you don't answer in the right format, in the right structure, it's going to get you a high score of 7, 8, or 9 in speaking. You are not going to get that score. And we're going to teach you how to do that. So, that is just a little bit about the IELTS exam test format. And I look forward to teaching you in the rest of the course. Thanks a lot. Hi, I hope you're doing well today, and I'd like to welcome you. I know you're thinking about taking our IELTS our complete IELTS course to be able to get a target score of a 7 or an 8 or possibly 6 or 6.5. And by taking this course, you're going to be able to get that score that you want. What I'm going to do in this lecture is just introduce you to who I am and also a little bit more about my company, TIE LLC. I think after hearing this information, maybe you'll feel a little bit more confident about taking this course, because you'll see that we have the expertise and know-how to be able to really help you on your journey to getting that great score that you want. You're going to find that this IELTS course is a complete course, not just part of it, not just some of the listening, not just some of the writing, but a complete course. So here's a little bit about us and who we are, so that you can really learn about us. So TIE LLC, that's my company, TIE LLC, and we are a premier leader in the TOEFL, IELTS, GRE exam preparation. I have been teaching these exams for going on about 12 years now, and it's my specialty, and it's the specialty of the people who work for me. And we've been doing this. We have online courses, we have a TOEFL book, we have an IELTS book coming out, and we do teacher training. So you can really trust somebody who actually teaches teachers how to instruct for the IELTS exam and the TOEFL exam. Okay? Now we do a lot of online training. We have our self-guided online courses for Udemy. We have the IELTS Udemy course, the TOEFL Udemy course. We have a GRE writing course coming soon, and we have a personal statement course coming soon also. So we're professionals at this, and we're experts at this, and we can help you get the score that you want. Here's a little bit about what some of the students have said about us in the past through our training for our online classes and our in-person classes. You can pause the lecture if you want to kind of read through some of this and get an idea about what some of our students say about us. Why should you choose us? Why should you choose to take this IELTS course with us or our TOEFL course? We have live classroom components where we have a live class that we add in during the course. We try to do it twice a month to give a live element for the students to maybe go over something that they don't quite understand. There's lifetime access to our self-guided course. We have our TOEFL IBT book. We have an IELTS book coming soon. We have in-course assessments for our Udemy courses. We have updated and new lectures added all the time. And we also do lectures for some of the student questions. Because sometimes students might say, well, how do I do a map for the listening section? And could you do another one? Could you do another map lecture? And when you ask us, we'll do it for you. We'll add that in for everybody to see. But that's why you should choose us and choose our course. When you take our IELTS and TOEFL online courses, you're going to develop your speaking, reading, listening, writing skills. You're going to learn exam strategy and tactics. Not just, well, this is what you do for listening. This is what you do for writing. We're going to give you the strategy and the tactics for being able to do that. Okay? For being able to score well, and you're going to know how to get the answers correct. All right, and finally, if you're taking this course because you want to be an IELTS teacher or you want to be a TOEFL teacher, you can definitely learn how to do the exam here and be able to contact us about being able to get more specific teacher training. But by taking our IELTS course, you can definitely learn how to instruct for the exam also. And then if you need any additional help, you can feel free to contact us. So that's who we are. That's what we're about. That's why you should take this course. And I look forward to being your teacher. And if you have any questions, let me know. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you very much. Okay, so in our course that we have for you, the IELTS Complete course, where we're teaching you how to do the IELTS exam, we are big proponents. We really support using the Cambridge books for your practice material. We're going to be using different Cambridge books to teach this class and to teach this course. So I encourage you to go out and buy the books. You can get them online. You can get them maybe at some of your local stores. But we're teaching this course online. But I think it's a really good idea for you to physically have the book. The reason why I say that you should physically have the book is because the IELTS exam is a paper-based test. And so when you're practicing, when you're doing your practice, right, you're going through our course and we're teaching you how to do it. We're explaining to you the best ways to do it. When you're going through our course, we want you to really, we're teaching you method, strategy, tactics, so you can get a really high score. But when you're practicing by yourself, you don't need to practice on a computer. You need to practice with paper because the real exam is all about paper. So I tell students, as you're going through the course with me, and you're learning what to do, I think it's really good for you, IELTS Book 8, Book 9. I think it's really, really good for you to have the book with you so that sometimes you can stop the lecture before I go through an example and you can do it on your own. Okay, you can do it on your own, and then you can be able to then look at the lecture and see how I really explain the answers in terms of how you get the answers. Also, if you get your own books, you're going to be able to replay the audio again that I have. You can replay the tape again that I have, listen to it again, so you can really go through it slowly and listen to the things that I'm talking about in terms of answers and how to find answers. So there are a lot of really good benefits to your going through it. But the books that we really use are Cambridge books 7, 8, 9, and 10, and we use maybe a little bit of number 11 also. But I really think that you should get the books. I have all the books. I make all my students that I teach in person to have the books so that we're doing things correctly and properly in terms of preparation for the exam. So again, get out there, get your books, have your physical copies of the books so that you are able to really follow along with us. Play the audios over if you need to play them over or you want to listen to them in a different kind of way. And you can have all the best practice materials. Because if you want to do well, you have to listen to the lectures that I give you and then go practice them. You can't just listen to my lectures, okay? In order for you to really get it, listen to my lectures, listen to the strategy that I teach, understand the strategy that I teach, and then go practice it, okay? Keep practicing it until you get it. If you have any difficulty in your practicing, if you have any challenges in your practicing, let me know what kind of questions you're having difficulty with. I'll be more than happy to kind of give additional video lessons on some of the problems that you guys have so I can explain those problems for you. Okay, that I have no problem with that. I would love to do that for you. But I don't get paid by Cambridge. I'm not an employee of Cambridge. I just think that these are the best books and that these are the books that you should get. And also, these are the books that we're using to teach this class. Okay? So let's get into the course. I'm ready to teach you how to get that score of 7 or 8 or even 9 for some of you if you have great English. So I'll talk to you soon, and it's been great. Okay, so let's start off by looking at the IELTS Reading Basics Part 1. All right, and let's try to kind of focus on what are some of the basics of IELTS reading. For a lot of students, they really think that the IELTS reading part is probably the most difficult part. But I think once you really understand it, once you really understand IELTS reading, based on our strategies and techniques that we teach, I really believe that you're going to find it to be of equal difficulty to the other sections of the test. But let's go over some of the basics for IELTS listening. Okay? I'm sorry, IELTS reading. All right, so reading comprehension, as you know, it really comes down to understanding some of the basics, and those involve really understanding you have 3 reading passages you have to do. You have 13 to 14 questions for each reading passage. There really are only 2 basic types of questions that you have to deal with for reading comprehension. It's really almost all multiple choice or fill the blank. There are just different variations of a fill the blank question, and there are different variations of a multiple choice question. And reading comprehension, most of the time, gets gets progressively more difficult, meaning that the first reading passage is going to be something that you can manage with not with ease, but is your basic level. And then you have reading passage 2, which is more difficult, and reading passage 3 is actually more difficult also. The question types don't change, right? You'll have fill the blank questions in reading passage 1. You'll have fill the blank questions in reading passage 3. What makes it more difficult is with each reading passage, the level of English that you have to be able to understand and comprehend and digest is more difficult and more complicated. It's very much like the listening section of the IELTS exam, where with the listening section, it gets more difficult as you go along, all right? So, we went over this in terms of the basics. You have a total of 60 minutes. So that means you only have 20 minutes to do one passage. A lot of students don't understand 20 minutes is a short amount of time. And for IELTS reading, there really is no time for you to read the passage and then answer the questions. You have to understand that you can actually start with the questions. You can start with the questions because the questions are going to tell you what information is important to scan for and locate within a reading passage. That's how students are able to finish in 20 minutes time. Okay? And as you go through the video lectures with us, you're going to learn how to do that. Next, some of the keys to doing well. Definitely learning academic vocabulary. I can't say enough how important it is that you learn vocabulary. Really, you have to. Some students come to me sometimes and they say, "Well, what if I don't know vocabulary? What am I supposed to do? How can I still do very well on the exam?" You can't. You can't. Okay, you're not going to be able to do that. You're not going to be able to do very well. That's like asking. That's like somebody who doesn't have legs ask how can he run in the 100-meter dash. You can't. You can't run. You don't have any. So you need vocabulary. All right, and next you have to learn how to scan. Okay, you have to learn how to IELTS scan. And when I say IELTS scan, I say that because very often what you have to be able to do is understand the keywords in a question and then be able to scan for synonyms of those keywords in the reading passage so you know what's the right sentence to read. All right, I'm going to give you a little bit of a breakdown and explanation of test design, of test design in terms of the IELTS exam. For the vast majority of the time, what they're doing is when a person creates the test, what they're doing is they are looking at a sentence in a paragraph, and then from that sentence in a paragraph, they create a question. Okay, and so but when they create the question, they use synonym language. They don't use the exact language that's in the passage. And also within that sentence, very often, is where the answer is located. Sometimes what they do is they'll take two sentences from the passage, two sentences from a paragraph in the passage, and then when they make a question, they combine those two sentences into a question. And so if you're able to look at the keywords in the question and then go scan and locate that sentence or two sentences from where the question was made, you can always find the answer right there. So in terms of the IELTS exam, that's a very big key to doing well. Time management is very important. Most students don't finish because they read and they read and they read and they read. They read the whole paragraph. The answer is always coming from one or two sentences maximum. And probably I would say 75% of the time is coming from one sentence. Okay? And question strategy. A lot of students just do the exam and they have no idea of strategy, and that's why they waste so much time. Some other things that are really important. You don't have to do the questions in order from 1 to 40. All right, some students just start at number 1 and try to go all the way to number 40. Some question types are easier than others. All right, and you want to maybe start and do those first because your overall goal is to try to get as much right as possible. This is what your general reading looks like for your reading scores you need. You can look down here for most of you that are doing academic. If you want to get a 7, like a band score of a 7, that means you can only get 30, you can only get 10 wrong. You have to get 30 out of 40 correct. That means on average, for the average reading passage, you're not getting more than 3 wrong. 3 wrong, 3 wrong, 3 wrong, that's 9 wrong. That's how you end up with getting a 7. Okay? That's how you get a 7. Some students try to just guess their way through. No real way to do that. You have to be able to have good academic and understand the proper strategy. All right, IELTS reading is really a test of 2 things. That's all. Can you locate the part of the text that has the answer? Do you comprehend that part of the text? You have to be able to find the information and understand the information. And they're doing that over and over and over again. Find the information, understand the information. Find the information, understand the information. Everybody knows that. Everybody who teaches IELTS exam should know that. They should understand that. However, I have seen very few teachers that actually understand that. Maybe I can count on one hand of the teachers that, other than myself, that really understand that the IELTS exam is about finding and understanding information. Okay? And that's it. So that's why I say you have to be very good at scanning so you can find the right information. And then you have to have really good vocabulary so you can be able to understand very well. All right. So also, this is where these are our basics for IELTS reading. These are our basic set number 1. And in the next lecture, we're going to be going over a few more basics for IELTS reading. So I look forward to teaching you, and I think we're going to have a great success. I'll talk to you soon. Okay, so we've gone over IELTS reading basics part 1, and now let's go over basics part 2 for the IELTS reading comprehension. And let's go over these keys to success so that you're going to be able to get that awesome, great, super good score that you've been trying to get. So, as I told you earlier in part number 1, what's important to understand is that some of the questions go in order. And for the questions that go in order, there's a basic strategy that you need to do or use when doing those questions that go in order. Number 1, you want to underline or circle the keywords in the question, which are the nouns or the verbs, and ask yourself, what is this question asking me about? Number 2, scan the passage and find those keywords within the passage. Remember, you have to keep an eye out on looking for synonyms. And then you have to apply that specific question strategy for that in order question. When I say questions that go in order, what I mean is this. If question number 1 is in paragraph 2, that means question number 2 is going to be found after question number 1. Okay? All right. Now, what that also means is that if question number 1 is in paragraph 2 and question number 3 is in paragraph 4, that means question number 2 has to be in between those two. It has to be in between question 1 and question 3. Okay? So it's really important to understand which question types and which question styles go in order. That's so important to understand. Okay? So, some of the questions that go in order. Your fill-the-blank question goes in order. Your short answer questions go in order. Your yes, no, not given question goes in order. Your multiple choice question goes in order. And your flowchart question goes in order. These are the question types that go in order. Also, these question types that go in order are probably going to be the easiest ones to do in your question set for a particular reading passage. Because if you know where question 1 is, and you know where question 4 is, then it's really easy to know where questions 2 and 3 are. They're in between. And the reason why I say question 1 and question 4 is, sometimes you might do question 1 first and then do question 4 next, because question 1 and 4 are maybe the easiest ones to find because those questions have a date or a proper name or a proper noun. So the information for those questions is easiest to find. All right, but the in order questions, it is very important to understand which question types and question styles are in order, because those are going to be the easiest ones to do first. Now, your question types that are not in order. Your paragraph location question. That question is probably one of the hardest questions to do. I would definitely save that one for last. You have your matching question, which is easy to do. It doesn't have to go in order, but it is easy to do. Your classification question is also easy to do, even though it doesn't go in order. Your sentence completion question. Sometimes this question will go in order, sometimes it won't. I've seen it happen both ways. So, a lot of times with this question, it will go in order, but just watch out for it. Your table questions mainly go in order, unless you have two questions back to back, like if number 6 and 7 are in the same paragraph and it's a table question, then maybe number 6 will come after number 7. So you have to be aware of that with a table question. Your summary question doesn't go in order. Well, sometimes it does, but the summary question is very difficult. That's another one that I would save for last. Your diagram sometimes goes in order, and that question that says pick 2 or 4 or 3 from a list, really difficult to do. Okay, so the questions, these are the questions that don't go in order. All right, so it's important to understand which questions go in order, which questions don't go in order. Really important to understand that. All right, so some of the questions that I would save for last, like I said, in a question set, I would do the headings question last, the paragraph location question, the pick from a list, and the summary question. I would do my other question types first for a particular reading passage, and then if I have one of these, I would do it last. Because if you save them for last, what will end up happening is if you have a yes, no, not given question and you have a fill the blank question, those both go in order. So if you do those two question types first, you'll get a lot of answers correct, and also you'll have a chance to look at a lot of the reading passage while you're answering those questions. And then when you go back and do a headings question or a paragraph location question, they're much easier to do after you've already had a chance to go through a reading passage by doing the questions that go in order. So that's why I suggest that you save and do those questions for last. All right, so that'll do it in terms of our reading comprehension basics number 2. And let's move on to our looking at the different question types for reading comprehension. So I'll talk to you soon. All right, so when it comes time to doing well for the IELTS exam, it's really, really important to understand that there are different types of question types. And these are the different types of questions that you're going to have to learn how to do very well in order to have a high rate of success on the IELTS exam. Okay? So let's take a look at it, and we'll have a good idea of what we need to do. For a lot of students, I don't think they realize that there's a specific strategy that you have to use to be able to do well for the reading comprehension for the IELTS. And so, and I'm going to kind of go over that with you. But first, let's look at the question types. All right? So, a couple of special notes in terms of question types. Normally, certain questions appear in particular reading passages. This is because in general, reading comprehension gets more difficult as you're going through the reading passages. Most of the time, reading passage number 3 is going to be much more difficult than reading passage number 1. All right? And certain types of questions are viewed as more difficult than others. So some question types you're going to see more in reading passage number 3 than you would in reading passage number 1. For example, it's very rare that you will see a summary question in reading passage number 1. Normally a summary question is going to be found in reading passage 2 or reading passage 3. So, like I said, that's most of the time, and that's in general. All right, and so also your matching question is most of the time found in reading passage 2, very rarely in reading passage number 1. Your yes, no, not given question can be found everywhere. Your yes, no, not given question is the most popular question. They love that question on the IELTS exam. And so you really want to make sure you understand how to do that yes, no, not given question, because I would say probably almost 20% of your questions are going to be from yes, no, not given. So you got to make sure you understand how to do those types of questions. All right, so we have our fill in the blank question. Your fill in the blank question goes in order, and it typically looks something like this. You're most likely going to see a fill in the blank question somewhere. You're probably going to have it in one of the reading passages. Sometimes you might have it in two different reading passages. So you got to learn how to do the fill in the blank question, which goes in order, which is really good to know. Next, our short answer question goes in order. All right. Basically, with this type of question, you have a question like 14 where it says, what do researchers often take from the bodies of whales? You have to be able to look at what are the keywords in that question. Keywords, of course, are our nouns, researchers, bodies, and whales. You have to then go and scan and locate that sentence that has that specific information, and then read that sentence, and you'll have your answer that you have to write down. Really important that you look at the directions, no more than 2 words, okay? But the short answer question goes in order, which means after number 14, you'll find number 15. Or if you know where 14 is or you know where 16 is, then you know 15 is in between. So that's important to know. True, false, not given question. Okay, your true, false, not given question. Really, really important question to know how to do. Later on, I'm going to go into into specifics and really teach you how to do that yes, no, not given question. Because a lot of students are very confused with how to do this question. All right, but this question goes in order, and that's also very important to know. Is it true, false, not given, or sometimes it might say yes, no, not given. The question goes in order, and I'm going to teach you how to do that question. Multiple choice questions go in order. Go in order, go in order, go in order. Okay? And so, sometimes for a multiple choice question, once you find the sentence where the question is coming from in the passage, sometimes you have to read 2 sentences to be able to get your answer for your multiple choice question. And then we have our chart question. Your chart question goes in order most of the time. I haven't seen it where it does not go in order. This is a flow chart here we're looking at, and we can tell because of the arrows pointing down or arrows pointing sideways that this question is going to go in order. All right, so those are our IELTS question types, and it's really important that you know them. So we have some more to look at. This is just the IELTS question types part 1. So let's move on and take a look at IELTS question types part 2. Okay, thanks a lot, and I'll talk to you soon. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the remaining types of questions that you're going to have for the IELTS reading comprehension. All right, and yes, be patient. We're going to go through the strategy for each question type, but we're just taking you through it step by step, and then we're going to go through the specific strategies for each type of question and show you examples of how to do each type of question type. Because as I told you, this is a complete course, and when you take this course, you're going to learn exactly what to do and how to do it. All right. All right, so let's take a look at what we're looking at first for the question types. We have our table question. This is a question that sometimes looks like this. You'll have a table. Sometimes there'll be some box squares. But basically this question goes in order, but this is called a table question. Next we have our sentence completion question. Our sentence completion question goes in order most of the time. With this type of question, basically what they're doing is they give you the first half of a sentence, and you have to look at A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and determine which part is the second half of the sentence. So to do this question properly, you have to find the keywords for like number 31. You have to find those keywords in the reading passage. and then read the sentence where you see those keywords, and then you'll know which of A, B, C, D, E, F, G is the missing part. Okay? So we're going to go over that in more detail. Next, we have our matching question. Sometimes it goes in order, sometimes it doesn't. So just be aware of that. But your matching question is pretty much exactly how it's described. When you look at number 31, you have to be able to know which of A, B, C, or D is a match for number 31. So what that means is you have to find the keywords in the passage for number 31, and then read that sentence where you see the keywords for number 31, and you'll know which name belongs with number 31. So also keep in mind, with this question, you have more questions than you have answer choices. So that means somebody's name is going to be used twice. Sometimes it might be the other way around, where you have 4 questions and 6 names. That means that 2 of the names are not going to be used. So just keep that in mind when you're doing a matching question. Classification question. This question is not asked a lot. It's not asked a lot. It's not that complicated to do. It goes in order some of the time. But basically, like for number 1 here, you have to know, does this information about John Williams, is it classified under biology, chemistry, or sociology? So you have to know how is it classified. Okay. Next, we have a diagram question. A diagram question is basically the same as a fill-the-blank question. Don't be confused by the diagram. The diagram is helpful because it can give you a good idea of what paragraph or paragraphs you should be looking at, because the proper paragraph is going to be describing this diagram. And you have to be able to know what answer goes on the blank line. So it's basically a fill-the-blank question. But you have to be aware that a diagram question does not have to go in order. It does not have to go in order. It's possible to find the information for number 19 before you find the information for number 18. All right? But you handle it like a fill-the-blank question in terms of strategy, in terms of looking at the keywords in the question, and then locating those keywords in the passage, and then finding the correct answer choice. We have our paragraph location question. It's not in order. This is a really difficult question. Very, very challenging question for most students. Very challenging. Basically, with this type of question, you have to be able to, for number 27, you have to know which of the paragraphs is the information for number 27 mentioned. And the trick with this question is that it doesn't go in order. So the information for number 27 might be in paragraph F, and the information for number 28 might be in paragraph A. So it doesn't go in order. So that's why I've told students, you don't do this question first. You save this question for last in this question set. You know, you would do your fill-the-blank question and your yes, no, not given question, and then do your paragraph location question last, because then you would have looked at a lot of the passage, and you'll be able to do this question easier. But it doesn't go in order, and it can be difficult. Next, we have our summary question. Sometimes it goes in order. It kind of depends on which reading passage you have this question. If this question is in reading passage number 3, most likely it doesn't really go in order. If it's in reading passage 2, maybe it does. If it's in reading passage 1, which is rare, then it probably goes in order. But you can have this question 2 different ways. Sometimes they'll give you possible answer choices in a box, and sometimes they won't. But you basically have to handle it like a fill-the-blank question, but you have to be aware that it does not go in order a lot of times, and this can make it difficult because they're just taking different sentences from different paragraphs, smashing it together, and creating a summary. So that's what you have to think about with this question. And then we have our pick 2 or 3 from a list. All right, and sometimes this question can be a challenge for a lot of students because you have to be able to. Sometimes it's helpful if you look at the question and you know the keywords from the question and you know which paragraph it's coming from. But you have to be able to just pick the 2 correct answers for this one. you will pick 2 correct answers from the choices of A, B, C, D, E. But again, this question does not go in order, and this question can be a challenge or be kind of difficult. So just be aware of that. All right. So those are our IELTS, all of our IELTS question reading question types. And now we're going to move on and go into our specific strategy for doing the different types of questions. So thanks a lot. I'm glad to have you in the course, and I'll talk to you again soon. Okay, so let's begin by taking a look at the fill-in-the-blank questions in terms of question strategy. Your fill-in-the-blank question is a typical type of question you're going to get for IELTS reading comprehension. You definitely will have this question in 1 or 2 of your reading passages, so it's really important that you know how to do this question type. All right? So the fill-in-the-blank question will require you to write in words, 1 or 2 words, from the sentence in the passage that goes on the blank line. Normally the way it works is the correct answer choice is going to connect with the words that are right before the blank line or the words that are right after the blank line. So it's really important to be aware of those words when you are trying to do this question. The fill-in-the-blank question focuses on 2 types of things: your ability to scan and locate the sentence that the question comes from, and also synonym recognition of the words that come before or after the blank line, because that's what your answer is going to connect to. And when I go through a couple of examples, I think you're going to understand this a little bit better in terms of doing it. All right, this is what a typical fill-in-the-blank question will look like. We're going to be going over this question a little bit later on. In terms of our basic strategy when it comes to the fill-in-the-blank question, understand that this question goes in order. That's really important to know. It goes in order. That means that after number 1, you'll find number 2. After number 2, you'll find number 3. Number 3 is located in between number 2 and number 4. So it goes in order. All right? And it's a really good strategy when you have the question sets within a reading passage that go in order to do those first, because they're going to be faster to do and they're going to be easier to do. Also, with your reading comprehension question, the answer is going to come from the sentence in the passage that matches the keywords in the question. It will be just from this sentence probably about 95% of the time. All right? And keep in mind that it's an English test. So very often the keywords from the question, they may use synonyms when you're talking about the passage itself. So in terms of our steps for doing this question for fill the blank, you want to, number 1, this is the first thing, really, really important. First thing is to look at the questions and decide which of the questions in the fill the blank are the easiest to do first. What I mean by that is, for example, number 2 might have somebody's name in it, and number 4 might have a date in it. So number 2 and number 4 might be the easiest ones to do first. So when you're doing these questions, you might do number 2 first and then do number 4 afterwards. The reason why you would do that is, number 1, you can scan and find where that answer is faster, and also because you know this question goes in order, if you find number 2 very quickly, you know number 1 comes right before that. And if you know where number 4 is, you know number 3 is right before that and after number 2. So you want to make sure that you do the questions that are easiest to do within a fill-the-blank question set first. Right? Do the ones that are easiest to do first. All right? Step number 2, you have to look at the question and choose the keywords from the question. Normally that's going to be our subject, verb, or object. All right? And then step number 3, you want to scan and locate those keywords for that question in the passage. And then afterwards, read that sentence, and then quickly look at the question, and in particular look at the words that come before and after the blank line. Look at that sentence in the passage where you have the question. Look at that sentence. Locate the words that come before or after the blank line in the question, and then you'll always know where the answer is. You will always know what the answer is if you can find the correct sentence in the passage and the key words from the question that are before or after the blank line. You will always be able to find the answer for a fill-in-the-blank question. And like I said, it will become more clear for you when we go through the examples and you see exactly what I'm doing and how I do it, and then you can do the same thing for the IELTS exam. All right, the fill-in-the-blank questions are some of the easiest questions to do, and you should definitely do these questions first in your set for a particular reading passage question set. So let's get started with our fill-in-the-blank question examples. I'm going to go through a few examples of the fill-in-the-blank question to make sure that you understand how to do this for the IELTS reading comprehension. As we know, with that fill-in-the-blank question, the questions go in order. So it's very important for us to first look at the questions and decide which ones are going to be the fastest for us to do first, which ones are going to be the easiest to find. Because once we have our starting point or starting points, we'll know where the other questions are in terms of being able to locate them. So that's the first thing we want to try to do. But in terms of strategy, we have to look at the question, then we have to look at the keywords in the question, and after we find the keywords in the question, we have to scan and locate the sentence that has those keywords. And because that's the sentence that the question is based on. And then we read that sentence and we'll be able to locate which word goes on the blank line, word or words go on the blank line. And we have to keep in mind that our answer is going to connect to the words that come before or after the blank line. So this question is fairly straightforward, but I'm going to go through several different examples and show you how to do it. So here is example number 1 that we're going to go through right now. All right, so we're looking at, and this comes from the Cambridge IELTS Book 10, Test 2, Reading Passage 2. I encourage you to buy the books for the Cambridge IELTS Book 10, Cambridge IELTS Book 9, and also the official IELTS practice test. There were 8 of them that come in a set from 2014. And I encourage you to buy them so that you'll be able to practice and follow along with us. But that's what we're using for our practice, our teaching this class. So I encourage you to buy those books and to practice along. But here we go. So we have a reading passage about gifted children and learning. You don't need to read the passage in advance. It's not necessary to do that. Some people will say, well, look at the topic sentences of the paragraphs and it's a waste of time. It's not necessary to do that. If you know which questions go in order, that's going to give you all the guidance you need to be able to move quickly through a reading passage. That's what you have to do. You have to move through it quickly and efficiently. That's very, very important that you're able to do that quickly and efficiently. All right. So let's go ahead and why don't we let's move it up to this is big enough. This will be fine. We have it big enough now. All right. So let's move down, and I think that's better before. Yeah, it's better before. That just reduces it too much. All right, let's go down to our first set of questions. All right, and here we go. We have question 23, 24, 25, and 26. So when we look at these questions, let's look at which ones are going to be the easiest to do first. All right, so I would definitely say that number 23, we look at number 23, it says, what one study found a strong connection between children's IQ and the availability of blank and blank at home. The keywords in number 23 that are going to help us a lot are children's IQ and also study. Children's IQ and study, and also the word home. Those are our keywords from the question. And we were talking about, of course, nouns and verbs, which are keywords. And then for the rest of them, it's pretty much almost the same. Number 25 also might be easy to find because number 25 has the word metacognition. And that word is going to be very easy to locate also, the word metacognition. So the easiest ones to probably find here are number 23 and number 25. If we know where those two are, then we'll be able to then locate number 24 and 26 a little bit easier. But these questions go in order. So let's first try to find number 23 first and look for a sentence that has the keywords of children's IQ and home and discussing a connection. So let's look for that first and see if we can find that first. I want to make it big enough for you guys to be able to see well. Okay. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm scanning down. I see a lot of words. I see a lot of IQ. In this sentence, I see children and I see IQ, but I don't see anything about children and IQ. I'm still looking for a sentence to deal with children and IQ and home. All right, so I think we found our sentence right here. All right, this sentence right here would be our keyword sentence right here. All right, because this sentence is dealing with children's IQ scores. All right, here we have our keywords right together, children's IQ. All right, children's IQ. And this is exactly how it appears in the question with children's IQ. So this is our keyword sentence. So when we talk about our keyword sentence, I'm talking about this sentence that stretches from from the where it says the higher the children's IQ scores, especially over IQ 130, the better the quality of their educational backup, measured in terms of reported verbal interactions with their parents, the number of books and activities in there. There's our word home, right? We have children IQ scores and the word home. So we're looking for the words that connect to the word home. And our answer will be books and activities, right? If we look back at it, the question, right? Children's IQ, home, the words, we have to have two words that are connected to the word home. So the answer for number 23 will be books and activities. Books and activities, because those are the two words that are directly connected to the word home. Books and activities, directly connected to the word home. So that's our answer. That's the answer number 23. Okay, so now let's move on and see if we can find number 25. All right, let's go to the question. Here's number 25. Metacognition involves children understanding their own learning strategies as well as developing. So we have to find our keyword sentence dealing with metacognition and children's understanding and learning. Those are our keywords: metacognition, children understanding, and learning. And we know our answer is going to connect to a word that is that is a synonym or direct copy of the word developing, but it's probably going to be a synonym. So let's look for that sentence. All right, so I'm scanning down after our previous sentence because it goes in order. So I know it's going to come after this sentence right here that talks about that. All right, so here's our sentence right here. Here's the word metacognition. Here's the word children. Here's the word learned. So this sentence right here, starting with the words emotional awareness, this is our sentence that we need to be looking at in terms of what is developed. So our sentence says, emotional awareness is also part of metacognition. So children should be helped to be aware of their feelings around the area to be learned. Feelings of curiosity or confidence, for example. Emotional awareness is also a part of metacognition. All right, so when we look at our question for number 25, metacognition involves children understanding their own learning strategies as well as developing. Answer here that goes is emotional awareness. All right, emotional awareness is what will go here on this sentence, because it says emotional awareness is also a part of metacognition. All right, emotional awareness is also a part of metacognition. So our answer for number 25 is metacognition involves children understanding their own learning strategies as well as developing their emotional awareness. All right, now we know where number 23 is, and we know where number 24 is. So now we know where 23 is, and we know where number 25 is. So finding number 24 is actually going to be really easy, because number 24 has to come from a sentence that is found in between number 23 and number 25. So let's have a look and see if we can find that. So our keywords for 24. Children of average ability seem to need more direction from teachers because they do not have. All right, so what don't they have? All right, children of average ability seem to need more direction from teachers. Keywords here are children of average ability and also teachers. And our answer is going to connect to words related to what they do not have. Our answer has to connect to something they do not have. But we're going to use the word teachers and children of average ability to locate our sentence. So I know where to look. All right, I know where to look, because here's emotional awareness, and up here is our other sentence that we use for number 23. Down here for emotional awareness is where we look for number 25 and found it. So that means that our answer is going to be in between here. So we're looking for a sentence talking about teachers and teachers. And so if you're looking at this with me in your own book, then you can try to look for it with me. And we're scanning for this sentence that's talking about teachers. Here we go. Here's our sentence thought with average ability. There it is right there, average ability and the word teachers. So that's our sentence, and as we can see, it's exactly how I told you what happened. The questions go in order. Number 24 is after number 23. Number 25 is after number 24. All right, so we're looking for something that they don't have. In this sentence, there's going to be language that's related to the words do not have, and that's going to be our answer choice. So it says there appears to be a qualitative difference in the way the intellectual, highly able think, compared with more average ability or older pupils, for whom external regulation by the teacher often compensates for lack of internal regulation. So our answer is internal regulation, because the words lack or this lack of is the same as do not have. Right? Lack of is do not have. We know our answer has to connect to do not have. So that means that our answer is internal regulation. See how it works? Right? You find your sentence, and then you find the language. You find the language that is connected to the answer choice in that sentence in the passage. And you always know what the answer is, right? And that's how you're able to move through it very quickly without much effort. Let's look at our last question question number 26. And if you're looking at it with me, like I said, you can scan with me, because scanning is really an exercise that you want to be able to work on. You have to work on your ability to scan. All right, you have to work on your ability to scan and locate sentences. That is probably the number one skill you have to be good at doing when it comes to reading comprehension, is scanning. All right, so number 26. It says, teachers who rely on what is known as blank often produce sets of impressive grades in class tests. So, key words in number 26 that I'm looking for: teachers, impressive grades, and class test. Teachers, grades, class test. Our answer is going to connect to known as. Our answer will connect to known as. So first we find our sentence, and then once we find our sentence, we look for the language that's connected to those words before the blank line, and that will always point us to the answer choice. All right, so let's take a look at that. Teachers, grades, class sets. I know it comes after number 25. All right, so 25 is what was right here with emotional awareness. So there's nothing about teachers here. Keep going down. There's instructor, but there's nothing about grades or test. Let's keep going down. All right, here we go. All right, so here we have an example of a combination. Okay, we have an example of a combination. All right, and when I say combination, I'm talking about, we're starting right here. We're going to start right here where we see conversely in the word teachers. I'm going to start there, but we have this sentence, but also we have this next sentence right here where it says extremely high examination results. So here we have, what happened here is a situation that happens sometimes in reading comprehension, where they'll take two sentences from a paragraph and combine them into one sentence, one compound sentence, one complex sentence, or one long simple sentence, but they'll combine two sentences into one sentence for a question. But when you look at the passage, it's broken up into two sentences. So here we have that situation. Extremely high examination results. All right. Conversely, teachers who have a tendency to overdirect can diminish their gifted pupils' learning autonomy. Although spoon feeding can produce extremely high examination results, these are not always followed by equally impressive life successes. All right, so look back at the question. The answer is spoon feeding, because it says here can often produce sets of impressive grades. All right, so what can produce? Like I said, the language will connect to what's before or after the blank line. So here, whatever this is, will produce sets of impressive grades in class, whatever it is. So when we look here, it says spoon feeding can produce extremely high examination results. So our correct answer is spoon feeding. Spoon feeding is what will produce those results. Okay, so this is an example of the fill in the blank question, and I hope you enjoyed it. We're going to go through another example so I can kind of tell you how it's done in terms of just going over it with you again, so make sure that you understand how to do this fill in the blank question for the IELTS exam. So I'll talk to you soon, and if you have any questions about anything, be sure to send me a message, and I'll be happy to answer it for you. So thanks a lot, and I'll look forward to talking to you again soon with another example. Okay, so let's go through our next reading comprehension fill in the blank example. And this example is coming from the Cambridge IELTS Book 10, Test 3, Reading Passage 1. And so, like I said, I encourage you to have the books so you can follow along with us. You can purchase the books online. You can find them online. And I encourage you to do that so you can follow along with us, because I think that the Cambridge books are the best practice books. Those are the books that I use to teach my classes. It's the book that I'm using to teach this class. And I encourage you to use them in your practice, because those are the best books. They don't have the strategy and tactics in them. That's why you're taking this course, so that I can teach you strategy and tactics. But the practice material is authentic, and I think that's what you should use. All right, so here we have a reading passage about the context, meaning, and scope of tourism. Let's look at our questions. We have fill-in-the-blank questions. So when we look at these fill-in-the-blank questions, like I said, the first thing we want to always keep in mind, these questions go in order. You'll find number 11. After that, you'll find number 12. And after that, you'll find number 13. We want to look at the questions and decide which ones are going to be the fastest to do first. Clearly looking here, numbers 11 and 12 are going to be the fastest to do first because of the word Greece, the words Greece, and the word Jamaica. Those words are going to be very easy to find in the reading passage. And once we find those words in a sentence, for number 11, we're looking for the answer that's connected to most important. And then when we find the sentence with Jamaica, we're looking for the words that are connected to the word major. And then after number 12, we're looking for number 13. Keywords in number 13, the word problem for sure. And then also international tourism. And our answer will be connected to measurement of. When we find the right sentence, our answer will be connected to measurement of. All right, but first let's find number 11 and 12. And then we can be able to find our answer choices rather quickly with this one probably. So let's start at the top. And let's start scanning for Greece. There are different ways to scan. I just go back and forth, left to right. Some people go right to left. Some people go diagonally. Sometimes that's what I do. And I'm just looking for the word Greece. Yeah, sometimes I'll diagonal. I'll go left, diagonal, right, diagonal. I haven't seen it yet. If you see it before me, let me know. There we go. All right, here's the word Greece. All right, here's the word Greece right here. All right, so here's our sentence. For example, tourism is the major source of income in Bermuda, Greece, Italy, Spain, Switzerland, and most Caribbean countries. That's our sentence. All right, so let's look back at the question really quickly. Tourism is the most important for Greece. Tourism is the most important. So when we look at this sentence, major source is the only language here in this sentence that's similar to most important. So our answer is going to be source of income or income. They would accept also as an answer choice. But our answer here will be source of income because the word major is connected to most important. So we know after that we're looking for a sentence with Jamaica. And there we have it right there. Here's our sentence with the words Jamaica. All right, so in addition, Hawkins and Ritchie, quoting from data published by the American Express Company, suggests that travel and tourism is the #1 ranked employer in the Bahamas, Brazil, Canada, France, West Germany, Hong Kong, Italy, Jamaica, Japan, and blah, 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 other countries. So we're looking for language connected to major. All right, and here it says is the #1 ranked employer. All right, the language #1 ranked is synonym for saying major, so our answer is employer. That's our answer from the sentence employer. when you're looking at the language that comes before and after the blank line, you have to look for similar language that means the same thing. It's not a lot of times they're not going to give you the exact same words. Remember, this is an English test. All right? It's an English test. So you got to keep that in mind. This is an English test. All right? Look out for synonyms. All right, and now number 13. The problems associated with measuring international tourism are often reflected in the measurement of. Measurement of. Keywords are problems, international tourism. We know what has to come after this sentence with Jamaica because this is a fill-in-the-blank question and the questions go in order. All right, so let's see. Here we go. Here's the word difficulties. All right, difficulties. Difficulties is a synonym for the word problems. This is the only sentence. This is the sentence that I'm looking for. All right, now you might look at this previous sentence also because it's talking about problems of definition, and we have the word statistical measurement. All right, statistical measurement. But really, this is our sentence we need to look at right here. This is the one actually. In many cases, similar difficulties arise when attempts are made to measure domestic tourism. All right, our answer here is domestic tourism. All right, difficulty, synonym for problems. Right, that's our sentence. Yeah, I know that's our sentence because they're using synonym language. The sentence before, a lot of students might go to it because they see the exact word problems. But our answer is coming from that last sentence because you have to look for synonym language. That's an English test. If somebody can recognize synonym language, it's very helpful to be able to find this is the right sentence. Because when a test maker looks at a sentence to make a question, they're going to make the question and try to use synonyms for what's in the reading passage. And so you have to be aware of that when you're trying to make sure you find the right sentence. So the answer to that last question is going to be domestic tourism. Is going to be that answer. The measurement of domestic tourism. Okay? So that will do it for that example. And let's go ahead and do one more to make sure you clearly understand how to do a fill-in-the-blank question. Talk to you soon. Okay, so let's go through another practice test, and this one comes from the Cambridge Official 8 practice test. This is test number 8, reading passage 1. This actually is probably one of my favorite Cambridge books to practice from, so I'd encourage you to go out and get it and use it because it has 8 great practice tests in it. I think they're great practice, really, really great practice. And so this is coming from test 8. So if you have it with you, make sure that you have it and you can do it along with us so you can take a look at our strategy and tactics. So we're still looking at fill-in-the-blank questions, and this is our third example of the fill-in-the-blank question. So let's have a look at it. All right, and this is, well, it's too big. Well, it's better. All right, so this is the Phoenicians and almost forgotten people. I know about the Phoenicians because I love history, but if you don't, that's what the title of this is. So sometimes you find the reading passages are interesting to read, sometimes you don't. But that doesn't matter because it's really not about your background knowledge. It's about your understanding of strategy, tactics, and English. That's what they're testing. Strategy, knowing you're having good strategy and you're understanding English. If you have those two things, then you can actually do pretty good on the exam. So let's keep going and let's move forward in terms of our strategy and tactics, okay? So here we have 8. Wow, we have eight questions that we're doing. So, like I said, first thing we want to do, as we did in the other examples, here is look at and see which ones are going to be the easiest to do first. Some of these have some really great words. Wow. A lot of these are going to be easy to do. Number 2, I would probably start with number 2 because it has the words 50 ships and Egypt. Number 3 is also easy to find because of the word King of Israel and Phoenicia. Number 7 is probably easy to find because of the word carved and the word cedar. So I would probably start with 2, 3, and 7. That's what I would probably start with, 2, 3, and 7. If I come across the keywords of 4, 5, and 6 and I recognize them quickly, I can do those also. But I think if you're talking about which ones are the easiest to find first, it will be 2, 3, and 7. If you know where number 3 is, and you know where number 7 is, then you know numbers 4, 5, and 6 are in the middle. You know number 1 will be found before number 2, and number 8 will come after number 7. That's the beauty of having a fill-in-the-blank question. That's the beauty of it, because the question goes in order. And when you know the questions go in order, it's much easier for you to be able to handle and manage your getting them right efficiently. So I'm going to start with number 2 first, and then we're going to move on from there and find number 3, and then find number 7 also. Okay, so first I'm looking for 50 ships and Egypt. And I know for number 2, when I find my sentence, I'm looking for a person or a person in a profession like teacher, because it says the word who. In an ancient story, a blank from Egypt, who. So we're talking about a person for number 2. So when I find my right sentence, I'm looking for a person or it could be a person or like a word like a lawyer. That's a person. It could be a word that describes a person also. So let's take a look. All right, so I'm scanning. In this reading passage, we have it broken up side by side. Sometimes it's like that, sometimes it's not. But for this one, it's like that, and that's the way it is. All right, so here's the word 50. Here's 50 ships. And in the previous sentence, we have the word Egypt. So our first question is coming from a combination of these 2 sentences. Remember, I told you previously what they do sometimes is they'll take 2 sentences from the reading passage, and when they make the question, they'll combine information from both of those sentences into one sentence. So that's our situation that we have here. All right, so it says one of the characters is Worket El, a Phoenician merchant living in Tanis in Egypt, Egypt's now Delta. As many as 50 ships carry out his business, plying back and forth between the Nile and the Phoenician port of Sidon. All right, so we're looking for a word, a person. All right, we're looking for a person here. So our question again says, in an ancient story, a blank from Phoenicia who lived in Egypt owned 50 ships. So we can't, it says a, right? So we can't use a person's name here. You can't say like Aquino, which, as most of you know by now, is my name. You can't say Aquino from Phoenicia or a John from Phoenicia. No. So here, when we look back at the sentence or the 2 sentences together, our answer is going to be merchant. Right, merchant, because a merchant describes a person, and a merchant and the word merchant can follow the article a. All right, so the answer is merchant. In an ancient story, a merchant from Phoenicia who lived in Egypt owned 50 ships. So in an ancient story, a merchant from Phoenicia who lived in Egypt owned 50 ships. The answer is merchant. All right, next we're looking for king of Israel, and we're looking for something he built using supplies from Phoenicia. King of Israel, and our answer will be connected to something he built. Something he built. Ah, boom, there it is. King of Israel. Right there. King of Israel. All right. All right, so here we're going to start right here. Hiram, the king of the Phoenician city of Tyre, was an ally and business partner of Solomon, king of Israel. For Solomon, so we're still talking about, this is our sentence because we see king of Israel, but our answer is not coming from this sentence because in this sentence, we don't have the word built, or we don't have something that was, we don't have the word built, or we don't have an example of something that was built. All right? When we look at this sentence with the king of Israel, we don't have it yet. So for Solomon, this is still a good sentence because the word Solomon is synonym for king of Israel. For Solomon's temple in Jerusalem, Hiram provided craftsmen with particular skills. So, what was built was a temple. Right? That's our answer right there. Temple. A king of Israel built a temple using supplies from Phoenicia. We know that's our answer because, again, it says, for Solomon's temple in Jerusalem, Hiram provided craftsmen with particular skills that were needed for this major construction project. He also, okay, so our answer here is temple. Solomon's temple. This is what was built. This is what was built. Solomon's temple. Now for our next one, we're looking for cedar and carved. All right, here's the word cedar, and here's the word carved. All right, so I will look at those. I will look at these two sentences to get number 7, cedar and carved. All right, so we look at number 7. The Phoenicians carved blank as well as cedar. So we're looking for something that was carved. We're looking for something that was carved. Cedar is one thing, but we're looking for another object that was carved. It has to be a material that was carved. Okay? The cedar wood was not only exported as top quality timber for architecture and shipbuilding, it was also carved by the Phoenicians. So there's about the cedar. And the same skill was adapted to even more precious work in ivory. So there's our other material, ivory. All right, cedar is, when it says it, is referring to cedar. So cedar is one material that was carved, and the other material that was carved is ivory. So our answer for number 7 would be ivory, is our answer for number 7. All right, now we know 4, 5, and 6 are in between. We know 4, 5, and 6 are in between numbers 3 and 7. So we know they're within that short space, and those are going to be fairly easy to find. All right. So number 4, Phoenicia supplies Solomon with skilled. All right, Phoenicia supplied Solomon with skilled. So we know that it has to come in this area right here, these 4, 5, and 6. All right, so Hiram provided craftsmen with particular skills. All right, there's our answer for number 4 right there. Hiram provided craftsmen with particular skills. So skilled craftsmen. Craftsman, for those of you who don't know, who are vocabulary challenged, craftsman is almost like a carpenter, or the old name for like an engineer, somebody who builds things. All right, so the answer for number 4 would be craftsman, because it says skilled craftsman. Number 5, the main material that Phoenicia sent to Israel was. Keywords in number 5, main material that Phoenicia sent to Israel. What was the main material? Again, we know our answers have to come in here. All right. He also supplied materials, particularly timber. All right. Particularly timber, including cedar from the forest of Lebanon. Particularly is our synonym word. So our answer is timber. Our answer is timber. The main material. When it says particularly, right, that's like saying like mainly. Particularly, especially, it's like saying especially. Right? It's like saying especially this. So our answer for number 5 is timber. Number 6, the kings of Phoenicia and Israel formed a business, blank, in order to carry out trade. Keyword here are kings of Phoenicia and Israel, and formed a business, blank. All right? Our answer is going to connect to business. Has to. Here we go. The 2 kings. Right, the 2 kings. That's our keyword sentence there, because the sentence starts off talking about the kings of Phoenicia and Israel, and here it says the 2 kings. Okay, and there's no other sentence that talks about the 2 kings. So the 2 kings went into a trade partnership. Again, they love synonym language with the IELTS exam. So trade is a synonym for business. So the answer is partnership. Partnership is the answer for number 6. Business partnership, trade partnership. All right, now we can find number 1 and number 8. Number 1 is connected to the word skill. Phoenician skill at blank helped them to trade. We know number 1 has to come before number 2, so it's going to be easy to find. All right, it's this sentence right here that starts with the word both. All right, because the word ability is the same as the word skill. So I know this is the sentence. The word ability is the same as the word skill. All right, the previous sentences don't have a synonym for the word skill. Both of these activities were based on seafaring and ability of the Phoenicians. So the Phoenicians had the skill of seafaring. Because ability is the same as skill. And our sentence says the Phoenician skill at seafaring. The Phoenicians' ability at seafaring. So our answer that we would put on the blank line there would be seafaring. And number 8, the Phoenicians also earned a blank for shipping goods. They also earned a, whatever goes on that blank line for shipping goods. What do they earn for shipping goods? Keywords here are shipping goods. So whatever our answer here, it has to connect to shipping goods. We know it has to come after number 7, which was right here with the word carved in ivory. So we're looking for something dealing with shipping goods. There it is, goods. All right, they took a commission on a much greater range of precious goods than they transported elsewhere. Answer is commission. Because our question says The Phoenicians also earned a blank for shipping goods. Again, it's all about synonym language. They took a commission for shipping goods. They earned a commission for shipping goods. All right. So shipping and so earned and took, they're using a synonym language, and our correct answer would be commission. Okay. So thanks a lot, and I hope you enjoyed these examples on how to do the fill in the blank question, and now I hope you're clear on how to do the fill in the blank question. All right. So I'll talk to you soon, and we're about to now move on to the short answer questions yet next, so I can teach you how to do them. Take care. Okay, so let's take a look at another yes or no given question in terms of the question strategy for how to do your yes or no given question. From a basic standpoint, like I've told you, the question goes in order. So you want to look at it and decide which questions are easiest to do first. This reading passage is coming from the IELTS Book 10, Test 1, Reading Passage 2. Like I've told you in many of the other videos, I really recommend that you really go out and get the Cambridge test books, because the Cambridge test books are the best books to use. The Cambridge test books are the books that I'm using to teach this course. They're the books that I use to teach all of my IELTS courses, and I recommend them for my students, and I recommend them for you also. I don't work for Cambridge. I don't get paid by Cambridge, but I'm just telling you, as I always will, what I think is the best. It's just like in my TOEFL course that I teach for Udemy also. You can know that I'm going to recommend to you the best thing. So let's get started. This reading passage is dealing with European transport systems. Okay? You don't have to read the passage or read the introduction or read the topic sentence. Just go right to the questions, because for questions to go in order, you have to be able. You can scan. It's better to learn how to scan, because you don't have time for reading a whole passage. They don't give you time for that. It's about testing your ability to scan for specific information. All right, so when we look at our questions here, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, look at it first and say, well, what's easiest to do first? Right? So number 25 has 30 years, so that's going to be easy to find. Number 26 has 739 billion tons in CO2. That's going to be easy to find. And also number 24 with the words EU candidate. That's going to be easy to find. So I would probably start with 24, 25, and 26, and then go back and do 22 and 23. Because we know that 23 and 22 will come before 24, because this is a yes, no, not given question, and they go in order. Right? And 24, 25, and 26 are going to be the easiest to find. So let's start with 24. 24 says, cars are prohibitively expensive in EU candidate countries. Prohibitively expensive. When it says, for those of you that are vocabulary challenged, when it says cars are prohibitively expensive, in layman's terms, that means that they're so expensive that you wouldn't want to have them, or they're so expensive that it goes against wanting to buy one. That's what that basically means. So cars are prohibitively expensive in some EU candidate countries. So let's find keywords here are EU candidate countries. Let's see what it says. EU candidate countries. Let's find that. Let's scan and let's find it. EU, there's EU. There's EU, but no candidate. All right, and here we go. Here's the word candidate, and here's the word EU, right? So that's our sentence, okay? That's how you know what's the right sentence to look at. It's not about reading the whole passage. It's about being able to recognize. It's about being able to recognize what is the right sentence that I have to look at? What is the proper sentence to look at here? And that's what you have to do. You have to know that. You have to be able to do that. All right. So let's go back quickly. It says the strong economic growth expected in countries which are candidates for entry to the EU will also increase transport flows and in particular road haulage traffic. The strong economic growth expected in countries which are candidates for entry to the EU will also increase transport flows, in particular road haulage traffic. All right, so when we look back at our question, right, we can see that this answer choice is going to be not given. Why is it not given? Because number 24 says cars are prohibitively expensive. In this sentence up here, it says nothing about whether cars are going to be more expensive in the EU candidate countries. It tells you that there'll be an increase in transportation flow, meaning how many cars are going back and forth and hauling for hauling traffic, but it doesn't tell us that cars are going to be more expensive or going to be prohibitively expensive. It doesn't tell us that. It does not say it. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But in this sentence, it doesn't say it. All right? And so that's an answer that's not given. Okay? That's an example of not given. It's missing. It doesn't say they will be prohibitively more expensive. It doesn't say they will not be prohibitively more expensive. Don't make an inference. Don't infer. That's not what you do. Answer is not given. All right? Next, we're looking for 30 years. We know it has to come after this first sentence, so let's scan down. And let's look for 30 years. Ah, there it is, right down here. Boom. Last sentence. 30 years' time. Right, 30 years' time. That's our last sentence down there. So let's look and see the question again. Right, the question says, the Gothenburg European Council was set up 30 years ago. The Gothenburg European Council was set up 30 years ago. So let's look in the sentence to see if it says that the council was set up 30 years ago. The sentence says, the ambitious objective can only be achieved by 2020, but proposed measures are nonetheless a first essential step towards a sustainable transport system which will ideally be in place in 30 years' time. That is by 2040. Right? So when we look at this sentence where it talks about 30 years, we don't know whether it doesn't say if the Gothenburg Council will be set up by that time or not. That's why it's not given. Also, if you look at the sentence where you see Gothenburg Council, this objective agreed by the Gothenburg European Council has been achieved by integrating environmental considerations into community policies and shifting the balances between modes of transport lies at the heart of the strategy. So even in that sentence, it doesn't tell us. We don't know. We don't know if the council was set up 30 years ago or not. We don't know. It doesn't tell us. It's silent. It doesn't tell us. It's silent. That's an example of not given. Okay? That's an example of not given. We don't know. Maybe it was set up 30 years ago. Maybe it wasn't set up 30 years ago. We don't know. When we don't know, we put what, everybody? Not given. It's silent. We can't say it's false, right? It doesn't say it was set up 20 years ago. That would be false. If it was true, it would say that it was set up 30 years ago. True is always true. False is changed, different, or opposite. Here it's missing. Number 26, 739 billion tons. By the end of this decade, CO2 emissions from transport are predicted to reach 739 billion tons. By the end of this decade, CO2 emissions from transport are predicted to reach 739 billion tons. Let's see if that's true. Right, we know it goes in order, so this was the previous question, so this next question has to come after. That's 739 billion tons right there. So let's see what this says. According to the latest estimates, if nothing is done, I'm reading right here, everybody. The beginning of the sentence is right here where it says according to. That's the beginning of the sentence. According to the latest estimates, if nothing is done to reverse the traffic growth trend, CO2 emissions from transport can be expected to increase by around 50% to 1,113 billion tons by 2020, compared with the 739 billion tons recorded in 1990. All right, so let's look and see what this information says. All right, our sentence says, by the end of this decade, CO2 emissions are predicted to reach 739 billion tons. Right here it tells us that this is false, because it says by the end of this decade, which is 2020, that it would be 1,113 billion tons. It'd be 1 billion, it'd be over 1 billion tons. And here it was 739 billion tons in 1990. That was 2 decades ago. So this is an example of an answer choice being false. All right, because in the next decade it's not going to be 739 billion. It was 739 billion in 1990. A decade from now, it's going to be something different. And when something is different or changed or opposite, then you want to put false. Now let's look at questions 1 and 2. To reduce production costs, some industries have been moved closer to their relevant customers. To reduce production costs, some industries have been moved closer to their relevant customers. So what we have to do here is find that sentence. Keywords in the sentence: reduce production costs, industries, and move closer to their customers. To reduce production costs, some industries have been moved closer to their customers. So let's look for reducing production costs, industries, and consumers. I'm sorry, not customers, consumers. And we know that this one has to come before number 24 because the questions go in order. All right. Oh, right here. Reduce production cost. Right? Because here was that question, and here it is right here, reduce production cost. We'll see it right here. So let's look at this sentence. It's a long sentence. This phenomenon, I'm reading right here where it says the word this. This phenomenon has been emphasized by the relocation of some industries, particularly those which are labor intensive, to reduce production costs, even though the production site is hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away from the final assembly plant or away from users. Away from users. All right, so it tells us here that the relocation of some industries, particularly those which are labor intensive, to reduce production costs, the production site is hundreds or thousands of kilometers away from the users. Users is a synonym for consumers. All right, our question says some industries have been moved closer to their relevant consumers. Closer. No. This is false. Right? This is false. We know that because it says the production site is hundreds or thousands of kilometers away from the users. So they're not moving closer to them. It says they are moving them hundreds or thousands of kilometers away from the users or consumers. Okay? So that's an example of false because we have it different. In the question it says moving closer. In the passage it says going hundreds or thousands of kilometers away from the final assembly plant or away from the consumers, which is the same as users. So here we have an example of something being false, everybody. False. And then let's look at the first one. The need to reduce transport is growing. The need for transport is growing despite technological developments. The need for transport is growing despite technological developments. The need for transport is growing despite, so we know number 22 comes before 23. All right, here's our magic sentence right here. The sentence starts with although, because it says here the requirement for transport. The requirement for transport is the need for transport. Okay, requirement for transport in our sentence is in our sentence. When you look at our sentence says, the need for transport or the requirement for transport. Okay, so that's our matching sentence that we have to look at. Now let's look at the two sentences and see if our information is going to be true, false, or not given. Although modern information technologies can reduce the demand for physical transport by facilitating teleworking and teleservices, the requirement for transport continues to increase. Right? So we have all the information. We have modern technology, and it says the requirement for transport continues to increase. In our question, it says the need for transport is growing. All right, despite technological developments. So it's growing. So it's increasing. Right? It's increasing. So the passage sentence tells us that the technological developments are there, that we have them, but it says the need for transport is increasing. Synonym for growing. So this will be an example of number 22 being true. So to review, number 22 was true, number 23 was false, 24 and 25 were not given, and 26 was false. All right, so thanks a lot for listening to an example of how to do the yes, no, not given question. It's all about your ability to scan and find the matching sentence, and then you have to compare the two sentences. Compare the two sentences. So I hope that I've been able to give you a really good explanation of how to do the true, false, not given question. Thanks a lot, everybody, and now we're going to move on. Talk to you soon. All right, so here we're looking at the short answer question strategy, and we're going to be looking at what is the proper method that we have to use when we're doing a short answer question for the IELTS reading comprehension passages. With the short answer question, it's pretty basic in terms of the basics. You have to read a question, you have to understand the requested answer, and you have to provide the answer within the word limit, right? Sometimes they'll say, you have to use no more than 2 words or no more than 3 words. Also, important note, this question goes in order. Of course, what that means is that after question number 4, you'll have question number 5. After number 5, you have number 6. So our short answer questions go in order, which is really, really helpful to do, as you saw earlier when we were doing the fill in the blank question. Very, very good to understand that. This is what a short answer question looks like. All right, so, we have our 14, 15, 16, 17. That means these go in order. Okay, they go in order. And as you see, the directions there say use no more than 2 words. Again, what that means is you can use 2 words or you can use 1 word, but you cannot put 3 words. If you put 3 words, then your answer is wrong. For example, if you put a small car, that's 3 words. A is a word, right? So just be aware of that, okay? Be aware of directions. So many students lose points because they can't follow simple directions. You have to follow simple directions when you're doing the exam. So, as I said earlier, with the short answer question, the question will go in order. That means that after number 14, you'll find number 15, and after that, you'll find number 16. All right, so it's very, very important that when you have a reading passage, that the first thing you do is you look and see, well, what kind of questions do I have? Normally, you're going to have 2 or 3 different types of questions. Normally, it's 3. Like you might have a yes, no, not given question, a short answer question type, and also have a paragraph location question. And so you know that your yes, no, not given question and your short answer questions go in order. So you will make sure you do those first, and then do the paragraph location question last. All right. You want to make sure that you keep that in mind. But yes, our short answer question that goes in order in terms of its questions. If you know where question number 2 is and where question number 4 is, that means you're going to find question number 3 in the middle. The first thing you want to do with a short answer question is you want to examine the questions and quickly decide which ones are the easiest to locate in the passage. These will be the questions to do in the set first, right? So, for example, when we look at these questions here, 14, 15, 16, and 17, probably the easiest 2 questions to do first are probably number 16 and 17. The reason why is number 16 has the word Australia and whale strandings. Australia is very easy to find. 17 is easy to find because of North Sea, right? So I would probably start with number 16 and 17. And then if I know where number 16 is, then I know number 15 and 14 are going to be before that. So it's very important to look at which questions are the easiest to do first when you're looking at a set of short answer questions, because you're being efficient is very, very important. A lot of students are not efficient when they're doing this. So the next thing you want to do in terms of step 2, after you have sorted out which questions you're going to do first, is you want to look at the question and choose the keywords from the question. These will usually be the primary subject, object, or the verb. Most likely it's going to be your subject or object that you're looking at. And you want to pay particular attention to names, dates, and other proper nouns, as those are easy to find. Step 3, you want to then take those keywords from the question, scan the passage for those keywords. You want to find the sentence that those keywords are coming from. In terms of understanding question design, what they're doing for the IELTS exam is they are looking at the reading passage. They're looking at a specific paragraph, and then they're looking at one sentence and creating a question from that one sentence. Or sometimes they will look at 2 sentences, and from those 2 sentences they will create one question by making a compound sentence or something like that. So you have to understand that's how they make questions for the exam. So you have to do the opposite of what they're doing. You have to look at the keywords in the question and then go to the passage and find the sentence that they took that question from. If you do that, you're always going to find the answer very fast. So to do well at IELTS in terms of reading, it's about your ability to scan. Step 4, in terms of answering the question. Answering the question is very, very straightforward. Once you find your keyword sentence, you want to go back and quickly read the question. You want to recognize or identify the specific answer they're looking for, and then locate that answer in the sentence. Okay? These are all the instructions all together on one page if you want to look at that, or freeze the video and look at all the instructions together. The short answer questions are really easy to do. The key things are to remember that the question goes in order, and you have to scan and locate the sentence that the question is coming from. These are great questions, and these are questions you can get a lot correct on. All right, so thanks a lot for listening to the strategy. And now let's go do some examples so you can see how it all works. Talk to you soon. All right. So now let's move on to our examples for the short answer question. The short answer question is similar to the fill the blank question in that it goes in order. They go in order just like the fill in the blank question. So after number 4, you'll find number 5. And after number 5, you'll find number 6. So that's what's great about the short answer questions, is that they go in order, and that's really, really great. The same thing applies. We have to first look at our questions and decide which of the questions of the short answer are going to be the easiest to do first, because once you find that easiest to do and to find first, once you find that question or the questions, then you can pretty much line up where to find the other questions. If you know where number 3 is, you know numbers 2 and 1 have to be before it, and you know number 4 has to be after number 3. So that's what I mean by questions go in order. And you want to be able to quickly find the first question that's easiest to find first, so you can get everything lined up. So with our short answer questions, we have to look at the keywords in the question, then go ahead and look at the sentence that has those keywords, and then we can find our answer. And make sure you pay attention to the directions, okay? The directions will say write 1 word or write 2 words or write 3 words, but it's really, really important that you pay attention to the directions, okay? All right, so this comes from the Cambridge IELTS Book 10, Test 1, Reading Passage 1. Work again, Cambridge IELTS Book 10. I'm a big proponent of your getting these books. These are the best books to practice from. I don't work for Cambridge, so I'm not getting any profit from that. I just think that the books are great, and I think that you should buy them because those is important for you to learn the strategies and tactics that I'm teaching you. But then you have to make sure that you have the right materials to practice with. And if you're using other books from Barron's and other people, they don't know what they're doing in terms of writing their books. So that's what I recommend. All right, so let's take a look. Step Wales. Let's look at our questions. You don't have to read the passage first or look at the topic sentence. That doesn't matter. It's useless, right? You do the questions that go in order first, and then do the questions that don't go in order. It's that simple. All right, so in looking at numbers 6, 7, and 8, the one that's going to be the easiest to find first is number 7, because it is capital word Rajasthan, which is a place, because it says southern Rajasthan. And I know that's probably bad pronunciation, but I'm trying. And then after we find number 7, we can find number 6, what the keywords are: shade, providing shade for people. The word Stepwell we're going to see everywhere, so that's not really a key word. And for number 8, we're talking about frequent visitors nowadays. Nowadays means currently. But first, let's find number 7, the keyword southern Rajasthan. It says, what type of serious climatic event took place in southern Rajasthan? So when we find southern Rajasthan, we're looking for a serious climatic event. All right, here's Rajasthan, but there's no climatic event here. All right, there's no climatic event in the next sentence afterwards. All right, so we need to keep checking because Rajasthan might appear more than once. All right, there's Rajasthan again. But again, in this sentence, Rajasthan, but that's not what we're looking for, guys. Keep in mind, we're looking for what? Southern Rajasthan. Southern Rajasthan. That's really important to be aware of that. All right? I almost forgot when I was looking. Should be better than that. Here we go. Southern Rajasthan. All right, Southern Rajasthan. And we're looking for a climatic event. So that sentence says, their condition hasn't been helped by recent dry spells. Southern Rajasthan suffered an 8-year drought between 1996 and 2004. Answer is drought. There's Southern Rajasthan, and drought is a climatic event. So our answer will be drought, D-R-O-U-G-H-T, drought, right there. That's our climatic event. All right, now let's look for number 6. We know it comes before number 7. We're looking for a sentence that talks about shade. It says, which part of some step wells provided shade for people? So I'm just going backwards from where we started. We started right here, and I'm just going backwards. There's the word, sheltered. Sheltered is a synonym for shade. Shelter is a synonym for shade. All right, so built from stone and supported by pillars, they also included pavilions that sheltered visitors from relentless heat. All right, so the answer will be pavilions, because pavilions is connected to the word sheltered. And there we have visitors, which is a synonym for people. So our synonym matched here would be sheltered for shade. The pavilions provided shade, or the pavilions provided shelter. Okay, shelter is a synonym for the word shade in this instance. All right, so that's number 6. And then number 7. Who are frequent visitors to step wells nowadays? We need a sentence that's talking about nowadays. And we need to find out who are frequent visitors nowadays. Who? So we're talking about a group of people. Okay, that's key. Who? Who? And I know it has to come after the sentence with Southern Rajasthan. So I'm looking for something about who are frequent visitors and nowadays. Scanning. Boom. There we go. Today. All right. Today is a synonym for nowadays. All right. Today is a synonym for nowadays. Today, following years of neglect, many of these monuments to medieval engineering have been saved by the Archaeological Survey of India, which has recognized the importance of preserving them as part of the country's rich history. Tourists flock to Wales. All right, in far-flung corners of northern India. There's our answer, tourists. Who comes nowadays? There's our word today, tourist. Tourists flock to Wales. So here we have another situation or instance of them taking 2 sentences from the passage, taking information from 2 sentences in the passage and combining them into 1 sentence for a question. All right, but if we want to know who are frequent visitors nowadays, it's tourists. Tourists flock to Wales, so our answer is tourist, because that's a group of people. Okay, so there is our first example of a short answer question, and I'll talk to you soon as we move on to another one. Okay, talk to you soon, everyone. Okay, everyone, let's have a look at another short answer example on how to do the short answer questions. As a quick review, as you know, these questions go in order. We want to look at the question set for the short answer and see which ones are easiest to find first and start with those. Then we know the questions go in order. We have to be able to look at the question, look at the key words in the question, locate that specific sentence that the question is coming from, and then we'll be able to answer the question. Also, we have to be aware that sometimes they will take 2 sentences from a paragraph and combine them into 1 sentence for a question. So we have to be aware of that in terms of our strategy and tactics when we are doing this particular type of question. All right, so let's take a look at what we're dealing with here. This one comes from the official IELTS 8 practice test 2014. Throughout this course, I'm using the Cambridge book, IELTS book 10, the Cambridge IELTS book 9, and also the official IELTS 8 practice test 2014. Those are the best books to practice with. Love those books because they are designed by the people that make the test. So I encourage you to go out and get those books because that's what is good to practice with. That is what I'm teaching from. And if you want to do the practice along with me, that's what you need. Okay? The Dover Bronze Age boat. The Dover Bronze Age boat. So let's go immediately. You go immediately to the questions. You don't have to read the introduction or read the topic sentences of the paragraphs. It's a waste of time. Go right to the questions. They go in order. We start with those first. Here we're focusing on our short answer questions. So we have how far under the ground was the boat found? What natural material has been secured to the boat? What aspect of the boat was the focus of 2012 reconstruction? So when we look at numbers 10, 11, 12, and 13, when we look at 10, 11, 12, and 13, number 13 is going to be the easiest one to find first. Number 13 is going to be the easiest one to find first because it has a date. I'm sorry, number 12. Forgive me, number 12. 12 is the easiest to find first because it has a date, 2012. So what aspect of the boat was the focus of 2012 reconstruction? So let's look for that. I found 2012, but I'm going to look on this first page and make sure I don't see 2012 again. As I was scanning up, I saw the number 2012, but I don't see it on this. I see 2002, but I don't see 2012. All right, and here's 2012 over here, and here we have 2012. All right, so our question says, what aspect of the boat was the focus of the 2012 reconstruction? All right, so our answer is in this sentence right here, and I'll explain to you why. In 2012, however, the hull shape was at the center of the work because the words center of the work are synonym for focus. The words center of the work are synonym for the words focus in the question. So our answer is hull shape. Hull shape was the focus. Hull shape was the center of the work. So it's all about being able to find that synonym language. So our answer for number 12 is hull shape. Okay. Now for the other ones, for numbers 10, 11, and 13, you know, it's pretty much, I mean, they all are pretty much the same. There are no real words that stand out. So I'm going to go ahead and look at number 11 first. Number 11 says, what natural material had been secured to the boat to prevent water entering? Keywords here are, we need a natural material, boat, and also water. All right, that's key. Water entering. What natural material had been secured to the boat to prevent water entering? So I know it has to come before this. And we're scanning. I scan faster going down from the beginning. There's water log. You might find it before I do. Let's see if you can. Here we go. We're looking for a word that prevents water from entering. Here's watertight. All right, watertight. Watertight is synonym for prevent water from entering. All right, so the seams have been made watertight by pads of moss. So that's our answer right there. Pads of moss. Watertight and pads of moss. So we look down at our question. What natural material have been secured to the boat to prevent water entering? When it says prevent water entering, and we see the words watertight, that's prevent water from entering. That's our synonym language match. And then when we look at that sentence, we see the answer is pads of moss are what have been secured to prevent the water from entering. All right, now, number 10. How far under the ground was the boat found? How far under the ground was the boat found? Keywords are under the ground. All right, so we also know what's helpful with number 10. I guess I should have pointed this out to you. Now I see it actually. For number 10, what would have been the easiest thing to do also for number 10 is we know we're looking for a number, because it says how far under the ground. So we know we're looking for a number. And we know we're looking for a measurement. So actually number 10 was actually pretty easy to do properly. And we're starting backwards from here where it says watertight. Oh, here it is right here. 6 meters below. At the base of a deep shaft, 6 meters below the modern streets, a wooden structure was revealed. So, keyword, 6 meters below. Okay, 6 meters below. That's our answer. Yeah, I'm just checking. This is the 9 meters of the boat's length. This is talking about how long the boat was, where it says 9 meters. But here it says 6 meters below the street. So that's underground, right? So the answer is 6 meters. All right, now when we look at number 13, which two factors influence the decision not to make a full-scale reconstruction of the boat? So for number 13, we're looking for two factors. It's very important. We're looking for two factors. Two factors influence the decision to not make a full-scale reconstruction. Not make a full-scale reconstruction. Two factors and not make a full-scale reconstruction. We know it has to come after where they talk about 2012, right? Because this is the next question. And we're scanning, and we're scanning. Here we go. It was decided to make the replica half scale. So this is talking about them not making it full scale, right? It was decided to make the replica half scale. So this is the same as them saying they're not going to make it full scale. Get it? Okay. So it was decided to make the replica half scale for reasons of cost and time. There are our answers right there. Cost and time. Cost and time. So as we see with the short answer question, our question went in order, right? Our questions go in order. We found the answer to number 1. Number 1 was right here at 6 meters. Number 2 was right here where it talks about pads of moss and watertight. Number 3, the third one was right here about 2012. And the last one was right here where it talks about deciding to do it half scale, which means not full scale, and cost and time. So it went in order. We didn't do it in order, but the questions come in order. Okay, and that's what's very important to understand because it helps you find them. Okay, so take care, and I'll talk to you soon as we go through another short answer example. Hello there, my students, my lovely, wonderful, wonderful students. I am happy to be with you again as we go through our short answer example number 3. These short answer questions, as you know by now, that they go in order. We want to do the easiest ones easiest ones to find first. We have to look for the keywords in the question, and then scan the passage and find the sentence that has those key words. Read the sentence and pick the answer that answers the question. The most challenging thing is being able to scan and find the right sentence. That's the challenge, right? That is the challenge, to be able to scan and find the right sentence. That's the challenge. All right, so let's take a look at these here. All right, this is from the Cambridge Official IELTS 8 practice test. This is test 2, reading passage number 1. The flavor of pleasure. Nice. Oh, that's too big. That might be a little bit too big too. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, I like 168. All right, the flavor of pleasure. So we don't need to read the passage first, don't need to read the introduction, don't need to read the topic sentences. Look at your set of questions for this reading passage and do the questions that go in order first. Then do the questions that don't go in order. The only exception to that I can really think of is if you have a matching question, because matching questions are actually really easy to do, even though sometimes they don't go in order. Okay? But, in general, we go in order first, and then do the ones that don't go in order. All right, so here we go. 10, 11, 12, 13. So, which ones are easiest to do first? Ooh. Number 10, because we have something in quotations. In what form does the brain store odor objects? Odor objects. In what form does the brain store odor objects is in quotations. That means that's going to be easy to find when we look at the reading passage. Number 11, the keywords are difficult. I love when they have the word difficult because, they usually will use some kind of synonym like problem or challenge. So that question is kind of easy to find. 12 says, which food item illustrates how flavor and positive emotion are linked? I like number 12 too, because it talks about flavor and positive emotion. Those are two things combined together. And we're looking for a specific food item. So, food items, strawberries, some kind of food item. What could be controlled in the future through flavor manipulation? Keywords here are flavor manipulation. All right, so actually, we could start at number 10. Number 10 is going to be easy to find because of odor objects. So in what form does the brain store odor objects? So let's go to the beginning and start looking for odor objects. I'm starting right here and I'm scanning down. And we're scanning, and we're scanning. We're scanning and we're looking for odor objects. Bum, bum, bum. I don't see it yet, but we're scanning for it. Oh, there it is. Odor objects. All right, so smell stimuli form what Shepard terms odor objects, stored as memories. That's our answer right there, memories. Because it says in what form. does the brain store odor objects? All right, they're stored in the form of memories. All right, so the answer to number 10 is memories. They're stored as memories. Now it's going to get easy because we're at the end of the reading passage and we're right here at this part right here. So that means number 11, 12, and 13 have to come after number 10. So that means I don't have to go backwards. I don't have to go backwards to the previous page. I don't have to, because this is a short answer question and it goes in order, right? It goes in order. So don't waste your time going backwards at this point. All right, number 11 has to come after number 10. 11 says, when seeing was difficult, what do we use our sense of smell to find? When seeing was difficult. Here we go. Visual. That's the same as seeing. And scarce. That's the same as difficult. That's our sentence. Like most animals, we drew on our sense of smell when visual information was scarce to single out prey. All right, when visual information, we drew on our sense of smell when visual information was scarce to single out prey. When seeing was difficult, we did use our sense of smell to find prey. That's what that sentence says. We drew on our sense of smell when visual information was scarce. That means seeing was difficult. And we looked for prey, right? We used our sense of smell to find prey. Prey. It says no more than one word, right? So I can't write single out prey. My answer has to be prey. Okay? So always, like I keep telling you, pay attention to the directions, because if you write single out prey, they're going to mark it wrong because you couldn't find directions. Because you couldn't follow directions. All right? So follow directions. I don't mean to be like your parents and admonish you, but I hate seeing people get those things wrong, get those questions wrong because they weren't following directions, man. You got to follow directions. Which food item illustrates how flavor and positive emotion are linked? Again, it goes in order, so that means number 12 has to come after. And I'm looking for a food item, so that's going to be pretty easy to find. Here, lemon. All right, lemon and chocolate. And it says, which food item illustrates how flavor and positive emotion are linked? Positive emotion. All right. Consider the response to the sharpness of a lemon and compare that with the face that is the welcoming, smooth wonder of chocolate. Answer is chocolate. Welcoming, smooth wonder. That's a positive emotion. Welcoming, smooth wonder. That's a synonym for saying positive emotion. So our answer is chocolate. Sharpness, like sharpness of a lemon, sharpness is not a positive emotion. But a welcoming, smooth wonder of chocolate, that's a positive emotion. And here's our last question, number 13. What could be controlled in the future through flavor manipulation? Here's manipulating flavor right here. So we're looking for what can be controlled. On the horizon, we have the positive application of neurogastronomy, manipulating flavor to curb our appetites. For those of you who don't know, for those of you who are vocabulary challenged, curb is the same as controlled. Curb is the same as controlled. Remember, they love to use synonyms to point to the answer. So the answer is appetites. Appetites is the answer for number 13. Appetites, right there. Okay? All right, everyone. Thanks a lot. Take care. And we are moving on to now look at our yes, no, not given question. Everybody's favorite question to do. Okay. Let's take a look at our yes, no, not given question, all right? And look at the strategy for the yes, no, not given question. A lot of students have trouble with the yes, no, not given question. A lot of students do. And the main reason why is that they don't understand how to do this specific type of question. They don't have a good understanding of how to recognize when it's yes, when it's no, when it's not given. A lot of students base this question on their opinion. And it's not really based on how you feel or your opinion when you're doing a yes, no, not given question. It's an English test, right? So what they're doing is they're testing your English. So it's important to understand how to do it. This is what a yes, no, not given question looks like. Sometimes they'll say true, false, not given, which means the same thing. Yes, no, not given, true, false, not given mean the same thing, okay? In terms of the yes, no, not given question, just like we've already seen with the fill in the blank question and the short answer question, the yes, no, not given question also goes in order. It always goes in order. All right. When I say a question goes in order, that means it always goes in order. So what we're looking at, what we're talking about is that after number 2, you'll find number 3. After number 3, you'll find number 4, and so forth and so on. So if you know where number 2 and number 4 are, then you know number 3 is in the middle. Okay. Now, in terms of the yes, no, not given question strategy, the first thing we want to do is we want to examine the questions and quickly decide which ones are the easiest to do first. That's really important because that's going to make you more efficient. And that's also smart because you know the questions go in order. So for example, when we're looking at some of these questions here, like number 22 will be easy to find because of Palagos Institute in 1998. Also, number 24 will be easy to find because of Rosemary Gales. So if we start with number 22 and we have Rosemary Gales right here for 24. We have Pelagos Institute right here for number 22. Let's pretend as if 23 was just a basic question and didn't have Greece in it. If we know where 22 is and we know where 24 is, then we know number 23 is in the middle. All right? And we know that 25 and 26 are after 24. So it helps you in terms of lining up your questions. After you've discovered the order that you're going to use in terms of which ones are easiest to do first, you want to look at the question and then choose the keywords from the question. As you already know, these keywords are going to be your primary subject, object, and your verb. Pay attention to the names and dates and the other proper nouns. You want to take the easiest question first. Scan for the question keywords in the passage, right? And always keep in mind that you may have to be scanning for synonym language. Unless, of course, you have somebody's name or something like that, then you're not going to have to do that. And then the next step is that we have to be able to compare the two sentences. That's what you have to do. Compare the two sentences. There used to be a step 4, but we took that out. It was irrelevant. We have to compare the two sentences. That's what you're really doing with a yes, no, not given question. With a yes, no, not given question, what you're doing is you are comparing two sentences. That's what you're doing. Comparing two sentences. All right, so when we're talking about how to answer for a yes, no, not given question, it's very important to understand what are they testing? What are they asking you to do? You have to compare two sentences by looking at the subject, object, and what I call the limiting language. Limiting language means the adjective, adverbs, verbs. Extreme language means never, always, only, language like that. And what you're doing is you're comparing two sentences. You're comparing the language of two sentences, right? That's what you're doing here. That's what they're asking you to do because it's an English test. And this is a great way to test your English. Great way to test your English. For where you see where it says A, if the subject, object, and the limiting language are the same, then you will put true. So that means when you look at both sentences, when you compare both sentences, if the subject, object, and the limiting language are the same, they may use synonyms, but if they all have the same meaning, then you will put true. If the subject, object, or limiting language are different, changed, or opposite, then you will put false. Now, C, If the subject, object, or limiting language are missing, if they're missing, then you would put not given. Then you would put not given. If the subject, object, or limiting language are missing, you want to put not given. All right, that's how you recognize it. All right, the real initial test is, can you find the matching sentence quickly? That's the first thing, really. That's the first thing they really are testing, your scanning ability. IELTS reading comprehension is really about your ability to scan. In terms of the second most important thing is you have to recognize that you're comparing two sentences. And you're checking the subject, object, and the limiting language to determine if things are yes, no, or not given, or true, false, or not given. Some of the key points to understand, as I said earlier, this question is all about sentence comparison. Sentence comparison, the meaning of the sentence, not how you feel, not your opinion, the exact meaning of the words themselves, because it's an English test. Okay? Very important to understand. So, that's our basic strategy for doing a yes, no, not given question. The next thing we're going to do in the next lecture is I'm going to go through I'm going to go through it in terms of how to really answer a yes, no, not given question by giving you a lot of examples. And then after that, we're going to go through maybe 3 reading passages with the yes, no, not given question. So these next videos are really, really important to watch if you really want to understand and know how to do the yes, no, not given question for the IELTS exam. So I'll be talking to you very soon. All right, so let's look at this yes, no, not given answering strategy. And let's take a shot at it and see how to do it. So this is going to explain to you, how do you know when something is true, how do you know when something is false, and how do you recognize when something is not given. So what we've done here is we have a yes, no, not given question, and I have pulled from the passage the matching sentence for the question, and we're doing this so you can see that what you're doing with the yes, no, not given question is you're comparing two sentences. Now on the exam, this is not what they're doing. On the exam, they're not going to tell you the sentence that the question is coming from. You have to scan and find the sentence and then compare. But here, I'm putting the two things together so you can see the question and also see the sentence that was coming from the passage, and then see that you have to compare those two things together. Okay? All right, so that's why we're doing it this way. All right? Now, if you want to try to do the questions along with me, what you need to do is you need to, when I say so, you need to stop the lecture, and you can try to answer it, and then afterwards you can listen to my answer and my explanation. So that's what we can do if you want to be able to go along with me. Okay? So here is question number 1. All right, so question number 1 says, Michael Faraday was the first person to recognize Perkins' ability as a student of chemistry. All right, so that is the question. And then the matching sentence from the passage. You will find this by scanning the passage. The matching sentence says, Perkins' talent and devotion to the study of the elements was first noticed by his teacher, Tom Watson. All right, so here we have the question. Right, that's our question. Okay, and then right here, this right here is the, sorry about that. This right here is the sentence that is from the passage itself. I pulled it for you. I pulled it from the passage and I put it together. So when we look at this, like I've told you, what we're looking at is we are comparing. We're comparing the question and we're comparing it to the sentence that's coming from the passage. And you have to look at it and say, well, is the subject the same? All right, is the subject the same? Are the nouns the same? Are the verbs the same? And is the limiting language the same? Adjectives and adverbs and so forth and so on. So let's look at these two sentences here. All right, so the question says Michael Faraday was the first person to recognize Perkins' ability as a student of chemistry. So sometimes when you look at a question, you can almost tell what they're going to be focusing on. Right, the real focus here is dealing with was he the first person to recognize his ability. So when we look at the question down here at the passage sentence, it says Perkins' talent and devotion to the study of the elements was first noticed by his teacher Tom Watson. All right, so here we have two different subjects as the person who first noticed. In the question, it says Michael Faraday was the first person. In the passage, it says he was first noticed by his teacher Tom Watson. So this answer would be, well, here, you want to stop the tape now if you want to answer for yourself. Stop the tape. Okay, so this answer would be false, right? It would be false because, like I told you, an answer is false when one of the subject or object or the nouns are or verbs are changed or different or opposite. Here they've been changed. The question says Michael Faraday was the first person. The passage sentence says that Tom Watson was the first person. So that's an example of false because it was changed. The names were changed. Question number 2. Question says, Michael Faraday suggested that Perkins enroll at the Royal College of Chemistry. Here is the matching passage sentence. You would find this, of course, by scanning the passage and looking for it. All right, so Michael Faraday suggested that Perkins enroll at the Royal College of Chemistry. The sentence from the passage, it says, the young chemist Perkins became very excited after hearing speeches and decided to attend the Royal College of Chemistry. All right, so we have to look, when we're doing a comparison of the two sentences, when you're comparing the question and you're comparing the sentence in the passage, you're looking at the question and saying, is all the information here true? Are the nouns and verbs and adjectives and adverbs true? Is something changed in the question? That will be false. Is something missing? Is something missing from the question? All right, is something missing from the question? That will make it be not given. Now, our question says, Michael Faraday suggested that Perkins enroll at the Royal College of Chemistry. So again, we can look at a question and really tell what they're focusing on. Did Michael Faraday suggest this? Is that what he suggested? Our passage sentence says, the young chemist Perkins became very excited after hearing speeches and decided to attend the Royal College of Chemistry. All right, so stop the tape if you want to try to answer it for yourself. Okay, so the answer here would be not given. Not given. Why is it not given? Because when we look at the sentence from the passage, we don't know if Michael Faraday suggested that he go or not. We don't know if somebody else suggested that we go. We don't know. It's not given. It doesn't tell us anything. Okay? It doesn't tell us anything. It doesn't tell us if somebody suggested that he go or not. We don't know. All right? It's missing. This information is missing. If it were false, it would say somebody else suggested that he go. Okay? That's what it would say if it were false. It would say somebody else suggested that he go. All right? If it were true, it would say Michael Faraday suggested that he go. But we don't know. All right? We don't know. When you don't know, the answer is not given. If it's maybe, the answer is not given. True is always true. False is always false. Number 3. Perkins was still young when he made the discovery that made him rich and famous. The matching passage sentence, not long after he became the youngest assistant, he made the finding that would bring him fame and fortune. All right, stop the tape if you want to try to do it yourself and come up with the answer. Again, Perkins was still young when he made the discovery that made him rich and famous. All right. All right. So, was he young when he made the discovery that made him rich and famous? All right. So our sentence says, not long after he became the youngest assistant, so we see that he was young, he made the finding. Finding is synonym for discovery that would bring him fame and fortune. Fame and fortune is synonym for rich and famous. So here we have a situation where the answer is true. The answer is true. Okay? And we're using synonym language here. Finding for discovery, bring him fame and fortune is synonym for making him rich and famous. So this is an example of a choice that is true. You will put true or yes as your answer for this one. Number 4. The trees from which quinine is derived only grows in South America. The trees from which quinine is derived only grows in South America. All right, the matching passage sentence. The drug quinine is taken from the bark of the chancoa tree, which is found in South America. All right, you should stop the tape if you want to answer it yourself. All right, so the trees from which quinine is derived only grows in South America. All right, the drug quinine is taken from the bark of the chancoa tree, which is found in South America. Now, we have to ask ourselves, do we have the tree here? Yes, we have the tree. We have a mention of a tree. All right. Do we have quinine? Yeah, we have that. Do we have South America? Yes. All right. Now, derived is synonym for found. However, we're missing something. We're missing something. In the passage sentence, it doesn't say that it only grows in South America. It says it's found in South America. So the word only is an example of extreme language. When you have extreme language missing from the passage, if it's not there, or if there's no synonym of the extreme language, your answer is not given. We don't know. When we look at the passage sentence, we don't know if it is only found in South America. It says it's found in South America. When you look at the passage, maybe it is only in South America. Maybe it is. We don't know. Right? The passage sentence doesn't say it. It's missing. All right? Again, that's an example of not given. Okay? Are you getting it? Number 5. Perkins was inspired by the famous discoveries of the scientist Louis Pasteur. Because of Louis Pasteur's words, Perkins really decided what he wanted to be in life. All right. Do we have Perkins? Yep, we have that. All right. What you have to focus on here is, was he inspired by the discoveries of Louis Pasteur? All right. Our passage sentence says, because of Louis Pasteur's words, Perkins decided what he wanted to be in life. When it says he decided what he wanted to be in life, that's like saying he was inspired. Our question says he was inspired by the famous discoveries. Our passage says because of his words. So here is an example of false. False. Because it's been changed. We have something that's different. Changed or different means false. The question says inspired by discoveries. Here it says because of Louis Pasteur's words. Words are different than discoveries. All right? So, if one sentence says he was inspired by the discoveries, but the passage says that it was because of the man's words, then here we have an example of false. False, false, false. Are you getting it? False. Question 6. Marie Curie's husband was the joint winner of both of Marie's Nobel Prizes. All right, here we have our matching passage sentence. With her husband, Pierre Curie, and Henry Johnson, She won her first Nobel Prize in 1933, and then Marie was the sole winner of her 1935 Nobel Prize. All right, so our question again says, Marie Curie's husband was the joint winner of both of Marie's Nobel Prizes. So, what they probably are going to be focusing on here when we look at the question is, was he the joint winner of both? Right? Like I said, for most questions, you can really look and see what are they really going to focus on probably in deciding true, false, or not given. Right? You can almost always look at the question and be able to tell what are they going to focus on to determine true, false, not given. Right? So, joint winner of both. Right? When we look at the passage, it says that Pierre Curie and Henry Johnson, with those two, she won her first Nobel Prize, and then she was the sole winner of the 1935 prize. So, number 6 is an example of false. Because number 6, the question says her husband was the joint winner of both. But when we look at the passage sentence, it says her husband won the first one with her, but the second one she won by herself. Second one she won by herself. So he was not the joint winner of both. The information is different. Okay? The information is different. So this is an example of false. For a lot of students, they really struggle with the difference between not given and false. Right? False means the information has been changed. Right? We have a different cause. We have a different source. Okay? When it's not given, it would mean that it's missing. All right? It will be the information is missing. There's a difference. There's a difference. There's a difference. There's a difference. All right? So let's stop here, and then we're going to do another video and do some more practice like this. Okay? Talk to you soon. Okay, so let's keep looking at our answer analysis. Let's keep looking at our answer analysis for the yes, no, not given question. All right, so for question number 7, it says Marie became interested in science when she was a child. And then our matching passage sentence that we scanned and looked for, and we pulled from the passage, it says that from childhood, Marie was a remarkable student, and as a result, she won many prizes during her secondary education. Right? So, in the question, what we really are focusing on, we see Marie, we see childhood. So really what we're focusing on is, did she become interested in science? Right? Did she become interested in science? When we look at the passage sentence down here, we look at the passage sentence, it says, from childhood, Marie was a remarkable student, and as a result, she won many prizes during her secondary education. The answer here will be not given. We don't know if she became interested in science. Maybe she did. Maybe she did. Maybe she didn't. But like I told you, if you come down to it and the answer is maybe, right? If it's maybe, that is not given. Maybe is not true, right? Maybe is never true, right? If you ask me a question, you say, Keno, do you want to go to the movies? Maybe, right? You can't say that's true. You can't say it's false. I didn't give you an answer, basically. I said maybe. You don't know. Okay? Right? It's not given. Okay? And you can't, these are not inference questions. So you can't say, well, it says secondary education, and that could mean science. No. If it's maybe, could be, then your answer is not given. If this were true, it would say that she won prizes for biology and chemistry. All right? That would be true. If it were false, it would say that she began to like history when she was a child. That would be false, because our question says she became interested in science, and then our passage would say she became interested in history. That's an example of false. Something has changed or something is different. Okay, so that's how you have to understand it when it comes to the yes, no, not given question. All right, let's look at another one. All right, question 8. Marie stopped doing research for several years after her children were born. And the matching passage sentence, the birth of Glenda and Dora did not interrupt the findings that Marie made. Okay, so we scan the passage, we look at the question, and our keywords from the question were Maria. We see Marie everywhere, but research, and then children were being born. So that's the information that I used from the question to find the matching sentence. And then when I saw this sentence here, it says the birth of Glenda and Dora, that means children were born. And then I see findings. That tells me that this sentence is the matching sentence for number 8. All right, that's how you have to know what you're scanning for when you're looking for it. All right, so when we look at these two things, all right, do we see Marie? Yep. Do we see children being born? Yes. Birth of Glenda and Dora. So what we're focusing on here, really focusing on is, did she stop doing research? Okay. Very often that really critical information that you're analyzing for yes, no, or not given is following some verb or some adverb or something like that, but stop doing research. Right here, when we look at the passage sentence, it says the birth did not interrupt. All right, here it says in the question, stop doing research. Here it says did not interrupt the findings. Findings is the same as research. So here our answer will be false. It will be false because the question says that she stopped doing research. The sentence in the passage says did not interrupt, which means did not stop. Okay? So this is an example of an answer choice that will be false. All right, it's been changed. It's different. It's opposite. Change, different, opposite means false. Number 9. Marie's sister Branya studied the medical uses of radioactivity. And our matching passage sentence, Marie became very attached to the work being done at the Warsaw Radium Institute, where her sister Branya was the director. All right. Marie's sister Branya studied the medical uses of radioactivity. That's the question. Passage sentence, Marie became very attached to the work being done at the Warsaw Radium Institute, where her sister Branya was the director. All right, so our question says that Branya studied the medical uses of radioactivity. When we look at the passage sentence, it says Marie became very attached to the work being done at the Warsaw Radium Institute, where her sister Branya was the director. This is an example of not given. Right? When we look at the passage sentence, we don't know if Branya studied the medical uses of radioactivity. We don't know. When we look at the passage sentence, it doesn't say she did study it. It doesn't say she didn't study it. So we would put not given in this situation. We know her sister worked at a radium institute, but we cannot imply that means that she studied the medical uses of radioactivity. These are not implied inference questions, everybody. For something to be true, the language must be explicit. The passage sentence has to say that she studied the medical uses of radioactivity. For it to be false, it would have to say that she did not study, or it would have to say that she studied something else. That's the only way it would be false. Here it's going to be not given because, again, we don't know. We don't know. Question number 10. The FAA was created in 1996 to govern the rules of flying. All right, keywords here are FAA and 1996. All right, we can scan the reading passage and easily find the matching sentence very easily, very quickly, because of 1996 and FAA. A terrible accident occurred in 1996 over the skies of the Grand Canyon, and as a result, the FAA was established to give rules to flying. A terrible accident occurred in 1996 over the skies of the Grand Canyon, and as a result, the FAA was established. So our passage sentence says that the FAA was established because of an accident. All right. A terrible accident occurred in 1996, and as a result, the FAA was established. All right. In our sentence, it says the FAA was created in 1996 to govern the rules of flying. All right. So, what do you think the answer is here? What do you think the answer is here? This is a tricky one, right? This is a tricky one. Very, very tricky. All right, so what I want you to do is think about it in terms of this and send me a message and let me know what you think your answer is to question number 10, and I'll tell you if you were right or wrong. Okay? And so that's a tricky one. I'll talk to you soon, and thanks a lot. We're now going to go over some examples from reading passages for the yes, no, not given question, so I can show you how you would scan for the sentence and then do the comparison. Okay? So I'll talk to you soon. All right, so let's move on and now look at our multiple choice question strategy. There actually are like 3 types of multiple choice questions. First, we're going to look at a standard multiple choice question where they have a question and then they have like A, B, C, D. All right, so you have your different types of your multiple choice question. Choose one answer out of 4 options, like I just said. Then they have the type B, which is pick 2 or 3 from a list, choose 2 or 3 answers out of like 4 or 5 options. And then you have your sentence completion multiple choice question, where you may choose from a list of like A through F, A, B, C, D, E, F, and you're doing a sentence completion. So you have 3 different types of multiple choice questions, 3 different types. And I'm going to go over examples of the different types of the multiple choice questions, okay? The first option in terms of the standard multiple choice question, I say standard because that's what most of you are familiar with. Most of you are familiar with that. Probably about 80% of the time, it's going to be that type of question. All right, so our main focus is going to be on covering that type of standard multiple choice question. The standard multiple choice question goes in order always. Okay. The sentence completion type of question goes in order most of the time. And the pick 2 or 3 from a list is really not about going in order. You have to really, that last one is really difficult to manage. But the first 2, the standard and the sentence completion, those are fairly straightforward to be able to do. All right, this is what, when I say standard, this is what a standard multiple choice question looks like. Okay, it's a standard multiple choice question. We have a question and you have A, B, C, D, and these go in order. So that means that number 28 is going to come after 27, and number 29 will be found after number 28 in the reading passage. In terms of strategy, we've gone over this many times with you now in terms of questions go in order. If you know where question number 29 is and where number 27 is, you know number 28 is in the middle. So again, that's what all of this is telling you here. Your step 1 in terms of doing the standard multiple choice question, examine the questions and quickly decide which ones are the easiest to locate in the passage first. Again, that's important, right? Because when you want to be able to find an answer choice quickly, but also that sets you up to know where all the other ones are going to be located, okay? You want to look at the question and pull out the keywords from the question. And then you want to scan the passage and find the sentence that the question is coming from. Again, that's how they design questions for the IELTS exam. The IELTS test maker is looking at a specific sentence from the passage, and he's making a question based on that sentence. Or sometimes he's looking at 2 sentences in a paragraph, and he's making one question based on those 2 sentences, where he combines the information from those 2 sentences and makes a question. Okay, so you have to find that question in the passage that you have to find that sentence in the passage that the question is coming from. Okay, very important. After you have found the sentence where the question is coming from, you want to quickly go through the answer choices and underline the key words. All right, that's really helpful too. I say in step number 3, after you know which sentences, which questions are the easiest to do, you pick a question out, look at the answer choices and underline the keywords in the answer choices. That's going to be helpful for you to do. All right. So you want to read the matching passage sentence, and then once you read the matching passage sentence for the question, you want to search for the keywords that match from the answer choices. Which keywords from the answer choices do you see in that sentence in the passage? A couple of things to keep in mind. A lot of times for the correct answer choice, they're going to use synonym language from the sentence in the passage. They're going to use synonym language from the sentence in the passage. All right. Another thing to keep in mind with this question, is that sometimes, for a multiple choice question, you have to read more than one sentence. You might have to read the keyword sentence and also read the next sentence in the passage to be able to get your answer choice. Because sometimes for a multiple choice question, what they're going to do is an answer choice might be a combination of two sentences. It might have information from two sentences. It's possible. It happens sometimes. Okay, so that's what's really important when it comes to a multiple choice question. You want to look at the question and pull out the keywords in the question, and then you want to also underline and circle the keywords in the answer choices. Then you want to go ahead and find your keyword sentence in the passage. You want to read the keyword sentence in the passage and maybe read the next sentence, and then pick which answer choice that you see in the keyword sentence. Okay? All right, so that's our strategy for the basic standard multiple choice question. And now let's go ahead and do some examples of the standard multiple choice question, so you can kind of really see how it works. A lot of times, some of you might really understand what I'm saying just based on the language and words that I'm using to explain it, and some of you maybe understand it a little bit more when I give you examples of how to do it. So please pay attention to the examples, so that for some of you, my words will then make better sense. Okay? So I'll talk to you soon. All right, so let's take a look at at a standard example of a multiple choice question. Let's get the right size in here first, and make sure that everybody can see it really good. Now, in terms of the standard, this one is about the development of museums, and this is coming from the Cambridge Books number 9, Test 4, Reading Passage 3. Okay, like I've told you, get those Cambridge books. They're great, best practice in the world. Use them, and it's going to help you get a really great score. All right, so let's look at the standard multiple choice question when it comes to the reading comprehension. So here we go. We have 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35, and 36. So these questions go in order. All right, they go in order. And so, like I said, first thing we want to look at which questions are going to be the easiest for us to do first. Which ones are going to be the easiest for us to do first? And so when we're talking about which ones are easiest for us to do first, I would say number 33, where it talks about heritage sites and theme parks. Those are good words to find. Number 32, where it talks about the heritage industry and current trends. That's going to be pretty easy to find. Number 35, it gives us the exact paragraph, paragraph E, That one's probably going to be pretty easy to find also. Okay, so if I were doing the real exam, I would probably do 32, 33, and then 35. And then that will let me know where the other questions are. Because as I've told you, a multiple choice question, the standard multiple choice question goes in order. That means, they go in order of the passage. And by now, I know you've listened to a lot of my lectures, and so you understand what I mean by going in order. 32 comes after 31, 33 comes after 32, so forth and so on. So let's go and try to find number 32 first. We have to now go and scan. We can look at some of the answer choices, and we see we're talking about emphasizing personal involvement, origins in New York and London, computer images, or minority taste. All right, those will be some of the keywords in the answer choices, but let's go ahead and find our matching sentence, current trends and the heritage industry. All right, here's our language right here, where it talks about recently, which means currently, and here we have the terms of heritage is right here. All right, and so we actually have a combination of these two sentences that is making our question up. All right, we have these two sentences as making our question. So it says, recently, however, attitudes towards history. I'm reading right here at B. Recently, however, attitudes towards history and the way it should be presented have altered. The key word in heritage display is now experience. The more exciting, the better, and if possible, involving all the senses. All right, let me double check that that's our keyword sentence. Current trends, current trends in the heritage industry. Current trends. Current trends. All right. Yeah, the keyword in heritage display is now personal. Okay, sorry about that pause. I had to go and grab some water. Your teacher was losing his voice a little bit. Sorry about that. Okay, all right, so let's go back. Yeah, these are keyword sentences right here. Recently, however, attitudes towards history and the way it should be presented have altered. The keyword in heritage display is now experience. The more exciting, the better, and if possible, involving all the senses. So when we look back at number 32, the current trends in the heritage industry, the correct answer is number A. Emphasize personal involvement. Because it says that it should involve all the senses. When it says it should involve all the senses, that's synonym language for meaning personal involvement. All right. Also, when you find the matching sentence, all the other answers look wrong. There's nothing about York and London. There's nothing about computer images, and there's nothing about reflecting minority taste. So we know that B, C, and D are wrong. That's why it's so important. That's why it's so important for you to be able to find your matching sentence. The better you are at being able to find your matching sentence, the better you're going to be able to do these types of questions. All right, now let's look at number 33. heritage sites and theme parks. Work in close partnership, separate identities, similar exhibits, less easy to distinguish. All right, so that's some of the information I need to look out for when I find the right sentence. It goes in order, so I know it has to come after. Now here it is right here. I know it has to come after this sentence. It has to come after this question right here from this part. And here we have heritage sites and theme parks. So that's our matching sentence right there. Okay? That's our matching sentence. That's the only sentence where we're going to see heritage sites and theme park together. In a related development, the sharp distinction between museum and heritage sites on the one hand and theme parks on the other is gradually evaporating. So it's telling us the distinction between the two is gradually evaporating. The distinction between a heritage site and a theme park is gradually evaporating. Evaporating means going away. So we look at number 33. Which one matches that information? The answer is D. Less easy to distinguish than before. Less easy to distinguish than before, right? Because it says that it's gradually evaporating. The distinction between the heritage site and the theme park is gradually evaporating. The synonym answer for that is choice D. Less easy to distinguish than before. So see, you have to pay attention to synonym language. Paying attention to synonym language is very, very important. I know where 32 and 33 are, right? So now I know that number 31 has to come before 32 and 34 comes after 33. So it makes it a little bit easier to find where these other questions are located. So let's go ahead and find number 31. Compare with today's museums, those of the past. Compare with today's museums, those of the past. Now, if you want to, you don't have to look at the keywords in the answer choices. That's a step that is you can do that, but it's not really that relevant or important. If you want to, you can go directly to the sentence and read it and then pick your answer. Compare with today's museums, those of the past. So that's what I'm looking for. And it has to come before paragraph B because paragraph B was for question number 32. All right, here we go. Museums used to look. Right? Museums used to look. So this museums used to look. That tells me that's the right sentence because our question is saying compare with today's museums of the past. So when it talks about museums used to look, right, that's talking about museums in the past. That's how I know that's the right sentence. Right, so it says museums used to look, and some still do, much like storage room objects, packed together in showcases. Good for scholars who wanted to study the subtle differences in design, but not for the ordinary visitor, to whom it all looked alike. Right? A big storage room of objects packed together. Good for the scholar, but not for the ordinary visitor who it all looked alike to. Right? So for number 31, our correct answer is B. Were not primarily intended for the public. Because when we looked at that sentence, that sentence says that it was museums used to be or used to look, and some still do, like a big storage locker. And it said it was good for the professionals, but it was not good for the average visitor because everything looked the same. So the synonym answer for that is that in the past it was not primarily intended for the public. Right? That's the only answer. Choice B is the only answer we can pull from those sentences. Right? Did not present history in a detailed way. We can't say that. Or more clearly organized. We know that's false. Preserved items with greater care. We don't know that. Okay? We don't know that. The answer that comes from the sentence is choice B. Okay? Now let's look at number 34. The writer says that in preparing exhibits for museums, experts should. Right? So in preparing, what should the experts do in preparing exhibits for museums? What should they do? All right, so let's have a look at that and see. We know it comes after 33. And as a reminder, 33 was from right here in paragraph C, so it has to come after that. And we're scanning for where it talks about preparing an exhibit. All right, so here is talking about them. Here is talking about them preparing. Starting right here where it talks about heritage. All right, this is where we're talking about. All right, this is where we're talking about. All right, so with a multiple choice question, what sometimes makes it difficult also is sometimes for a multiple choice question, like I've told you, you have to read more than one sentence sometimes for a multiple choice question to be able to get it right. All right, so let's take a look again at our question for number 34. The writer says that in preparing exhibits for museums, experts must. What must they do? All right, so look right here. It says those who are professionally engaged in the art of interpreting history. Right, when it's talking about that, it's talking about them. When it says professionally engaged, they're talking about experts in the art of interpreting history. They're talking about them preparing an exhibit. All right, that's what they're talking about there. They're talking about them preparing an exhibit. Okay. All right, and you could have started right here where it talks about museum experts do not have to invent stories and recreate historical environments. The assets are already in place. But this is our sentence right here. Those who are professionally engaged in the art of interpreting history are thus in a difficult position, as they must steer a narrow course between the demands of evidence and attractiveness. Right? So they have to, when they are preparing an exhibit, when they're interpreting history, which is another way of saying preparing an exhibit. This question 34 is a really challenging question because they're using a lot of synonym language here for the right sentence. And this is coming in reading passage 3. And as I told you in the very beginning, reading passage 3, a lot of times it's going to be the more difficult question. It's going to have the more difficult questions because they're trying to separate a person who can get a score of an 8 or 9 from a person who can get a score of a 6 or 7. So a lot of times in reading passage 3, that's where you're going to find the more difficult questions. So again, it says, those who are professionally engaged in the art of interpreting history are thus in a difficult position, as they must steer a narrow course between the demands of evidence and attractiveness. So they have to decide between two things. And our correct answer is going to be D. Right? Have to balance conflicting priorities. They have to balance conflicting priorities. All right, so I'm going to stop right there at number 34 for these multiple choice questions because I want to do another example for you. But I'm just trying to really give you I'm trying to give you an idea of how the strategy works for multiple choice questions. Sometimes you have to read more than one sentence to get a correct answer. But the important thing to remember is this question goes in order. And you have to be able to find the sentence that the question is coming from and then read that sentence and possibly the next sentence to be able to get the correct answer choice for these multiple choice questions. But the good thing is that they go in order. And that's something that can be very, very helpful in terms of doing this type of question. Okay? I'll talk to you soon. Okay, so let's have a look at another example of the standard multiple choice question. Let's have another look at it. Okay? And this one is reading passage 1, South Pole Adventurer. This comes from the official IELTS 2014 practice test 8. This is test number 4 and passage number 1. If you have it, if you've already bought it and you have it, feel free to practice along with us. If you want to, you can go ahead and stop the lecture now and try to do the questions on your own using the strategy that we've told you to do for multiple choice questions. And then, check your answers as I'm going through it. So you're more than welcome to do that also. But let's go ahead and look at it. Look at our questions. We had multiple choice questions 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. So, like I said, the first thing we want to do is look and see which questions are going to be the easiest to do first. And some of these actually have some really good information in terms of being able to find where the information is located. Like number 9, we know is talking about this person, Shirais or Shirais, and reporters. That's a really good word to be able to find. 10 is easy to find because of the word Kainan Maru. I think the word Antarctica is everywhere. I don't know yet because I haven't looked at it. Number 12, easy to find because of 7th paragraph. And number 13 tells us it's in the final paragraph. So all of these, for this one, they pretty much have made it a little bit easier to find. But like I said, these multiple choice questions for this one are coming from reading passage 1. In the previous one, the multiple choice questions were in reading passage 3. So you can see these multiple choice questions that are in reading passage 1 are a little bit easier to locate and find because pretty much most of the time the exam gets progressively more difficult. Okay, most of the time. Sometimes that can depend on what question types they give you, but in general, the difficulty of the passages gets more difficult as you approach reading passage 3 because they have to do things to be able to separate the people. To be able to separate a 4 or 5 person from a 6, 7, they have to separate you guys out, and they do that by making it increasingly more difficult most of the time. All right? So let's look for number 9 first. I think that's going to be easy to find. Reporters and this guy Shirais. Let's say when reporters in New Zealand met Shirais, they were. All right, so let's look for it. And I'm scanning left to right. I'm scanning both sides. Actually, I'm scanning the left side first. I'm looking for the word reporters or a word similar to the word reporters. It probably would have been smarter to start with number 10 because it had Kainan Maru, here's reporters right here. I see it right here. Reporters. All right, in New Zealand, local reporters were astonished. The ship was half the size of Atkinson's ship. True, it was reinforced with iron plate and extra wood, but the ship had only the feeblest engine to help force its way through ice. Feeble means like weak. Okay, but like I told you, a lot of times with multiple choice questions, I like to read like 2 sentences because sometimes they pull answer choices from a combination of 2 sentences, or they'll pull the question from one sentence and the answer from the next sentence. So, but I've told you that. So it says, in New Zealand, local reporters were astonished. The ship was half the size of Atkinson's ship, and it was reinforced with iron plate and extra wood, but the ship had a feeble engine. All right, so let's look at what our answer choices are. Concerned about the quality of its equipment, impressed with its design of the ship. We know it's not B, because they said they saw it was half the size, it had a weak engine. Certain he was unaware of the dangers. Here we can't make that choice. Surprised by his bravery. It tells us nothing about that. Correct answer here is going to be A. They were concerned about the quality of his equipment, because it said, wow, his ship is half the size and it has a weak engine. All right. So the synonym answer for that is that they were concerned about the quality of the equipment that he had. All right, let's look at number 10. What are we told? What are we told about the captain of the Kainan Maru in the 5th paragraph? Okay, what are we told about the captain of the Kainan Maru in the 5th paragraph? Yeah, see, Kainan Maru. So, yeah, it probably would have been better to start with number 10 first, because, Kainan Maru, there's no synonym for that. So that's going to be really easy to find. That's going to be really easy to find. All right, so here we go. Kainan Maru. So here we have two sentences with the captain. We have this sentence right here with the captain, and we have this sentence right here with the captain. Okay? So we're looking for, what does it tell us about the captain? Right? So I'm going to have to look at both of these sentences. All right, first sentence tells us, nevertheless, on the 11th of February, the Kainan Maru left New Zealand and sailed straight into the worst weather the captain had ever seen. All right, so this sentence tells us that the captain it was the worst weather the captain had ever seen. All right, now I'm right here, with a remarkable piece of seamanship. Seamanship means sailing. With a remarkable piece of seamanship, the captain steered the ship out of the ice and turned north. So it says the captain was a remarkable sailor. He did some remarkable sailing, a remarkable piece of seamanship. So that's what it tells us about the captain. So he had given Sharice some poor advice, nothing about that. His skill in sailing saved the boat and crew. He refused to listen to the warnings of others, nothing about that. He was confident they could reach the Antarctica. No, my correct answer is B, because in those sentences it talks about his skill at saving, his remarkable sailing that he was able to do through the worst weather that he had ever seen. So our correct answer for number 10 would be B. All right, next, when we look at number 11, it says, after Sharice finally reached Antarctica, he realized that. So key words here are finally reached Antarctica. What did he realize? When he finally reached Antarctica, what did he realize? What's that the key words? When he finally reached Antarctica. Yeah, when he finally reached Antarctica. Oh, here it is. Finally reached Antarctica. All right, what did he realize? All right, a year later than planned, Sharice and 6 men finally reached Antarctica. All right, but this sentence doesn't tell me what he realized. All right, so I have to keep reading. Catching up with Scott on Amundsen was out of the question, and he had said he would stick to science this time. Still doesn't tell me anything that he realized. Yet Sharice still felt the pull of the pole and eventually decided he would head southward to experience the thrills and hardships of polar exploration he had always dreamed of. With provisions for 20 days, he and 4 men would see how far they could get. All right, so, this is going to be tricky. When I look at this, it tells us that He was going to stick to science, that he was going to experience the thrills and hardships of the polar exploration. And then it says that he only had provisions for 20 days. Provision means food. He was unsure of the direction. No, he wasn't unsure. He decided where he was going to go. He would have to give up. No, it didn't say he would give up. It said he was going to go and brave the hardships. He might not have enough food. That's our answer right there, C. Because it said he only had enough food for 20 days. He still wanted to compete in the race against other teams. When he finally reached. Yeah, so catching up with them was out of the question. So he wasn't, he said catching up with them was out of the question. So we can't compete in a race against the other teams. We can't say that because catching up with them was out of the question. But we can say that he realized he might not have enough food because it said he only had enough food for 20 days. That's a hard question. Number 11 was a difficult question. That's a tricky question. Wow. Because with that question, you had to read multiple sentences because you were trying to you had to get a sense of what he realized or what he might have realized. So that was a tricky one. All right, what is the writer doing in the 7th paragraph? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the 7th paragraph. All right, so with this question also, again, you're going to have to just look at this paragraph. I mean, there's no way to get around it. One thing that might be helpful is you can look at the first 2 sentences maybe and look at the last sentence, and it might give you an idea of what it's talking about. All right, so I'm going to start right here. Cherise set off on January 20th with Takeda and 2 dog handlers, leaving 2 men at the edge of the ice shelf to make meteorological measurements. So the topic sentence tells me that this paragraph is about meteorological measurements, which means weather. And a lot of times, remember, if you know anything about paragraphs for English, you know that a topic sentence or the first sentence of a paragraph will describe what that paragraph is about. So it says, for a week they struggled through one blizzard after another, holding up in their tents during the worst of weather. The temperature fell by 25 degrees. All right. And so they're talking about the weather and the temperature dropping. Okay. And so our correct answer here, criticizing a decision concerning scientific research, no. Explaining why a particular mistake had occurred, no mistake was mentioned. Describing the conditions that the expedition faced, C. Yes. Because we can tell from the topic sentence that they're talking about meteorological conditions or describing meteorological conditions. All right, and then it talks about the weather dropping and things like that and what they had to do. So they're talking about the conditions that they faced, not having enough provisions or food for just 2 days. So that's what we have for number 12, is they're describing the conditions that the expedition faced. And then for our last one, for number 13, what is his main point in the final paragraph? On February 3rd, all the men were heading home. The ship reached Tokyo in June 1912, and Cherise was greeted like a hero, despite the fact he never reached the North Pole. All right. His expedition was heroic. They traveled beyond 80 degrees south, only one of 4 teams that have gone so far. They did it without advantages of the other teams and no experience. So in this sentence, it's talking about the guy was greeted like a hero, even though he didn't reach the pole, and that he did it without the advantages of the other teams and without experience. So what are they doing here in this final paragraph? Considering the problems he had to deal with, his achievement was incredible. That's probably correct. The reaction came as a surprise to him. We don't have any information about that. It's obvious that Edmondson will receive more attention. There's no information that says that. Charisse had achieved more on the expedition than he even had expected. It doesn't say that. It tells us that, considering that he had never done it before, he had no experience, he had no advantages. They're telling us that he had these problems, but he was still greeted like a hero. Okay, so our correct answer for number 13 is going to be choice A. Considering the problems of no advantages and no experience, his achievement was incredible. He was greeted like a hero. That's the writer's main point of the final paragraph, right? So what makes multiple choice questions a challenge sometimes is that, they do go in order, but a lot of times for multiple choice questions, you have to really interpret the sentences. You have to interpret the meaning from the sentences, because they're going to use synonym language a lot of times for the correct answer choice. They're going to use synonym language. You have to really interpret what is being said. And even though this question, the multiple choice question, goes in order, and that makes it somewhat easy to be able to find the right information to read, you still have to interpret what that information in the passage says, and then find the correct answer that is using synonym language. So that's what makes it a challenge. All right. So I will talk to you soon, and we're moving on. All right, so let's take a look at the sentence completion multiple choice question. When we have a sentence completion multiple choice question, it's normally going to be set up like this, where you have like 3 or 4, sometimes 5 questions, but usually it's like 3 or 4 questions. And basically what they're doing here, is they're giving you the first half of a sentence. They're giving you the first half of a sentence. Like number 31. It says, scientists know a moment of insight is coming, right? You can see it's an incomplete sentence. So they're giving you the first half of a sentence, and then you have to be able to tell which of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, which of those is the remaining half of that sentence. And then for number 32, it's the same thing. Mental connections are much harder to make, right? Mental connections are much harder to make. And so that's the first half of the sentence. So then you have to be able to look at A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Which of those answer choices is the second half of that sentence? So when you're talking about a sentence completion question, you have to be able to look at number 31. Your keywords are moment of insight, right? Moment of insight and scientists. And so you have to then go and look in the reading passage and find the matching sentence. It's always about finding the matching sentence. That's what it's always about, right? You have to find the sentence that has the words moment of insight and scientists. Then you have to read that full sentence. Read that full sentence, and then after you read that full sentence, then look at the answer choices, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and be able to see which of those answer choices gives you the information that is in that sentence that's missing. All right? That's the missing information is in that sentence where you see moment of insight. Now, sometimes what makes this question a little tricky or makes this question a little difficult is that sometimes you might have the information that's in the sentence in the passage. In the sentence in the passage where they have moment of insight, in that sentence they may use synonym language for the information that is the correct answer choice. So it may not say the exact same language that is in the correct answer choice. It may use synonym language. Remember, everybody, it's an English test. It's an English test, it's an English test, it's an English test. That means when we talk about that it's an English test, that we're focusing on the fact that we have to be able to understand language. And the best way to do that is with synonyms. All right. So, just like we've done before in terms of strategy, when you're doing sentence completion, you want to look at which questions are going to be the easiest to do first. Right? You might have 4 questions for sentence completion, and maybe number 2 and 3 have a number, a date, or a name in there. So you would do 2 and 3 first. and then you would know that 1 comes before number 2, and 4 comes after number 3. So always do the ones that are easiest to do first. All right, and then we want to look at whichever question we choose to do first. We have step number 2 where we have to look at the question and choose the key words from the question. Pay particular attention to your names, dates, and other proper nouns. When I say key words, you know by now that I'm talking about nouns and verbs, basically. All right. Then we want to, that was really helpful also, I think this is helpful, which is step number 3, is it may be helpful to go through the answer choices very quickly and maybe circle some of the keywords in the answer choices. That might be something that's helpful to do. You don't necessarily have to do step number 3. In fact, I probably should say maybe was step number 3. You want to underline all the keywords in the answer choices. Doing that just might help you spot the answer faster when you look at the right sentence, okay? So when we're talking about our basic answering strategy, you want to quickly, reread the question, read that first half of the sentence, and then quickly read the matching passage sentence. And then you want to locate the answer choice that has the missing keywords from the passage sentence. All right, and like I said earlier, please note that you're most likely going to have to match synonym language when you're doing this. You're going to have to match synonym language when you're doing this. All right, so that is our question strategy when it comes down to the sentence completion multiple choice question. Thanks a lot, and I'll talk to you soon. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at how to do the sentence completion question. We have already gone over the strategy for it, but just as a quick reminder for the sentence completion question, when we are doing it, okay, you have to be able to look at the questions, and you want to be able to look at the keywords in the questions. And so let's take a look at the question here. That's a true, false, not given. All right, here's a complete the sentence question. So you have the questions, and then here you have the 6 possible answer choices. So when you're looking at this question, what you have to be able to do is like look at number 7 and look at what are the keywords in the question. And after you find the keywords in the question, go scan and find those keywords in the passage. Scan, right? Because scanning is the key. And then read the sentence. Sometimes you have to read one sentence. Sometimes you have to read 2 sentences. And then after that, look at the answer choices and choose which one matches the information that you just read in the passage. Okay? So it seems very straightforward. The complete the sentence question is not that big of a challenge. It's somewhat similar to a matching question, actually. Somewhat similar to a matching question, but it's a little bit different because a matching question usually have to look for just one or two proper nouns, and then read where you see it and then find the match. So it's very, very similar to a matching question, but it's a little bit different. So let's go through this. I'm going to go through this one with you, and we'll see how it works. So if we're looking at our questions here, 7, 8, and 9, number 7 is going to be easy to find because of the word Texas, and number 8 is going to be easy to find because of the word citizens and the word Vermont. Number 9 has the word internet. Now, in general, right, most of the time, a complete the sentence question goes in order. Most of the time, but it's possible that sometimes it won't. I've seen it sometimes not go in order, but I would probably say the vast majority of the time, your complete the sentence question goes in order. So that means that after number 7, we'll find number 8, and after number 8, we'll find number 9. So let's see if this one lines up that way. But first, we're looking for Texas. All right, and we are scanning. If you noticed, I didn't read the passage before going to the questions. You don't have to do that because the questions tell you really what you need to scan for and look. All right, so here it is right here, Texas. Okay, it's right here. And we are in the 4th paragraph. And for those of you who want to work along with us, this test is from the 2014 8 practice test, and I believe this is the reading passage from test number 3. Okay, so let's have a look at what it says. It says Miller visited a Texas gas company. I'm reading right here. Miller visited a Texas gas company that has successfully applied formulas based on ant colony behavior to optimize its factories and route its trucks. Okay? So I'll read it again. Miller visited a Texas gas company. We know this is the sentence because we see Texas gas company, and that's what was in our question. Miller visited a Texas gas company that has successfully applied formulas based on ant colony behavior to optimize its factories and route its trucks. Optimize means make better, make much better. So he visited a Texas gas company, applied formulas based on ant colony behavior to optimize his factories and route his trucks. So we have to find a match for that information. Provide support for each other's ideas. No, we're not talking about two people here. Use detailed comments to create large and complicated systems. Nope, there was nothing there about comments. It said that he looked at formulas for ant colony behavior to optimize his factories and better his routes. Use decision-making strategies based on insect communities to improve their service. That's our answer right there, right? And we can see, again, what makes us a challenge is that it uses synonym language, but C is our correct answer because the sentence says it looked at formulas for ant colony behavior. That's synonym for use decision-making strategies based on insect communities. That's synonym language. Improve their service is synonym for optimize their factories and routes for its trucks, right? Synonym language, everyone. That's the key thing. Synonym language. So the correct answer for number 7 is C. C like cat. All right, let's look at number 8. We're looking for Vermont and something about citizens. All right, now when I'm doing a sentence completion question, I'm going to assume that it goes in order because probably 80 or 90% of the time that's what this question does. So I'm looking for citizens and Vermont. Oh, okay. I see it. Here we go. Citizens and Vermont, right here. It's in the first full paragraph on this page. Citizens in Vermont. All right, so let's read what it says. Citizens in Vermont control their municipal affairs by putting forward proposals or backing up other suggestions until a consensus is reached through a vote. Okay? Citizens in Vermont control their municipal affairs by putting forward proposals. So they control their affairs by putting forward proposals or backing up other suggestions until a consensus is reached through a vote. Now I'm just going to read that sentence, okay, and try to find the answer. One of the biggest mistakes that so many of you make, one of the biggest mistakes that so many of you make is that you read too much. You say, well, I'm just going to read the whole paragraph. I'm just going to read 3 or 4 sentences. No, you're taking in, then you're trying to apply too much information to an answer that's coming from one sentence. Okay? That's one of the biggest mistakes that you all make that makes you get so many answers wrong and also that takes so much of your time. So you can't do that. All right? So one more time. Citizens in Vermont control their municipal affairs by putting forward proposals or backing up other suggestions until a consensus is reached through a vote. Well, we see our correct answer is A. Provide support for each other's ideas in order to reach the best outcome. All right, so it said they put forward proposals or back up others' ideas in order to reach a consensus. This is the same thing as choice A in terms of using synonym language. B is wrong. There's nothing about comments and complicated systems. C we can't use. We've already used C. Communicate with each other and decide who the leader will be. There's nothing about a leader. contribute independently to the ideas of others that they do not know. Nothing about that. So you see, correct answer is A. Provide support for each other's ideas. That's synonym for backing up other people's suggestions, and reaching a consensus is synonym for reaching the best outcome. So choice A is our correct answer. So I hope you see how this works. It works by being able to find the sentence, read it, and then find the synonym match. Okay, you have to find the synonym match. That's what it's about. It's about your ability to find synonym matches. All right, now number 9, in terms of the internet users. And I would say this question is going in order, we can see. So we're right here with Vermont. All right, so here's something about the internet right here. The internet is also an area where we are increasingly exhibiting swarm behavior without any physical contact. Okay? The internet is also an area where we are increasingly exhibiting swarm behavior without any physical contact. I'm going to read this next sentence too because it's talking about a website as an example of the internet. So I'm going to read this next sentence also. Miller compares a wiki website, for example, to a termite mound. Indirect collaboration is the key principle behind information sharing websites, just as it underlies the complex constructions that termites build. Okay. So it's basically saying the internet is like a swarm behavior. There's no physical contact. There's indirect collaboration. Choice B, no, nothing about comments and complicated systems. Communicate to decide who a leader would be. D is wrong. Some internet users. Yes, F is our correct answer. Repair structures they have built without directly communicating with each other. Yes, this choice F is a synonym for that sentence. In terms of, because we see this choice F is talking about doing something without directly communicating with each other. No physical contact. Also, the example mentioned indirect communication. So the correct answer here is F. F is our answer with synonym language. Okay? So if you want to know the secret to doing well on the IELTS exam, it's about your ability to be able to handle synonym language and understand synonym language, right? Like I told you, there are 2 main steps to doing all these questions. Number 1, can you find the specific sentences where the question is coming from? And then number 2, can you understand that sentence and then look at an answer choice that has the same meaning and pick it? That's the essence of what IELTS reading is. That's the essence. Okay, so that'll do it for this matching question. And let's go ahead and do one more. This is the end for this sentence completion question. And let's go ahead and do one more sentence completion question. If I called it a matching question earlier, I'm sorry. I don't think I did, but at any rate, this is a sentence completion question. All right, so let's move forward. Okay, so let's look at our second example of doing a sentence completion question. All right, so by now you already know the strategy for this question. You know that for the most part, this question will always go in order, which is very important to understand and know. This question will always go in order in terms of our sentence completion question. Not always, but probably most of the time. And we have to look at the question, look at the keywords of the question, find the sentence where those keywords are coming from, read that sentence, understand it, and then pick the answer choice that has a synonym language match. Okay? That's the challenge. Can you find, can you understand, can you pick a synonym match? So that's what we're looking at when we're talking about a sentence completion question. Okay? So let's take a look at it. This is test number 4, and this is actually from Cambridge IELTS Book 7. As I've told you before, I think the Cambridge books are the best books to practice from and to learn from. If I were you, I would definitely practice with books, probably starting with book no later than book 5 and working your way up to book number 10. But I think the books are the best books to use. I don't get paid by Cambridge. I'm just making my recommendation because they're the ones that helped design the IELTS exam. So they have the best material, and it's the material I use to teach. And you can practice along with me. And the strategies that I teach are based on the proper practice exams. And that's why they work on the real exam. Okay? And any good IELTS instructor or IELTS teacher will tell you the same thing. They're going to recommend these books that you use. All right? So let's take a look at our sentence completion question. That's a true, false, not given question, but we're not doing that right now. Yeah, but this is actually a pretty good true, false, not given question. Okay, let's take a look at our sentence completion. Here we go. So we have 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. All right. And here we have a lot of choices. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. A lot of choices. All right, a lot of choices. But, you know, here we have some good questions that we can use. Number 22 and 21 have the word biologist, which is going to be easy to find. 23 is also easy to find. Actually, all of these are pretty easy to find. They're not making it difficult. Marine Stewardship Council, MSC, that's going to be easy to find. Season Abundance-Based Management is going to be easy to find. Keep in mind, sometimes something to note is sometimes when you see like a number 23, Season Abundance-Based Management, in the reading passage, they'll have the acronym for it. So you might see something like SABM or something like that. So keep aware of that. Just like here you see Marine Stewardship Council. In the passage, you might see that, or you might just see MSC. All right, 25 is really easy because of 1999, and 26 because it has the year September 2000. So we should be able to find these. And like I told you before, in general, the sentence completion question will go in order. In general, it'll go in order. But you have to be aware that I have seen it sometimes not do that. So that's why I don't put this question in the category of always go in order. All right, so let's do it together. So first I'm going to look for something about biologists. Biologists and adult fish. And what I'm doing here, everyone, just so you know, I'm actually scanning through the passage, and I'm looking for information about biologists and adult fish. Oh, here we go. All right, biologists. All right, biologists. There we go. So this is our starting point. Here's MSC right here. So we can see that question also. Here's MSC right here. And so we can see that one. All right. And we see season abundance-based management. But that's not going to be that for that question, because this question is actually, I can see this question is actually going in order. Just from what I've seen so far is going in order. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the question. Like first question again, and then let's go through it together so I can help you out with understanding how to do a sentence completion question. Okay, so it says, in Alaska, biologists keep a check on adult fish. And then we need the rest of the sentence, right? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for the rest of the sentence. So we have to read this sentence where it's talking about biologists and checking, and then read that sentence, and then look at the answer choices down here, and see which answer choice has the missing information from the rest of this sentence. All right, that's what we're looking for. All right, so this is how I really understand this question. Here we have the word biologist together, and then down here we have the word biologist also. So I'm going to assume that these first two sentences together are for that first sentence about biologists, and then this second sentence down, this third sentence with the word biologist, this is for the next question about biologists. All right, so there are biologists. I'm starting right here. In the second sentence, there are biologists throughout the state constantly monitoring adult fish as they show up to spawn. All right, so here we have our start. They're constantly monitoring adult fish as they show up to spawn. Spawn means get born. The biologists sit in streamside counting towers, study sonar, watch from aeroplanes, and talk to fishermen. All right, they're constantly monitoring adult fish as they show up to spawn. They sit in streamside counting towers, study sonar, and watch from airplanes to talk to fishermen. All right, so we have to find a match for that information. To recognize fisheries, to care for the environment, no. To be successful, to stop fish from spawning, to set up environmental laws, to now a lot of students make the mistake and pick C because they see the word spawn, right? But C is a trap answer, right? Because that sentence says nothing about stopping them from spawning, right? If you look at it, it says nothing about stopping them from spawning. So that's the kind of question, that's the kind of answer choice that a lot of students pick and get it wrong. Because what they do is they say, ooh, there's the same word. I see the word spawn. I see the word spawn. I'm going to pick that answer. Don't fall for that trap. Okay? They set up those traps for students that don't know English. All right? Because students that don't know English pick the answers with the same words. It says they monitor adult fish as they show up to spawn. Okay? And they look at them through counting towers. So C is wrong, D is wrong. There's nothing about environmental laws. There's nothing about stopping people, nothing about labels. Here's G right here. To ensure that fish numbers are sufficient to permit fishing. Right, when you look at those two sentences together, it says that they're monitoring them as they spawn, and they're sitting in counting towers. Right, they're sitting in counting towers. So they're sitting up there and counting fish. They're counting fish. That's what they're doing, counting fish. So G is the synonym match for that particular answer. G is our correct answer there. Does everybody get it? Again, for the previous question, you have to be able to pick a synonym match when you're doing this question. Have to. You have to pick a synonym match when you're doing it. All right? No question. Biologists have the authority. All right, so here's our other sentence with biologists. All right, so let's start at the beginning of the sentence with the fishermen know the approximate time of year when they will be allowed to fish. But on any given day, one or more field biologists in a particular area can put a halt to fishing. So this sentence says that biologists can put a halt to fishing. So we know this answer already. This correct answer is going to be, we saw it already when I went over it. They can stop people fishing for sport, right? They can put a halt to fishing. So the correct answer for 22 is E. Now 23, we see season abundance management. All right, but we're looking for a sentence that whole paragraph is about season abundance management, because those words season abundance management are in the first sentence of the paragraph. So that's what the entire paragraph is about. Okay, so when I'm looking for this question, when I'm looking for the matching sentence for this question, I'm not looking for season abundance management. All right, I'm looking for a sentence dealing with Alaskan salmon fisheries. Season abundance management has allowed Alaska salmon fisheries to do what? Does everybody understand that? Right? I'm not looking for season abundance management because season abundance management, that's in the first sentence. I've already seen that the first two questions are going in order, right? But when you see this in the first sentence, that just means that this whole paragraph is about that topic, because the first sentence of a body paragraph is called a topic sentence. And a topic sentence explains what the paragraph is about, okay? So I'm looking, here we go, salmon fisheries, right there. Right, it's right here. You see at the end of the paragraph, Alaska salmon fisheries. This is my matching sentence. And then we can see the next question will come from the sentence that starts with MSC. All right, it is this management mechanism that has allowed Alaska salmon stocks and accordingly Alaska salmon fisheries to prosper. All right, and when it says this management mechanism, so that's talking about season abundance management. All right, so we have the language right there. In this management mechanism that has allowed Alaska salmon stocks and accordingly Alaska salmon fisheries to prosper, even as salmon populations in the rest of the United States are increasingly considered threatened or even endangered. So this management has allowed the Alaska fisheries to prosper, right? That's what it's done. It's allowed them to prosper. There's our answer right there. Be successful. To prosper is synonym for to be successful. Again, pick an answer with synonym language. Pick an answer with synonym language. That's the key thing for reading comprehension. That's the key thing for listening comprehension. You must pick an answer that uses synonym language. All right. So let's take a look at our next question, number 24. The Marine Stewardship Council was established. All right, established is synonym for created. What was it established for? All right, here's MSC, but here's the council. This is our sentence because of the word founded. Founded is a synonym for established. So I know this is our sentence that the answer is coming from. All right, the council, which was founded in 1996, certifies fisheries that meet high environmental standards, enabling them to use a label that recognizes their environmental responsibility. So that's what the council was created to do. Created, founded, established, all synonyms. Right? So that's how I know this is the right sentence. It certifies fisheries that meet high environmental standards, enabling them to use a label that recognizes their environmental responsibility. All right. Now, D is a trap answer. Don't pick choice D. A lot of students pick choice D because they see the word environment and they get excited, but they said nothing about setting up environmental protection laws. That's not what it said. Right? The correct answer is here. It was created to label their products using the MSC logo. That's why it was created. That's what that sentence says. That's what that sentence says. So the correct answer is choice D. I'm sorry, choice F. The correct answer is choice F. All right. So, now let's move on to number 25. Move on to number 25. As a result of the collapse of the salmon runs in 1999, the state decided. The state decided. All right, so we need a sentence that's talking about the state deciding something. And I know we have to start after here, where we see something about, here's the last sentence, here's the last question right here where we see 2000. And We're looking for a sentence talking about the state deciding something. Here we go, right here. The state reacted quickly, right? However, the state reacted quickly, closing down all fisheries. So that's what the state decided. Right here in this paragraph right here, it says, however, the state reacted quickly, closing down all fisheries, even those necessary for subsistence purposes. So that's what the state decided. When it says the state reacted quickly, that's the same as saying the state decided. So our correct answer is K, to close down all the fishery. Close down all the fisheries. All right, so you see the way it works? That's the way that you do a sentence completion question. All right, that's the way you do a sentence completion question. All right, so thanks a lot, and I hope you enjoy learning how to do that. I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Okay, so let's have a look at the matching strategy. The matching question for reading comprehension. I like this question because it doesn't go in order, okay? And normally questions that don't go in order are more difficult to do. But when we're looking at a matching question, it doesn't go in order, but the question is fairly easy to understand and easy to do because it shouldn't be too much of a challenge to locate the specific information in the reading passage. So when we're looking at a matching question, this is what it looks like. And sometimes one of the first things that you'll notice with a matching question is that it's unbalanced. And what I mean by unbalanced is that you have more questions here than you have possible answer choices. So this means that somebody's name is going to be used twice. Here we have 5 questions, 4 names. One person's name is going to be used twice. That probably means that that person's name is going to appear more than once because they're not going to use the same sentence for 2 questions. Okay, that's not going to happen. The matching question, you're going to have to look at a list of names or categories or countries or something like that, or some other type of proper noun, and connect that name to 1 or 2 of the possible questions or answer choices. All right. Probably I would say with the matching question, the most difficult thing for most students to be able to handle is the synonym language, because what you have to be able to do is you have to be able to find the person's name, read what the person said, and then pick which one of the questions has that exact same information. Okay, but using synonyms, same meaning, but using different words. So handling the synonyms is really a challenge for this question, but it's an English test. Okay, it's an English test. All right. I would always do the matching question if it appears in my set of questions for a reading passage, because the matching question is easy to do the first part of the test. If you remember in the very beginning of reading comprehension, I explained to you that there are 2 parts you have to do. The first thing you have to be able to handle is finding the information, and after you can find it, the second part is understanding it, or interpreting it. So the first part for a matching question is actually pretty straightforward, finding the information. So I love doing this question. I think it's a good one to do. In terms of the steps for strategy, you want to quickly look at the words in the box, and then I would suggest you quickly go to the passage and circle where you see each word or name. Some will appear more than once. Some names will appear 2 times or 3 times. All right. Then you want to quickly look at the possible answer choices and underline the keywords in each answer choice quickly also. My recommendation for students is that you do the names or nouns that appear once in the passage first. These will be very fast to answer. Okay. So what you want to do is you want to go and you want to read the sentence where you see the name or the noun, and then quickly go to that answer choice and locate the one that has the matching synonym language. So the strategy is very straightforward when you're talking about doing this particular kind of question. All right. So Normally I recommend that students do the questions that go in order first, and then do the questions that don't go in order. However, with a matching question, if you wanted to, you can do this one first because it's actually pretty easy to do. All right, pretty easy to do. Okay, and so thanks a lot, and let's now go do some practice for our matching question. Thanks a lot, and talk to you soon. Okay, everyone, so let's go ahead and go through with how to do a matching question. And we're looking at reading passage 1. This is from the Cambridge book number 8, which again is one of the books that I teach from when I teach my classes. And it's one of the books that I'm using to teach this online class to you. I encourage you to go out and get the book. Because you can't get the book from this course. You have to go out and get the book on your own. And I encourage you to go get it because it's very good. They are the best books to use, so that's what I recommend. All right, so we're doing a matching question. As I told you earlier, with a matching question, what you have to do with a matching question is you have to look at the words in a box and then pick which one of the questions matches the language that's found for that word in the box. So it's a very easy question to understand in terms of strategy. The biggest challenge is you have to read the sentence in the passage and then find the parallel synonym match to one of the questions. So that's the real challenge. But it's the same two things over and over and over again. Finding and locating the sentence, understanding it, pick the synonym match. Okay? That's the same thing that they're testing over and over and over again. And that's what you have to be aware of when it comes to doing IELTS reading comprehension. Okay, so now, if you notice with this set of questions, this is interesting. I'm going to go off on a little sidebar. You see, the first set of questions here is a paragraph location question. It says which paragraph contains the following information, like 1, 2, 3, 4. So this question appears first. It's before the matching question. But when I'm doing this, like I've told you, you don't do the paragraph location question first, okay? Because it doesn't go in order. And if you try to do it first, you're going to end up reading the whole reading passage and wasting all your time. Okay? So we wouldn't do the paragraph location question first. All right? What we would do is we would look at numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 and circle the key words in each one, like timekeeping and cold temperatures, explanation of the importance of geography and a calendar, and farming, pendulum clock, really good, and simultaneous efforts to calculate time and uniform hours. So I would circle those keywords for the paragraph location question, and then I would leave it. Don't do it right now. Leave it. Okay? And then you want to do your matching question. Here's our matching question right here. And we also have a diagram question. So if you had a passage like this that had this set of questions, paragraph location, matching, and diagram, do your matching question, do your diagram question. As you're doing your matching and your diagram question, look out for those keywords from the questions for the paragraph location, because then it's going to make it much easier to come back and do that question. Much easier to come back and do that question. All right, because we went ahead and we circled our keywords for each one, and then we know what to look out for. Okay, so let's go ahead and move to our matching question, and here we go. We have 4 questions, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we have 6 names in the box. Okay, so that means 2 of the names don't belong. Okay, 2 of the names don't belong. All right, now for this one, it doesn't tell us that we can use a name more than once. It doesn't say it doesn't. If you could use a name more than once, it will tell you. Okay, that's the answer to that question. So if you could use Babylonians twice, if you could use a twice, you would see in the instructions up here, it would say, you may use a letter more than once. It would say it. Okay? So because it doesn't say that, okay, the rule is you can't use a name more than once. All right? Understand? For you to use a letter more than once, it has to explicitly say you have permission and the ability to do so. All right? That's what that means, and that's how we have to interpret that. Okay? All right. So, all right. So we have our names here: Babylonians, Egyptians. So what we have to do: go find Babylonians, read the sentence where we see Babylonians, and then see if the information in the sentence where we see Babylonians is a match for 5, 6, 7, or 8. And the good thing is these words in the box are going to be easy to find. Proper nouns, easy to find. Okay, here's Babylonians right here. And actually, as I'm scanning down, we see Egyptians right here. Okay? All right, so here's Babylonians right here. So let's read this sentence. Do a quick check to see if I see we have Egyptians twice. There's Greeks, there's Romans. There's Germany. There's French, France. There's England. All right, so I see all the names. I don't see Babylonians again, so I know it's going to be this sentence right here. All right, so it says, I'm starting right here in paragraph A. All right, according to the archaeological evidence, at least 5,000 years ago, and long before the advent of the Roman Empire, the Babylonians began to measure time, introducing calendars to coordinate communal activities, to plan the shipment of goods, and in particular to regulate planting and harvesting. All right, so it says the Babylonians, right here, the Babylonians began to measure time, introducing calendars to coordinate communal activities. So they introduced calendars to coordinate activities, to plan the shipment of goods, and in particular to regulate planting and harvesting. All right, so let's look and see if that's a match for anything. They devised a calendar where the months were equal. We saw nothing about being equal. Divide the day into 2 equal halves. Nope. They developed a new cabinet shape for a timekeeper. Nope. They created a calendar to organize public events and work schedules. Okay, that's a match. Okay, that's a match. To coordinate communal activities, that's synonym for organizing public events. And then when it talked about regulating planting and harvesting, that's the same thing as having a calendar for work schedules. So number 8, for number 8, we know that the answer is A. So on our answer sheet, we would put A as our answer for number 8. All right, so now let's go and look and see what it says for Egyptians. All right, here's Egyptians right here. All right, so the Egyptians had formulated, here in paragraph C, first sentence. Paragraph C, first sentence. The Egyptians had formulated a municipal calendar having 12 months of 30 days, with 5 days added to the approximate solar year. So they had 12 months of 30 days. Now, if we look at the other sentence with the Egyptians, it says the cosmic significance the Egyptians placed in the 12 deacons led them to develop a system in which each interval of darkness was divided into a dozen equal parts. All right, so 12 months, 30 days. So they divided it into equal parts. And we can see that that is a match for, because we saw it earlier, they devised a civil calendar in which the months were equal in length. All right, so for number 5 on our answer sheet, we would put A. For number 5, for our answer sheet, we will put B for Egyptians. All right, now keep in mind for reading comprehension, you have to put your answers on the answer sheet right away. Okay? You have to put your answers on the answer sheet right away because at the end of reading, it's over. It's not like listening where they give you time. They give you time afterwards to be able to mark your answers. Okay? So mark your answers right away. All right, let's look at for Greeks. We already saw all the ones. Let's see. Temporal hours, which were, here's Greeks right here, everyone. Right here. Here's Greeks. Temporal hours, which were first adopted by the Greeks and then the Romans, who disseminated them through Europe, remained in use for more than 2,500 years. Temporal hours, which were first adopted by the Greeks. Okay, I don't see that as a match for anything. 2 equal halves, no. New cabinet shape, no. 5 and 8 are already gone. So Greeks is not a match for number 6 or number 7. For the Germans, it says Italian hours begin at sunset, Babylonian hours at sunrise, astronomical hours at midday, and great clock hours used for some large public clocks in Germany at midnight. No match for anything. Eventually these were superseded by small clock or French hours, which split the day into 2 12-hour periods. All right, so the French split the day into 2 12-hour periods. I think that's a match. Yeah, that's a match for number 6. They divide the day into 2 equal halves. So Germany doesn't match anything, but the French, the correct answer for number 7 is F. I'm sorry, the correct answer for number 6 is F. And then number 7, we know it's going to be English because we've seen everybody else. Develop a new cabinet shape. And right here we see England. So we're talking about the English. All right. The earliest recorded weight-driven mechanical clock was built in 1283. The revolutionary aspect of this new timekeeper was neither the descending weight that provided the motive for force nor the gear wheels. So it's talking about building a clock with the English. So we know that the correct match for number 7 is English, which is D. All right. So now a couple of things that I'll mention right now. Even though we finished the matching question, we can see for the paragraph location question, we can actually see some of the answers right now. We know, because this question is asking which paragraph do you see this information. So by doing the matching question first, we can see that for number 3 with the pendulum and clock, we just read that. All right, the pendulum clock, that was mentioned right here in paragraph G. Pendulum clock, pendulum clock is right here. Okay, about the pendulum clock. Also, by doing the matching question, we actually know the answer to also number 4. Because number 4 says simultaneous efforts of different societies to calculate time using uniform hours. We know that that is from paragraph E, where it talked about the Babylonian hours, the German hours, and then the French splitting the day into 2 12-hour periods. So uniform hours, right? 24 equal parts. So we know that that information comes from paragraph E. So by doing the matching question first and then doing the paragraph location questions after, you can actually get a really good idea for maybe where one or two of them where this information is located. And that's why I say don't do it first. All right, so that's just a little bit of a tidbit or advice for you in terms of handling that paragraph location question. Okay? All right, so if you're doing the whole course, the next thing we're going to be addressing after this is the paragraph location question, and we're going to be coming back to this actual reading passage to do it. So it should be able to make a lot more sense to you then also. So talk to you soon. Thanks a lot. Okay, everyone. So here we go. We're looking at another matching question. This is our second example. Our second example of the matching question. Okay, so I hope that you're getting a really good idea from working with us on the proper strategy, methods, and tactics for doing the reading comprehension for the IELTS. A lot of students really aren't clear about how to do the different questions, and so I'm hoping that these lessons and the strategy and how to do it is something that can be really, really helpful to you. Okay. All right, so and as you know, with our basic strategy, we have to look at the words in the box and then quickly go to the passage, and we can circle where we see each word. Some might appear more than once. The second thing you can do is to look at the possible answer choices and underline keywords, which might help you to be able to choose an answer much faster. I think it's very important in terms of step 3 to do your names or nouns that appear once in the passage first, because they'll be faster to answer. And the key thing you have to do is read the sentence where you see the word in the box. Read the sentence where you see the word in the box, and then pick which one of the questions has the matching language. Right? It's all about your ability to match and pick synonym language, and that's what we're doing here. Okay? So the better you're able to do that, the more successful you're going to be when doing it. When doing these types of questions. This one is coming from the Cambridge Official Practice Test 8. This is from test number 7, and it's reading passage 2. And it's the one that's dealing with, let's see, fatal attraction. All right, fatal attraction. You know, one good thing that I find when you guys are going to be studying for the IELTS exam for reading comprehension, you're actually going to become a lot smarter, because they have reading passage topics about so many different things. So one benefit from doing the IELTS exam is that you're going to get a lot more just general knowledge about a lot of different topics that you probably wouldn't normally read about. As you know, we don't have to read the passage first. We don't have to read the topics or topic sentences or scan through or anything like that. Sorry, skim or scan through the passage. We go directly to the question. For a matching question, it's going to be easy. For this one, let's see, it starts off, we have a fill the blank question. And if you're doing the exam, you can start with the fill the blank question first. But again, if you have a matching question, it might be good maybe sometimes to start with your matching question also, just because those words in the box are most of the time going to be some type of proper noun, and they're going to be easy to find. They're going to be much easier to find, much easier to find. Sometimes I've seen this actually on some of the older tests, where they actually have it reversed, where like these words in the box are actually the questions. Like number 19 would say Venus flytrap, number 20 would say bladderwort, and number 21 would say Drosera sundew. And then they have the sentences inside the box. So I've seen it reverse. It's very rare that it happens that way, but I've seen it happen that way where they have it reversed. But the strategy doesn't change. Instead of, you would still look at those proper nouns and find them and read them and then find the match. So don't worry about if they have it switched the other way around in terms of the style. Okay. Sometimes they like to switch the style around to mess with you or give you something that maybe you haven't looked at before. But this one is going to be really straightforward, because we can find these words in the box really easy. As you see, we have 4 questions. We have five things in the box. So one of them is definitely not going to be used. We can only use each letter once. The reason why is there are no directions. For you to be able to use a letter more than once, you have to have directions that say you can use a letter more than once. All right, so always be aware of that. If you can use a letter more than once, there will be directions that say you can use a letter more than once. So it's very important to be aware of that, so that you don't make simple mistakes and get things wrong, okay? Now, let's go ahead and find, all right, number 19 says something about digesting insects and creatures. Number 20 says something about a slippery substance. I would circle these as keywords. 21 says something about creating an empty space and insects being sucked. Those are my keywords. And 22 is going to be something about a sticky substance. So I would circle those keywords in the questions, because then when I read the sentences for these different words in the box, it might make it easier for me to answer it faster. Okay? You get it? All right, let's go find Venus flytrap. All right, I see Venus flytrap right there in the right here, very first one. Okay, there's bladderwort right there. There's Drosera right there. All right, so actually, it looks like this one. It looks like this one is lining up. It looks like it's lining up. Yep. And here we have something about Venus flytrap again. Venus flytrap, Drosera sundrew. So we have them appear a couple of different times. And let's look back again. What were some of our other ones we had to look at? Raffles. Oh, the pitcher plants. All right, we also had something about the pitcher plants. Okay, and there we have with the pitcher, something about the pitcher plants right there. There's something about the raffle pitcher plant right there. All right, so we have the raffle, and then the other one was the purple pitcher plant. Right, that was for the raffle pitcher plant. And there's the purple pitcher plant. So yeah, these are going in order. These are going in order. All right, these are definitely going in order. So I saw that the Venus flytrap and the Drosera appear more than once. I mean, the Venus flytrap and the Drosera appear more than once. So I would probably do the bladderwort and the raffle and the purple pitcher. I would probably do those first because I only need to read one sentence and see if they fit, see if they match up. So those are the ones that I would do probably first. All right, so let's have a look first and read about the bladderwort first. The bladderwort has an equally sophisticated way, excuse me, the bladderwort has, I'm in paragraph B, everybody. The bladderwort has an equally sophisticated way of setting its underwater trap. It pumps water out of a tiny bag-like bladders, making a vacuum inside. When small creatures swim past, they bend the hairs on the bladder, causing a flap to open. The low pressure sucks water in, carrying the animal along with it. Okay? So it says some kind of trap using water where it uses pressure to suck the animal in. Okay? So let's see if that is a match for any of our answer choices. All right. It uses other creatures to help it digest. Nope. Nothing about that. Slippery substance. Nope. Here it is right here, 21. It creates an empty space into which insects are sucked. Yep. Because we just read those sentences and it talked about insects being sucked in. Okay. It talked about insects being sucked in. If you want, go ahead and rewind the tape and you can look back at the sentence again. But we looked at the sentence for the bladderwort right here. And we read these sentences and look at its methodology of what it's doing, and it talks about it using pressure to suck water in and carry the animal along with it. It said it makes a vacuum, and a vacuum is a synonym for an empty space. Okay? So that means that on our answer sheet, we would mark, number 21 as being B for bladderwort. All right, now let's look at the raffle pitcher plant. Like I said, I'm doing those first because they appear more. I see them appearing once. All right, here's a raffle right here. The raffle pitcher plant right here in paragraph B at the end, where you see the small little hand. The raffle pitcher plant from the jungles of Borneo produce nectar that both lures insects and forms a slick surface, which they can't get a grip. Insects that land on the rim slide on the liquid and tumble in. Okay, we know that's a match. We saw that one already, and that's why it's good sometimes to go ahead and select the key words. Right here, 21 is the answer. It says slippery surface, and when we just read that sentence, it talked about Okay, for the raffle plant, it talked about it forms a slick surface. It says it right there, right? It says it forms a slick surface. So where it talked about it forming a slick surface, right? That's right here. It's talked about, it forms a slick surface. Okay, and so when that's why we picked that as our answer choice. Now let's look at where it talks about the purple. All right, but the purple pitcher plant. I'm in paragraph C, second sentence. But the purple pitcher plant, which lives in bogs and infertile sandy soils in North America, enlists other organisms to process its food. Okay, so again, we see this answer also. It says the purple pitcher plant enlists other organisms to process its food. So it uses other organisms, like other animals. That's what an animal is, an organism. It enlists other organisms to process its food. Could be animal, could be something else, bacteria, I guess possible when it talks about organism. All right, so that would be right here, 19. It uses other creatures, synonym for organism, to help it digest insects. Digest is a synonym for processing its food. So the correct answer for number 19 is E, purple pitcher plant. All right, and then we just have one more to go find. Something talking about a sticky substance. So let's look at the Drosera plant. Now it's either going to be the Drosera plant or the Venus flytrap that talks about a sticky substance. So that's all we're looking for. All right, the Drosera, I'm in paragraph B, everybody. Paragraph B, right here where you see the hand on the screen. Right there, that little hand that's moving. The Drosera sundew, meanwhile, has a thick, sweet liquid oozing from its leaves, which first attracts insects, then holds them fast before the leaves snap shut. The Drosera sundew, meanwhile, has a thick, sweet liquid oozing from its leaves, which first attracts insects, then holds them fast before the leaves snap shut. Right, where it talks about holds is a sweet liquid oozing from its leaves. All right, and holds them fast. That means they get stuck. That's our synonym right there. When it says it holds them fast, that means they get stuck there. They can't move. All right. So the correct answer for our sentence is talking about produces a sticky substance is the Drosera. So number 22 would be C. So our correct answers here was number 19 was E, number 20 was D, number 21 was B, and number 22 was C. All right, so again, that's how we do our matching question. Thanks a lot, everyone, and I hope you now understand how to do a matching question. Talk to you soon. Okay, so let's now look at the different strategies for doing a diagram question or a table question. If you have a diagram question, it's going to appear maybe just one time. It's going to appear in one of the three reading passages. A diagram question is not that difficult to do. A table question is not that difficult to do. They both are basically like a fill-the-blank question, except sometimes on a diagram question, the information on the diagram might not come in order. A lot of times that depends on where you have the diagram question. If you have it in reading passage 1, it's probably all going to go in order. If you have it in reading passage 3, it's possible it might not go in order. So that's what we have to think about when we're looking at a diagram question or a table question. So that's really important to know and to think about. Same thing with the table question. Sometimes it's possible that it might not go in order if the questions are close together. Okay. This is what a diagram question looks like. It looks something like this. And you basically you treat it like a fill-the-blank question. Like for number 19, we're looking for a sentence that talks about pipes and ducts. For number 20, we're looking for a sentence that talks about something being chosen by a customer. For number 22, we're looking for something about conventional buildings. In number 21, we're looking for something about diagonal bracing. Okay? And so that's what we're looking at when it comes to a diagram question. Now, some of you might say, well, I have no idea what this diagram is. I don't know. I don't have any construction background. So what? It doesn't matter if you have construction background or not. That's not what it's about. Can you go to a reading passage and find a sentence with the words pipes and ducts? Can you go find a sentence with the words diagonal bracing? Can you go find a sentence talking about something being chosen by a customer? All right? And so, the way that the diagram is actually helpful is that with the diagram, the way it's helpful is that with the diagram, maybe it might help you with finding the paragraph, because whatever the correct paragraph is going to describe that diagram. And so that's where the diagram becomes helpful. This is what a table question looks like. This is a table question. Like I said, it's basically a fill-the-blank question. The words on the left can be very helpful in terms of finding the right sentence. Like you have to find a sentence that has Ronnie Key Vav. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. I don't mean to or intend to. But you have to find the sentence or paragraph that's talking about this language right here, Ronnie. And then you have to find the information for number 9, which is talking about which is going to be a sentence that mentions 2001. And then you have to find the sentence that talks about Surya Kund. And then for number 10, you find something about a geometrical pattern and steps. For number 11, you're looking for something looking more like a blank than a whale. Now, when I said that a table doesn't go in order, what I mean is that usually something like this will happen. Like you have number 10 and 11 right next to each other. Sometimes it's possible that you might find number 11 before you find number 10. That's what I mean by sometimes it might not go in order. Okay? Normally you will find number 10 after number 9, but when you have two of them that are right next to each other in a table, it's possible that they will not be found in the exact order. Okay? So that's what I mean by that you have to be careful with and watch out for. Okay? So with a diagram or with a table, it's important that you look and see, well, which ones are going to be the easiest to locate in the passage first. Sometimes that deals with having the keywords like pipes and ducts or diagonal bracing, because that's easier to find and locate first. All right. Like I said, these questions go in order most of the time, but it is possible if you have two questions right next to each other that they will be reversed in terms of order. So you want to watch out for that. All right. So the basic strategy, we treat the strategy of the question just like a fill-the-blank question. Right, go to the passage, locate the sentence that has the keywords, and then read that sentence and put what goes on the blank line. Right, put what goes on the blank line. But both of these are basically different types of fill-the-blank questions. All right, it's just like for matching, we have these different types of matching questions. We have a standard matching question, A, B, C, D. We have a matching multiple choice question. We have a sentence completion multiple choice question. We sometimes have a summary multiple choice question. Even the headings question is a multiple choice question. So Really, when you think about it, when you really think about it, for reading comprehension, we basically have two types of questions. We have different types of multiple choice questions, and we have different types of reading of fill the blank questions. So that's really important for you to understand when it comes to that. It's really important for you to understand that. And a lot of students don't understand that. All right, so we take the easiest questions first, scan for the question keywords. Step 4, look at the question and the keywords before and after the blank line, because that's going to help you find what the answer connects to, just like a fill the blank question. All right, search the passage, find the keyword sentence, and then we want to fill in the blank line. Okay? So that's our strategy for doing a table question and doing a diagram question. And now we're going to go through an example of each to make sure you can see how the strategy is applied. That's what's really important about this course that you're doing with us, is we really teach you how to apply strategy. That's what's important. You learn, how do I apply strategy, right? Really, really important to do. Really, really important to understand how to do that, okay? All right, so I'll talk to you soon, and let's go ahead and do those examples now. Thanks a lot. Okay, so let's move forward. Let's move forward into looking at our diagram question. The diagram question, as you just heard in the strategy video, is very similar to a fill the blank question. They give you a picture to look at, and you have to be able to fill in the blanks when looking at that picture. But basically, it's a fill the blank question. As I said yesterday, the whole IELTS reading is basically different versions of multiple choice and fill the blank questions. They look different and they're designed different, but essentially they're the same thing. They're just asking it in different ways. All right, so let's take a look at this test here. It's called high speed, high rise. So let's go ahead and work on the diagram question. All right, so here we have a diagram. It's important to look at the directions where it says choose one word only from the text for each answer. All right, and basically it says label the diagram below. So this is a diagram where they are building something. So what might be helpful in terms of trying to find the right paragraph that the information is coming from is to look for a paragraph that discusses how something is built or something being built. That might be very helpful. Also, we should note also that sometimes all the answers don't have to come in the same paragraph. 19 might come from paragraph 2, 20 and 21 might come from paragraph 3, and 22 might come from paragraph 4. Or it's possible they all might come in the same paragraph, but you have to be aware of that. You have to be aware that it is possible that they may not all come in the exact same paragraph, okay? So let's be aware of that. Now, like I've told you, we should treat this like a fill the blank question. And so we see here, like for 19, we're looking for the words pipes and ducts. Number 22, we're looking for a section containing less than conventional buildings, something less. 21 should be easy to find because of the words diagonal bracing, and 20 is something that's chosen by a customer. All right, it's also important to keep in mind that they may use synonym language, okay? They may use synonym language from the language that's in the question to the correct sentence that's in the passage. Remember, your answer choices are coming from a particular sentence in the passage, and you have to find that sentence. That's what it's all about, finding and understanding. Finding and understanding. Finding and understanding. All right, so let's look for our first one dealing with pipes and ducts. And that's going to be easy to find because it has to be together. And also there are no synonyms for pipes and ducts. So we should be able to find those words exactly, and I'm scanning down now. Oh, all right, I found it already. All right, and also this paragraph B is a good paragraph because it says, so far abroad has built 16 structures. So that tells me that this whole paragraph is discussing how something is built. And remember, I told you that if we had a diagram we had a diagram that was describing something being built, and so it was helpful to find a paragraph that discussed something being built. That was very, very helpful. So let's read what it says about pipes and ducts. Pipes and ducts for electricity. I'm right here, everybody. Paragraph B, and I'm in the 1, 2, 3, 4th sentence. Starts with the word pipes. You can see the little hand on the screen. Pipes and ducts for electricity, water, and waste are threaded through each floor module while it's still in the factory. All right, pipes and ducts for electricity, water, and waste are threaded through each floor module while it's still in the factory. All right, pipes and ducts installed while in factory. Number 19 is factory, right? They're installed while they're in the factory. You can see that's in the sentence. All right, it says pipes and ducts for electricity, water, waste are threaded through each floor while still in the factory. All right, when it says threaded through each floor, that's synonym for saying installed. All right, when it says threaded through each floor. All right, that's a synonym for saying installed. Remember, I told you with fill the blank questions, if you find the language that comes before the blank line, the important language that comes before the blank line, you can always know what the answer is. And when it says thread through each floor, that's saying installed. All right, that's saying installed. And so that tells us that our answer is going to be they're installed while in the factory. But we can only write one word for our answer, so we have to write factory. If you write the factory, it's wrong. Okay, the is a word. The is a word, and so we have to be very strict and be very technical about it. Okay, be very strict and technical about it. All right, do just write the word factory. Next, we're looking for something chosen by the customer. And I'm going to assume that this question goes in order because, like I said, the vast majority of the time, that's what it does. Oh, here it is right here. Right afterwards, it says the client's choice. Right? Client's choice, chosen by the customer, synonym language. Right? They're not going to put the exact same synonym language in two different sentences. Okay, they're not going to do that to you. I mean, you can never say never. So let's just say I'm about 95% sure they're never going to do that to you. As many years as I have been teaching the IELTS exam, I can't remember a time when they have done it. Okay? All right, so the client's choice of flooring. So the correct answer is flooring. The correct answer is flooring. F-L-O-O-R-I-N-G. The client's choice of flooring. Right, flooring chosen by customer. Again, you can only write one word. 21, diagonal bracing at the top and bottom of what? Diagonal bracing at the top and bottom of. Keywords are top and bottom of. And yeah, like I said, we're going to assume we're going in order. There's diagonal bracing right there. All right, we see it right there. And you can see it's going in order. Here's number 20. Here's number 19 with pipes and ducts. Here's number 20 with client's choice, flooring. And down here is number 21 with diagonal bracing. So you can see it's as I told you that this question, the diagram question, for the most part, is going to go in order. Okay, so let's read what it says. It starts with the unique column, right? The unique column design has diagonal bracing at each end and tabs that bolt it to the floors above and below. The unique column design has diagonal bracing at each end? The answer is column. Right? The column has diagonal bracing at each end. At each end is synonym for top and bottom. Okay? At each end, right here, at each end is synonym for top and bottom. So what's at each end? A column. So the answer is column. See how that works? So a lot of times what you have to be aware of is they may switch the word order may be switched up between the question and the passage. Okay? So what I mean by that is this. Here it says diagonal bracing at the top and bottom of a column. Right? So we have top and bottom of the column. In the passage, we have top and bottom of the column. In the passage, it says there's a column at each end. So you see it's reversed. It's reversed, and you have to be aware of that. Here, the correct answer is, of course, top and bottom of column. Top and bottom of column. However, in the passage, the way it's written in the passage is there's a column at each end. Right? There's a column at the top and the bottom. So the word order is reversed. The word order is reversed. And so that's important to make sure you're aware of that it does not have to come in the exact same word order that is written. All right, for number 22, I'm looking for something about I have to find language that means less. Right? That's probably what I'm going to focus on more than anything else, the word less. For number 22, the word less and the word conventional building. Because the word less, it should be easy to find. It's probably going to be using synonyms in the passage. And that's the trick to being able to find the right sentence as the answer comes from. It's not about reading so much and taking on so much. You have to focus on finding the right sentence. That's what you have to focus on. Finding the right sentence. Got to focus on that. Have to do that. All right, so let's keep going down. We're here. I'm looking for a word. I'm scanning through this. Conventional buildings and less. Like I said, I'm scanning. I'm not reading. I'm scanning. We're not really reading. We're just taking it word by word, going through the words without reading. I know that sounds strange, but that's how you have to scan. You're going through the words without reading. I haven't found conventional building. And I haven't found conventional building yet. Oh, here's buildings. All right, there's buildings. I need something talking about less, though. Okay, we're getting close. All right, it says 6 months of starting his research. Zong had given up traditional methods. Traditional is similar to the word conventional, but I still have to find the language that means the same as less. Here we go. All right, it's in this last sentence right here. To reduce. Here's our last sentence. To reduce means to make less, and here we have the word building right here. Okay? To reduce the overall weight of the building, it had to use less concrete. And we have the word less. We have actually the exact word less right here, less concrete. So the answer would be concrete, CONCRET. The answer will be concrete. To reduce the overall weight of the building and use less concrete. All right, now I want you to make a note of something. Okay, I want you to make a note of something. Numbers 19, 20, and 21 were all in paragraph B. Then it skipped paragraph C, and the last answer is in paragraph D. So you see how that is, right? It doesn't have to go paragraph by paragraph. We had 3 of the answers in paragraph B, then it skipped paragraph C, and our next answer was in paragraph D. So you have to be aware that that's a possibility to be able to skip over a paragraph. Okay, got to be aware of that. Okay, so that'll do it for this first example of the diagram question, and now we will go ahead and do another one. Okay, all right, so take care, and I will talk to you soon. Okay, so let's look at another diagram example. All right, for this diagram example, we're looking at this passage is from test number 1 from the Cambridge book number 8. And if you have the book, you are definitely welcome to work along with me. I suggest you get the books. I think they're great and you should use them. If you want to, you can actually stop the lecture right now and go to Cambridge book 8, reading passage 1, and you can try to do the question and before I go through it, and then be able to check your answers that way. So I think that's a great way to use this book, and to be able to work with us. All right. So let's look at a diagram question. We've seen this reading passage. We've seen this reading passage before because I used it to do a matching question, which we just learned earlier. We did this matching question right here earlier, and I explained also with this passage about how to do the paragraph location question. In terms of that, we don't do it first. We do the matching and the diagram first, then go back to the paragraph location question. I explained that to you. Right, but here is our diagram right here. Right. So again, a diagram is pretty much like a fill-the-blank question. Okay, it's pretty much like a fill-the-blank question. And now for this diagram, they give us a big clue. They give us a big clue that that's going to help us be able to find the right paragraph or paragraphs to have this information. So I'll give you like 3 seconds to see if you can look at it and be able to know what that clue is. That's going to tell us how to quickly find the right paragraph. Okay, you ready? It's right here. 1670. How the 1670 lever-based device worked. 1670. Right, we should be able to look and find that date very, very fast. And once we find that date, we will find all the answers that go on the blank line. Okay? All right, number 9 is dealing with escapement, and the key word here is resembling. All right, the word resemble means looks like. All right? Very important that you learn vocabulary. Okay? The more vocabulary that you learn, the easier this test is going to be. So you got to learn vocabulary. All right? If you don't, you can learn the vocabulary that you need for the TOEFL exam and the IELTS exam is the same. It doesn't matter if you're studying IELTS for IELTS vocabulary or for TOEFL for vocabulary. It doesn't matter. I'm talking about in terms of, like, if you see a list that says TOEFL vocabulary, that's good for the IELTS. If you see a list that says IELTS vocabulary, that's good for the TOEFL. All right? So, don't worry about that. Number 10 has to be a word. Let's look at our directions. How many words can we write? No more than 2 words. Right, directions say no more than 2 words. We can write 2 words or 1 word. Can't write 3. Number 10 is going to be something that describes what this is. You have to look at what that looks like. Number 11 is going to be a word that describes what these things are right here. These little pointy things. All right, and number 12 and 13 are connected to this language, which beats each. That's very helpful because 12 and 13 are connected. A blank which beats each blank. Okay? All right, so first let's find the paragraph that we need to look for. And we're looking for 1670. And I could do really like a loose scan. I don't have to scan really hard because I'm looking for numbers. I still don't see 1670, but I'm scanning. Looking at numbers, everybody. All I'm looking at are numbers. 1283, 13, 14. Here we go. 16th century, 1670. All right, there we go. All right. So first, I'm looking for the first one, and I'm looking for something with just like the word resemble. It was called the anchor escapement, which was a lever-based device shaped like. a ship's anchor. Oh, there we go. Shaped like. Shaped like is the same thing as resemble. Shaped like is the same as resemble. I'm right here in the second sentence of paragraph G. Second sentence of paragraph G. Shaped like a ship's anchor. So the answer I will write is ship's anchor. Ship's anchor. Right there. Ship's anchor. Number 10 and 11. We can look at those together. 10, well, it looks like a circle. It looks like the wheel of a car. The motion of the pendulum rocks the device so that it catches it and releases each tooth of the escape wheel. Yeah, that's gonna be that's exactly what that looks like, right? It looks like a wheel, the escape wheel, right? And that other thing looks like a tooth, right? It looks like a tooth. Yeah, tooth and wheel, right? Tooth and wheel, they're together also. Tooth of the escape wheel, right? But if we look here, remember I told you, for a diagonal question, it's possible for the answers to come reversed, right? It's the answer for here, the answers are coming at us reversed. And what I mean by that is this. For number 11 is coming before number 10. The answer to number 11 is tooth. The answer to number 10 is escape wheel, because that looks like a wheel. But we know 10 and 11 have to be together. But in our passage, number 11, the word tooth is coming before the answer for number 10, the word escape wheel. So that's why I say it, for a diagram question, that's what you have to be aware of. Sometimes if you have two possible answer choices, not two possible answer choices, you have two questions that are right next to each other like that, or they're combined together. It's possible for one of them to come before the other one. And in fact, they really like to do that sometimes on the IELTS exam, because a lot of students are not expecting it and are not prepared for it. Okay, but you have to be. All right, and we have one more. We have 12 and 13. We're looking for a sentence that talks about which beats each. A blank, which beats each. I'm going to focus on that language, which beats each. We're scanning through. They're going in order. So, I mean, they're going in order in terms of their grouping. 10 and 11 were reversed, but oh, here we go right here. It's in the last sentence. Which could beat. Which could beat. Moreover, this invention allowed for the use of a long pendulum, which could beat once a second. Once a second, once a is synonym for each. Once a is synonym for each. So the answer for number 13 is second. And what language comes right before could beat? Which could beat is long pendulum, right? Long pendulum, right? Moreover, this invention allowed the use of a long pendulum, which could beat once a second, right? So the language right before which could beat is long pendulum. So that's the answer for number 12. And also we have the synonym language for each. Once a is a synonym for each. And so the answer for 13 is second. See right here? A long pendulum which beats each second. Okay? And we have synonym language for each. Once a is synonym for each. So it says once a second, each second. All right? A long pendulum. That comes right before which beats. All right? So those are our answers for 12 and 13. Okay? So when we have diagram questions, just be aware we treat them like fill the blank questions. But we have to be aware when we have two questions that are combined together like 10 and 11, it's possible for them to be reversed in terms of their order in the passage. So we have to be aware of that, okay? So thanks for joining us, and now we're going to move on to some more practice. So take care, and I'll talk to you soon. Okay, everyone. So now we're going to take a look at a table question and how to do a table question. The table question is basically a fill-the-blank question. You've just watched the video going over the strategy for a table question, but I will go ahead and repeat it for you. It's basically a fill-the-blank question. The table will always look something like this right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 questions here. Normally a table question goes in order, but just like you may have heard if you watched the other video with the diagram, it's possible that if 2 and 3 are in the same sentence or right next to each other, that you might find the answer for number 3 before you find the answer for number 2. So it is possible for a table question to not go in order. It's possible, but the vast majority of the time that's not going to happen. All right, so when we're looking at this one here for the table question, we treat it like a fill-the-blank question. We have to fill in. Number 1 is one method. Number 2 is another method, ribbon. The second method right here, ribbon. So what I would probably do is I would probably start with the second one first, because the word ribbon is going to be easy to find. It's a type of method, because it says right here, early methods of producing flat glass. Early methods of producing flat glass. So I'm going to look for ribbon, and then I'm looking for something that says could produce glass sheets of varying. So the answer for number 4 will connect to the word varying. Varying means like different, like varying sizes, right? And number 5, it says the glass was blank. All right, and then we also have 20% of the glass rubbed away. Machines were expensive. So number 5 most likely is going to come before this language of 20%, but 20% is going to be easy to find, right? That's going to be easy to find. All right, so let's take a look. See if we can find the word ribbon. Start at the very beginning. We see they're starting off with Mesopotamia and the Egyptians, so they're starting off really early. Oh, wow. Well, as we're scanning, we actually see number 1 right here. It says the first successful method for making clear flat glass involves spinning. Okay. So that's actually our answer for number 1 right here, the spinning method. Right? That's the first method. The first method is spinning. Early methods of producing flat glass. First method is spinning. Okay. All right, so I'll go to number 2. The glass remained. All right, see what it says. I'm right here in the first paragraph, everyone. I'm in the third sentence where it says the first successful method. Right here where you see that little hand on the screen. Right, always follow the little hand. The first method for making clear flat glass involves spinning. All right. Our next sentence says this method was very effective as the glass had not touched any surface between being soft and becoming hard, so it stayed perfectly unblemished with a fire finished. This method was very effective as the glass had not touched any surfaces between being soft and becoming hard, so it stayed perfectly unblemished. All right, so our answer for number 2 is unblemished, right? Because the word remained. The word remained right here. You see. Remember, I told you with fill the blank questions, pay attention to the word before the blank line. When we're looking for number 2, we're looking for a word that means the same as remained. Because if we could find the word that means the same as remained, we'll know what the answer is for number 2. So right here in the paragraph, we see the word stayed. Right? Stayed is a synonym for remained. Right? So stayed, perfectly unblemished. Remained, perfectly unblemished. So our answer is unblemished. 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 I could write perfectly unblemished because it says I could write 2 words. Right? It says I could write 2 words. So I could write perfectly unblemished. But you don't have to write that adverb. You can just write the word you can just write unblemished. And finally, we're looking for something that comes after slow. So it's slow and then something else. You see these 2 periods right here, that little period right there and that little period right here. Look at the hand. The period, the dot or marker in front of the word slow. That means these 2 things are separate. It's slow, and then basically it's like and then number 3 is also something else. All right, so here's our synonym. It says last sentence. However, the process took a long time. Long time is synonym for slow. Long time is synonym for slow. Was slow and, there's our and, labor intensive. So the answer for the next one is labor intensive. Right there, labor intensive. I'm in the last sentence, everyone. We see it right there, labor intensive. Labor intensive. However, the process took a long time and was labor intensive. That's our answer. And long time is synonym for slow. So you're seeing as we're going through these examples how important it is to understand synonym language. That's really, really important. You have to understand it. All right, so let's keep moving down. We know the next part of the table deals with the word ribbon. Here it is right here. Ribbon. Right, here it is right here. The first continuous, now remember, if you don't remember, some of you guys have good memory, some of you don't. There's the word ribbon, and for number 4, it says could produce glass sheets of varying. So for number 4, I'm looking for a word. I'm looking for a word that means the same as varying. Right? Varying. If I find the word that means the same as varying, then I'll know the word, that I know the answer for number 4 automatically because it's connected. All right, so the first continuous ribbon process involves squeezing molten glass through 2 hot rollers, similar to an old mangle. No word that means the same as varying yet. This allowed glass of virtually any thickness. There's our answer right there. Any, the word any, is similar to the word varying. Any means like it could be anything. It could be 1, it could be 2, it could be 3, it could be 4, any, right? Any is synonym for varying. So our correct answer here is thickness. This allowed glass of virtually any thickness. This allowed glass of varying thickness. Virtually any is the same thing as saying varying, okay? So the answer is thickness. Thickness, thickness. And number 5, then we have nonstop process. And number 5, the glass was blank. 20% of glass rubbed away. All right. What was the glass? Should come before 20%. There's 20%. There's nonstop. Okay, so it has to be in between there. But the rollers will leave both sides of the glass marked. Oh, so the glass was marked. It will leave both sides of the glass marked. And these would need to be ground and polished. So the glass was marked. Marked. There's the answer right there. M-A-R-K-E-D. Marked. All right, so you see for this one, it went in order. Up here in this first paragraph, we had the information for the first one, the spinning process, and then in the next paragraph, we had the information for the ribbon process. So it went in order. And like I told you, for the most part, that's what it's going to do, except for sometimes we have an exception. All right? So that's our first look at the example for a table question. All right. Talk to you soon. Okay, so let's take a look at how to do a summary question. Okay, the summary question is one of the more challenging questions for a lot of students, and one of the reasons why it is challenging for some students is because it's a lot of times the summary is made up. It can be a lot of times they can take a sentence from paragraph B, a sentence from paragraph C, and a sentence from paragraph E, and put those sentences together to make a summary. So sometimes a summary can be a summary of information in one paragraph, or it can be a summary of information from multiple paragraphs. Well, the more difficult one, of course, is when it's a summary from multiple paragraphs. That's the one that's more challenging. What also makes a summary question challenging is that sometimes the information does not have to come in order. All right, so if you have a summary question, the information for number 25 might be found before the information for number 24 or before the information for number 23 because it's a summary. And so those are two of the things with a summary question that can make it a challenge for a lot of students. That can make it a challenge for a lot of students when that happens sometimes. So you have to, that's what makes it difficult for some. This is an example of what a summary question looks like. Like I told you, that this is one form. There are two forms of the summary question. One form has words in a box that you can choose from, and the first form here is just fill in the blank, also without words in the box. But like I told you, number 33 might come before number 31. We don't know, and that's what makes it a challenge. A lot of times, it depends on if the summary question is found in reading passage number 1, or if the summary question is found in reading passage number 3. If the summary question is found in reading passage number 3, then there's a good chance that those sentences are not going to go in order, and that can make it a lot more difficult to be able to handle. All right. So we talked about that. It can come in from one paragraph or a combination of 2 to 4 paragraphs. All right. So you want to, in terms of strategy, when you're looking at a summary question like this, you want to look at these 4 questions here and try to decide, well, which ones have information that are easier to do first. Because you don't have to go in order from 31 to 34. You sometimes want to pick out the ones that are easier to do first. Number 31 actually doesn't look too bad because it's talking about the early days of photography, which might be easier to find, but it also talks about 3 clear views. So we're looking for a sentence. Sometimes it could be a combination of 2 sentences, but we're looking for 1 or 2 sentences to discuss the early days of photography and 3 clear views. So that it might be good to start with 31, but really none of the other questions look easier than the other. You know, there are no names, there are no scientific words, there are no dates, there are no proper nouns, there are no specific nouns that don't have synonyms, and so we're not going to be able to really choose some that we might do before others in this situation here. But you want to always check that. And so we want to then treat it exactly like a fill-the-blank question. We treat it exactly like a fill-the-blank question. And what that means is that we are able to go find the sentence where the question comes from, and then we read that sentence or sentences where the question comes from, and then we pick the answer that goes on the blank line. So it's done just like a normal fill-the-blank question. All right? Okay, and this is exactly what I've just been talking about here. Right? We take the easiest question, scan for it, find it, read it, and then look at the question, look at the words before and after the blank line, and then we search the passage keyword sentence and locate the language that's before and after the blank line, because our answer is going to directly connect to that. Okay? All right, so that's the way that we do a summary question. In terms of order, a lot of times, a lot of times if I have a fill the blank question and a true false not given question, I'm probably going to do those first before the summary question. I'm probably going to do those first before the summary question. The reason why is it's going to give me a chance to look at a lot of the passage and become more familiar with it while I'm answering questions. And then the summary question might be a little bit easier to do. Okay, so those are the key points about the summary question, and so now let's go through some examples to show you exactly how to do it. Okay, all right. So thanks a lot, and I will talk to you soon. Okay, so let's look at an example of the summary question. There's a good example of the summary question where all the words appear in the box. Okay, where all the words appear in a box, and then we've seen an example of when the words don't appear in the box. So now let's look at an example of when the words do appear in the box. Okay, so let's have a look at it. This is from, I believe this is from the Cambridge book number 7 or 8. I think it's number 7. But I like some of the reading passages in those books in 7 and 8. Number 9 is okay too, but I like 7, 8, and I like the new one 10, and I like the 2014 8 practice test. Those are all pretty good. I like to use those because they give you a good variety of the different questions that you might have to do. So let's take a look at it. All right. So first we have a multiple choice question, which we would do because it goes in order. Then we have a complete the sentence question, a fill the blank question, which we need to do fill in the blank question because it goes in order. And then we have our summary question. All right, so if we were doing this for the real exam, we would do our multiple choice question, we would do our fill the blank question, then we would do our summary question. And it should be a little bit easier. Now, one thing that might make it easier for you, one thing that I recommend that might be helpful to you, and I didn't say this when I gave you the explanation, but maybe I should when I gave you the strategy lesson. But one thing that might be helpful is even though you're not going to do the summary question first, go ahead and look at the keywords in the summary question: electrical charges, ionization, lasers, laser beams, controlling electrical charges. I would circle those keywords and then go and do my multiple choice and fill the blank question. And that way, when I'm doing my multiple choice and my fill the blank question, I can keep I can keep my eyes open for those keywords to appear. And then maybe I'll know a little bit faster. Where the information for the summary question is coming from. And also maybe I'll know also if this is a summary question where the information comes from multiple sentences, or if it's a summary question where the information comes from one specific sentence. Okay? All right, so we have to, let's just keep that in mind when we're talking about it. All right, so for this one, now what's going to make it easy to find, like for number 7, like I said, we want to look and see which we have to do number 7, 8, 9, and 10 here. I think the information for number 7 might be easy to find because it has the word ionization. There's not going to be a synonym for the word ionization. All right, and laser and ionization, not going to be a problem. Number 8, we're going to talking about a laser and controlling electrical charges, right? And that's for number 8. And number 9, which is less dangerous than using blank. All right. So let's go ahead and look and first see if we can find the word ionization. And what you have to do is you have to read the sentence where you see ionization, and then you can look and see which word in the box you would pick. All right, that's the way it works. That's the way it works in terms of reading comprehension. That's the when you have words in a box. Go read the sentence, and then pick the word in the box that fits from what you just read. So let's go try and find ionization first. And what I'm doing, I don't mean to have this dead tape here, but what we're doing is we're scanning and looking for the word oh, there it is right there. See it? Ionization. Okay. So there's ionization right there. Okay, there's ionization. And so that's going to gives me a good idea of where we should be starting from. All right, so let's take a look at it and see if we can start filling in some of these blanks. Now, another thing to be aware of also when it comes to a fill the blank question is sometimes what they'll do is they'll take information from two sentences and then in a summary combine it into one sentence. Okay? So be aware of that. Sometimes you have to read two sentences to get the information because that's something that they love to do. Because that's what summarizing is. That's what summarizing is when you really think about it, right? That's what it is. Summarizing is, taking information from multiple sentences, writing compounding complex sentences and using adjective clauses, and creating a really good summary that really gives you a good idea of what the passage is about. So, what's key for number 7 is the word remove, because it says removing electrons from, right? So we're looking at removing electrons from. Now, I'm always going to, for a summary question, just be aware that it could be a combination of two sentences. So here's ionization. Let's just start at the beginning and look at our topic sentence. I'm right here in this paragraph that starts with the words, the idea. The idea began some 20 years ago when high-powered lasers were revealing their ability to extract electrons out of atoms and create ions. All right, so there's our answer right there is atoms. All right, because extract means remove. Extract electrons out of atoms and create ions. If a laser could generate a line of ionization in the air all the way up to the storm cloud. So yeah, that first one is a combination of these first two sentences. The answer comes from the first sentence, and the other language that makes up the sentence comes from the second sentence. So they took information from both of these sentences and combined it together to create one sentence. But I know my answer is atoms because of the word extract. Extract means remove. Extract means remove. And so we know the answer for number 7 is we are removing electrons from atoms. So on our answer sheet, we will put B as the answer. We will put the letter B as in boy. Okay, and then for our next one, we're looking at the laser is then directed at. Right? Directed is like pointed towards. That's what the word directed means. The laser is then directed at in order to control electrical charges. So what is the laser directed at? All right. Well, here it is right here. To stop the laser itself being struck, it would not be pointed straight at the clouds. Let's see. To control electrical charges. Okay. Right, so if a laser could generate a line, oh, here it is right here. A line, that means direction. A line of ionization in the air all the way up to a storm cloud. So our correct answer for this one would be C, okay, storm cloud, because a line is the same as saying directed at. All right, that's what that means. So the answer for number 8 would be C, storm clouds. Directed at, point a line towards, show a line towards, right? So we had our first answer, atoms, come from the first sentence. We had our next answer, storm clouds, come from the second sentence. And then for number 9, it's a method that's less dangerous than using. Less dangerous than using. So we have to find language. We have to find language that means less dangerous than. Okay, that's what we're looking, less dangerous than. Well, you know, when I look at this paragraph, I don't see anything that's talking about it being less dangerous than. I don't see any information in this paragraph that talks about dangerous or less dangerous. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So what that means is that when we look at this question, wow, what they've done here is number 8 comes from that sentence, that second sentence of the paragraph. But the next part of the sentence, a method which is less dangerous than using, that comes from a whole different paragraph. Wow. So they took information from one paragraph and took information from another paragraph and combined that into one sentence. Wow, that's tricky. That is really, really tricky. That's really, really tricky. Wow. We have to find a paragraph that talks about it being less dangerous than. Okay. I decided to look under this paragraph that says bad behavior because if it's talking about about bad behavior, that's usually talking about something negative, and I'm looking for an object that's less dangerous than a laser. All right, less dangerous. So. You know, that heading of bad behavior let me know that this is talking about what is going to be less dangerous as whatever they're talking about in these paragraphs under bad behavior is the dangerous thing. And it looks like in these two paragraphs, but while the rockets are fine for research, the rockets anyway, who would want to fire streams of rockets in a populated area? So it seems like the bad thing they're talking about is rockets. So the lasers are less dangerous than rockets. So the answer for number 9 is rockets. Wow, that is really cruel what the IELTS people are doing there. But that's I told you that it's possible that information can come from different paragraphs. And they took information from 2 different parts and combined it together. So that means the answer for number 9 would be G. All right, number 10, as a protection for the lasers, the beams are aimed firstly at. All right, what are the beams first aimed at? What are the beams first aimed at? All right, our answer is mirror. All right, directed at, aimed at, directed at, aimed at. To stop the laser, I'm starting with the sentence before so you can see that this is the answer. To stop the laser itself being struck, it would not be pointed straight at the clouds. Instead, it would be directed at a mirror and from there into the sky. So first it's going to be directed at a mirror and from there into the sky. All right, so the answer directed at is the synonym language here. Directed at for aim, firstly aimed. Aimed firstly at, directed at. Aimed firstly at, directed at a mirror. So the answer for number 10 would be mirror, which is D. Wow. So our correct answers are B, C, G, D. B, C, G, D. B, C, G, D. Okay? All right, so thanks a lot, and I hope these examples of the summary question were helpful for you. All right? I'll talk to you soon. Okay, everyone. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at another paragraph location question. This is from book number 7, the Cambridge book number 7. You notice by now that the Cambridge books are the only books that I use really for teaching. The reason why is they're accurate, very, very accurate in terms of being close to the real exam. And so I think it's really important that when you practice with the right materials. And so that's why I really recommend that you use their books, that you buy them, that you use their books, because that's what I use to teach my classes, okay? That's what I use to teach my classes. And so, all right, let's move on. Paragraph location. We just saw in the previous example that I did. All right, so let's have a look here. Here we have a paragraph location question. Which paragraph contains the following information? Remember, like I said, our first step, we know we're not going to do the paragraph location question first. Here, the paragraph location question appears as numbers 1 through 5. Sometimes the paragraph location can be numbers 11, 12, 13, 14. It could be at the end, or it can be in the middle. Most of the time it's in the beginning or at the end. If it's at the end, great, because then it's already set up the way it should be set up, because we're going to do it last. Okay? But, like I told you, we should first circle the keywords in the question first, in the questions, and then move on. So for number 1, we're looking for again, with this question, what they're asking you is, they're asking you which paragraph has the information for this question. Okay, which paragraph has the information for this question? That's what they're asking you. Which paragraph has the information for this particular question? All right, so when we're looking at number 1, keywords are wildlife and wildlife other than bats, and not rely on vision. So we need a paragraph that's talking about wildlife other than bats. Number 2, early mammals. It's a paragraph that's talking about early mammals. Number 3, bats hunt and the word dark. Again, these are the words that I would circle. These are the words that I would circle, and that I would so I can keep them in mind. Number 4 is talking about a particular discovery that helped our understanding of bats, our particular discovery. And number 5 is talking about early military and echolocation. So, again, those are the words that I would circle, okay? Circle and keep those words in mind. Because as we're doing the other questions, When you come across that keyword language or synonym of that keyword language, you'll then know that that's the proper paragraph for one of these paragraph location questions. Okay, this is how we make it easier. This is how we make ourselves more efficient when we're doing the IELTS exam for reading comprehension. That's really important. It's really important that you know how to make yourself efficient and get a lot correct. That's what you want, okay? So let's go ahead and move through this. So here we have a summary question. All right, this is a summary question. And so for this summary, now there are two types of summary questions, okay? There are two types of summary questions. We have summary questions where they give you like a box below it with some words in it. And here we have a summary question that doesn't have that box, so we have to fill in the blank. But we treat a summary question just like a fill the blank question, okay? We treat a summary question exactly like a fill the blank question. We have to be aware that sometimes it may not go in order. If that summary question appears in paragraph number 1, not paragraph number 1, in reading passage 1, most likely it goes in order. If the summary question appears in reading passage 3, most likely it doesn't go in order. It's going to be mixed up. But here we have something that's very helpful. We have a title, facial vision. So what this information in this summary is coming from a paragraph or paragraphs that discuss facial vision. So I need to find that. And then also we have a fill the blank question. Right, we have a fill the blank question. Our directions say no more than 2 words. Right? And it looks like all of this is about radar. Number 10, radar. 11, radar. 12, radar and sonar. And then 13, the word echolocation. So we have all these dealing with the same topic of radar. All right, so that's going to make that easier to find the paragraph that the information is coming from. So let's see if I can find a paragraph that's dealing with facial vision. So I'm scanning, everybody. I'm scanning for the word facial vision. And scanning is really a good exercise to learn how to do. The better you get at scanning, the better you're going to do on the IELTS exam. Okay, I think it's really, really important to learn how to do that. And I'm talking to you and I'm scanning at the same time. So you have to be able to multitask. There it is right there. Facial vision. All right, there it is. Paragraph D. Paragraph D, we see it in quotations, facial vision. All right, we see it right there, facial vision. So this is my starting point. It actually, I think the fill in the blank questions are coming from the next one, from the bottom also, because we have sonar, radar, bats, echolocation in paragraph E right here. So our fill in the blank questions are coming from the bottom of paragraph D and paragraph E probably, and our summary question is coming from paragraph D, where it talks about facial vision. All right, so let's go ahead and start with our summary question. So for number 6. It says, in fact, the sensation is more similar to the way in which pain from a blank arm or leg might be felt. So I need a sentence that's talking about pain and arm or leg. Okay, and that's going to give me number 6. Pain in arm and leg. So I'm scanning through the sentences. Now there it is right there, pain. All right, so although the sensation, the beginning of the sentence right here with the word experiments. Experiments show that, in fact, facial vision is nothing to do with touch or the front of the face, although the sensation may be referred to the front of the face, like the referred pain in a phantom limb. All right, answer is the word phantom right here. Phantom, phantom. All right, because limb is arm, limb is synonym for arm or leg, and there we have the word pain, which comes before it. So pain in a phantom limb or phantom arm and leg. So the answer for number 6 would be phantom. Phantom, phantom. It would be for number 6. Pain from a phantom arm or leg. Again, when you're doing fill-the-blank questions, and a summary is like a fill-the-blank questions, pay attention to the language that's before and after the blank line, because that's what our answer is going to connect to. That's what our answer is going to connect to. It's going to connect to that. All right, number 7 says the ability actually comes from perceiving something through the ears. Key word here is ears, no synonym. Right, that's going to be easy to find. Perceiving something, whatever this is on the blank line, that comes through the ears. Now, there's the word ears right here. Here it is. You see the little hand moving right here? There's a little hand. Look at the little hand on the right side. There's the hand. There's the word ears right there. All right, let's go to the beginning of the sentence. So we're looking for, in this sentence, we're looking for something that comes through the ears. The sensation of facial vision, it turns out, really goes in through the ears. All right, so what goes through the ears? The sensation. The sensation. So the answer for that one is, the answer for number 7 is sensation. Is sensation. All right, number 8. However, even before this was understood, the principle had been applied in the design of instruments which calculated the blank of the seabed. Right, I'm looking for something about instruments, and keyword that comes right before the blank line for number 8, calculated. And seabed. Calculated and seabed. All right, so in this it looks like this summary question is going in order, so that's pretty good. It looks like this summary question is going in order. Here we go. Right here. Look at the hand. Here's the little hand right here. Okay, and here's the word instruments. Here's the word instruments. I'm down towards the bottom. Here's the word instruments. Here's the word measure. Right, here's the word measure. All right, and here's see under a ship. See under a ship, which is the same thing as saying seabed. All right, so when we look at this sentence, again, what we're looking for is the design of instruments which calculated the blank of the seabed. All right, so the answer should come after the word measure, right here. Right here it is, right here in paragraph D, the word measure. For example, to measure the depth of the sea under a ship. So the answer is depth. That's what they're measuring. They're measuring depth. D-E-P-T-H, depth. There it is right there. All right, depth. And here we see something about Second World War. So that means that, oh, that's the answer for number 5. That probably means number 5. That probably means number 5 is in paragraph D. Unless another paragraph mentions anything about war. Which it doesn't. A, B, C. No. All right, so good. That means that we can go to this paragraph location question, and we know the answer for number 5 now. We know the answer for number 5. We know the answer for number 5 is Second World War. Because here we see Second World War, and here we see which use radio echoes and sound echoes. That's echolocation. So that means that that answer is D. All right. So you see how that worked? We're doing the other question. We're doing the summary question. But because I circled those key words for the paragraph location question and kept them in my mind, when I came across something about war, that's synonym for early military, Second World War, and we see echoes, that means that that answer D is for number 5 here. Early military uses echolocation. That means the answer is D. That's where we see this information. So that's what I mean by that. You could be doing another question and then answering this question at the same time. All right, let's move on to number 9. This was followed by a wartime application in devices for finding blank. Wartime application, so we're probably talking about World War II, and we're looking for the key words are for number 9, devices for finding. Whatever this answer is connected to the word finding, and they're most likely going to use synonyms for it. Before weapon designers adapted it for the, here we go, detection. The word detection, right here, the word detection is synonym for the word finding, so the answer is submarines. Finding submarines, detection of submarines. All right, finding and detection are synonyms, so the correct answer is submarines. All right, so we answered all the that's an example. Actually, while we're doing this paragraph location question, I also gave you the example for the summary question also. So that's pretty good. We were able to get that summary in there also for the summary question. All right, so let's take a look at our timer real quick. We're doing okay. All right, now. Here we have our fill the blank question. All right, and so what we're going to do is we're going to stop this tape because we want to get all of our tapes in under 20 minutes for this course, and so we're going to start a new lecture and continue from here. Okay, we're going to start a new lecture and continue from here. So this is example 2A. And the next one is going to be paragraph location example 2B, so that you know the order of the lectures in which to listen. Okay, so let's stop, and we're going to start a new lecture and pick up from where we left off. Okay, all right. Talk to you soon. Okay, everyone, so let's take a look at the paragraph location question. All right, so I know for most of you, the paragraph location question is one of the most challenging questions. The paragraph location question is the question where it says, which paragraph contains the following information, right? And what makes this question so difficult is, number one, students don't know the proper strategy for doing it. That's first of all. They don't know the proper strategy for doing it. And then number two, the question doesn't go in order, which means that they want to know which paragraph the information is located in. And so number one might be in paragraph E, and number two might be in paragraph B, and number three might be in paragraph 1. So it may not go in order. And so I'm going to tell you the proper method and strategy so that you know exactly how to do this question, so that you know exactly how to do it, so that you are well prepared and are able to really excel with the paragraph location question. So let's get into it. All right. As I said, this is one of the most difficult questions to do, and I just explained to you why it's so difficult in terms of doing this question. You have to be able to find the information in the question, in a paragraph, in the passage. They want to know. They give you a sentence, right? And they want to know which paragraph in the passage has the information for this sentence, right? And as I told you, it doesn't go in order, and you have to be able to look for the specific information that's located in the question. And also keep in mind that they're most likely going to be using synonyms. And I've told you that. I've told you how synonyms are recognizing synonyms is so important and so relevant. All right. So this is the proper strategy for doing this question, the proper strategy for doing a paragraph location question. Number one, you want to underline the keywords in each question, right? That's the first thing we want to be able to do. We want to be able to underline the keywords in each question. All right, then step number two, go and do the other questions for that passage first. So go do the true, false, not given question, or the matching question, or the diagram question, etc. Do those first. Okay? So step 1 and 2 are very important. So I'm going to repeat it. Step number 1, underline the keywords in each question for the paragraph location question. Underline or circle the keywords. Keep them in your mind, to put them in your mind. Then leave the paragraph location question and go do the other questions in that reading passage set. Okay? Now, you want to keep in mind the keywords from the paragraph location question and look out for those keywords while you're doing the other questions. Okay? That's going to make the paragraph location question so much easier to do and so much easier to handle and manage. All right, after finishing the other questions, go back to the paragraph location question and see which ones that you're able to really answer right away, because you were able to kind of really go through a lot of the passages by doing the other questions. After you've answered the ones that you can do right away, then you want to do the remaining paragraph location questions by being able to skim through the paragraphs and find where that specific information for the question is located for. Keep in mind about synonym language, okay? Very important, all right? So that's actually the basic strategy for a paragraph location question. Now I'm about to do 2 examples, and I'm going to go through, actually for each example, I'm actually going to go through the full process. So what I mean by that is I'm going to do the entire reading passage, all the questions, just so you can get a really good idea of the proper strategy for doing a paragraph location question. So you have to make sure you follow along with me, because I'm going to be going through it at a fast rate to make sure that I'm able to finish up and explain to you at the same time. Okay? All right, so let's get started. I'll talk to you soon. Okay, so let's take a look at this example for the paragraph location question. All right, so we're still dealing with our passage we had before. So like I said, this is the paragraph location question right here. It always has language like this. Which paragraph contains the following information? Or sometimes it might say which section contains the following information. So it'll say which paragraph contains the following information, or it'll say which section contains the following information. All right? And like I said, we're not going to do the question first, because it doesn't go in order, and so many students do it first, especially if it appears first, like here. Here it appears first as 1, 2, 3, 4. And a lot of times in the past, it would appear first. And students would waste so much time trying to do this question first. All right, but we're not going to do it first. What we would do is we would do the matching question first, and then we would do the diagram question. And then we go back and do the paragraph location question, numbers 1 through 4. Now, as I explained in the strategy, what you want to do is we want to first look at the keywords in the paragraph location question. Like number 1, when I say keywords, right, let me be clear about that. I'm talking about nouns and verbs, subject, object, verb, all right, or subject, verb, object. That's what we're looking for, right? The subject and the object, the nouns and the verbs. So for number 1, we're talking about, we have early timekeeping convention, and also something about cold temperatures. Those are Those are the keywords that I would circle or I would underline, okay? For number 2, we're talking about geography, and then other noun, calendar, and then next, farming communities. Those are the words that I would underline or circle: geography, calendar, farming community. Number 3, pendulum clock. And number 4, simultaneous efforts. That means simultaneous means doing things at the same time. Simultaneous efforts of societies and using uniform hours. All right. So those are the keywords that I'm going to circle, and those are the keywords that I'm going to try to keep in mind while I'm doing the other questions. Okay. So now we've circled the keywords. Right. You circle the keywords on your paper. If you have the book like I recommend, you circle the keywords on your paper. Now we're going to skip it. We're going to leave it. We're going to leave the paragraph location question, and we would go do the matching question. Right? If you remember how to do a matching question, we have to look at the word, find the word Babylonians, read the sentence where we see Babylonians, and then see if that matches any of these questions right here. Right? So we would go and look at Babylonians, which is right here. It says the Babylonians began to measure time, introducing calendars to coordinate communal activities, to plan the shipment of goods, and in particular to regulate planting and harvesting. So they introduced calendars to coordinate communal activities, plan the shipment of goods, and regulate planting and harvesting. So Babylonians are, let's see, calendar equal months in length, nothing about that. 2 equal halves, no. Cabinet shape, no. Calendar to organize public events and work schedules, yes. So for number 8, we will put A for Babylonians, because organize public events and work schedules. It said they coordinated communal activities, that's organizing public events, and they regulated planting and harvesting, and plan the shipment of goods, that's work schedules, right? So for number 8, we would put A. Number, let's go look for Egyptians. Here are Egyptians right here. The Egyptians had formulated a municipal calendar having 12 months of 30 days. All right, 12 months of 30 days. Okay, and we can see that's a match for right here. Civil calendar in which the months were equal in length. So number 5 would be A. Right, now I'm still keeping in mind my keywords for here, for the paragraph location. I still have those in my mind. Geography, farming, calendar, cold temperatures, early timekeeping invention, and uniform hours, simultaneous efforts. I still have those in my mind. Okay. Next, I'm looking at the Greeks. Here are the Greeks right here. Temporal hours, which were first adopted by the Greeks. That doesn't match anything. Divided into 2 equal halves, no. Develop a new cabinet shape for the timekeeper, no. So Greeks doesn't match anything. English, here's England right here. England is a substitute for English. The early, in paragraph F, where it says England, the earliest recorded weight-driven mechanical clock was built in 1283 in Bedfordshire in England. The revolutionary aspect of this new timekeeper, okay, so we see that one. We see that England is a match for develop a new cabinet shape for a type of timekeeper. So number 7 would be England, okay? And also when I was in this paragraph, about England, right? When I was in this paragraph about England, okay, there's England right there. Yes, I see something about a pendulum clock. Right, I see something about a pendulum clock right here. Something about a pendulum clock. All right, when I was looking at that paragraph about England, that jumped out to me. So that means that number 3 is F. All right, the description of the origins of the pendulum clock. That's paragraph F. All right. Now I'm still doing my matching question. I'm down to the Germans and the French. All right, and I saw Germany as I was scanning through it. Oh, there it is. Paragraph E. Paragraph E. There's Germany. There's French. All right, so the sentence says, Italian hours begin at sunset, Babylonian hours at sunrise, astronomical hours at midday, and great clock hours used for some large public clocks in Germany at midnight. Eventually, these were superseded by small clock or French hours, which split the day into 2 12-hour periods, commencing at midnight. Also, what's helpful, this is really important if everyone wants to listen. What's also helpful for a paragraph location question is a lot of times you can look at the topic sentences, the first sentence of a paragraph, and that can give you a good idea if it matches also. Okay? Like here, when we look at the topic sentence of paragraph E, the first sentence, it says the advent of the mechanical clock meant that although it could be adjusted to maintain temporal hours, it was naturally suited to keeping equal ones. Right? Equal means uniform, equal hours. So a lot of times when you're doing a paragraph location question, if you're a little confused, it can be helpful to look at your topic sentences of paragraphs, because your topic sentences in general tell you what a paragraph is about. They tell you what a paragraph is about. And so if you look at your topic sentences many times, you can get an idea if that paragraph has the information that you're looking for a paragraph location question. Okay? All right, so that's for that. All right. And then afterwards, we would go down and do the diagram question, and we know this information is in this paragraph that says it has 1670. But when we look at this paragraph that has 1670, right? When we look at this paragraph, there's nothing in here about geography or farming. So we know that we know the information. I'm looking at paragraph G now. There's nothing about farming or nothing about that stuff there in paragraph G. And then, so we have number 4. 4 is E. Number 4 is paragraph E with the French and the paragraph about the equal hours. And number 3 is F with the description of the pendulum clock. But that paragraph with 1670 talks about nothing about timekeeping and cold temperatures. Now, some of you might ask, well, how come paragraph E is not the right answer for number 1? Because number 1 talked about early timekeeping invention and also cold temperature, right? This does talk about when you look at paragraph F, you do see the word timekeeper, right? But you don't just pick an answer because you see the same word. There's no mention in this paragraph about cold temperature, and so that's why paragraph F cannot be the right answer for this one. Okay, we need a paragraph that's talking about cold temperature. All right, E, F, G are out. Paragraph D. Here's the word inventor. Right, here's the word inventor. Again, we're looking at the topic sentence. In order to track temporal hours during the day, inventors created sundials, which indicate time by the length or direction of the sun. So the inventors created a sundial. There's our early invention. Now let's see if we see anything in this paragraph about cold temperature. Here we go. Freezing weather. Freezing weather of Northern Europe. So in this paragraph D, we have an invention of the sundial, right? Invention of the sundial, and we have a mention of cold weather, freezing weather. So that means number 1 is paragraph D. All right, so now let's go to the first page and see if I can find something about geography, a calendar, and farming. I'm looking for a paragraph that mentions geography, calendar, and farming. I'm here in paragraph A. Okay, here we are, here in paragraph B. Right here we see the word calendar. I'm in the third sentence. It says, hence the calendars, paragraph B, hence the calendars that were developed at the lower latitudes. Lower latitudes are talking about geography. And then the next sentence, in more northern climate, climb is short for climate. Again, we're talking about geography. And here we're talking about agriculture, which is farming. Okay, so paragraph B is the answer for number 2. All right, that's the answer for number 2. So our correct answers, again, number 1 was D, number 2 was paragraph B, number 3 was paragraph F, and number 4 is paragraph E. Okay, all right, so that's the proper method for doing a paragraph location question. All right. So what we're doing there is we're circling our keywords in the question, then leaving the paragraph location question and doing the other questions in the set, and then coming back to it. The reason why we go and do the other questions in the set is a lot of times they go in order, or they're much easier to do. And while we're doing the other questions, we're able to look at a lot of the passage. And after we've looked at a lot of the passage by doing the other questions, then going back to a paragraph location question makes it much, much easier to do and handle. Much easier to do. Okay? All right, so thanks a lot. And now let's go ahead and look at another example. Talk to you soon. Okay, everyone. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at another paragraph location question. This is from book number 7, the Cambridge book number 7. You notice by now that the Cambridge books are the only books that I use really for teaching. The reason why is they're accurate, very, very accurate in terms of being close to the real exam. And so I think it's really important that when you practice with the right materials. And so that's why I really recommend that you use their books, that you buy them, that you use their books, because that's what I use to teach my classes. Okay? That's what I use to teach my classes. And so, all right, let's move on. Paragraph location. We just saw in the previous example that I did. All right, so let's have a look here. Here we have a paragraph location question. Which paragraph contains the following information? Remember, like I said, our first step, we know we're not going to do the paragraph location question first. Here, the paragraph location question appears as numbers 1 through 5. Sometimes the paragraph location can be numbers 11, 12, 13, 14. It could be at the end, or it could be in the middle. Most of the time it's in the beginning or at the end. If it's at the end, great, because then it's already set up the way it should be set up, because we're going to do it last. Okay? But, like I told you, we should first circle the keywords in the question first, in the questions, and then move on. So for number 1, we're looking for, again, with this question, what they're asking you is, they're asking you which paragraph has the information for this question. Okay, which paragraph has the information for this question? That's what they're asking you. which paragraph has the information for this particular question. All right. So when we're looking at number one, keywords are wildlife and wildlife other than bats and not rely on vision. So we need a paragraph that's talking about wildlife other than bats. Number two, early mammals. It's a paragraph that's talking about early mammals. Number three, bats hunt and the word dark. Again, these are the words that I would circle. These are the words that I would circle and that I would so I can keep them in mind. Number four is talking about a particular discovery that helped our understanding of bats, our particular discovery. And number five is talking about early military and echolocation. So again, those are the words that I would circle, okay? Circle and keep those words in mind. Because as we're doing the other questions, when you come across that keyword language or synonym of that keyword language, you'll then know that that's the proper paragraph for one of these paragraph location questions, okay? This is how we make it easier. This is how we make ourselves more efficient when we're doing the IELTS exam for reading comprehension. That's really important. It's really important that you know how to make yourself efficient and get a lot correct. That's what you want, okay? So let's go ahead and move through this. So here we have a summary question. All right, this is a summary question, and so for this summary, now there are two types of summary questions. Okay, there are two types of summary questions. We have summary questions where they give you like a box below it with some words in it. And here we have a summary question that doesn't have that box, so we have to fill in the blank. But we treat a summary question just like a fill the blank question, okay? We treat a summary question exactly like a fill the blank question. We have to be aware that sometimes it may not go in order. If that summary question appears in paragraph number one, in reading passage one, most likely it goes in order. If the summary question appears in reading passage 3, most likely it doesn't go in order. It's going to be mixed up. But here we have something that's very helpful. We have a title, facial vision. So what this information in this summary is coming from a paragraph or paragraphs that discuss facial vision. So I need to find that. And then also we have a fill the blank question. Right, we have a fill the blank question. Our directions say no more than 2 words. Right? And it looks like all of this is about radar. Number 10, radar. 11, radar. 12, radar and sonar. And then 13, the word echolocation. So we have all these dealing with the same topic of radar. All right, so that's going to make that easier to find the paragraph that the information is coming from. So let's see if I can find a paragraph that's dealing with facial vision. So I'm scanning, everybody. I'm scanning for the word facial vision. And scanning is really a good exercise to learn how to do. The better you get at scanning, the better you're going to do on the IELTS exam. Okay, I think it's really, really important to learn how to do that. And I'm talking to you and I'm scanning at the same time. So you have to be able to multitask. There it is right there. Facial vision. All right, there it is. Paragraph D. Paragraph D, we see it in quotations. Facial vision. All right, we see it right there. Facial vision. So this is my starting point. It actually, I think the fill in blank questions are coming from the next one. From the bottom also, because we have sonar, radar, bats, echolocation in paragraph E right here. So our fill in blank questions are coming from the bottom of paragraph D and paragraph E probably, and our summary question is coming from paragraph D, where it talks about facial vision. All right, so let's go ahead and start with our summary question. So for number 6, it says, in fact, the sensation is more similar to the way in which pain from a blank arm or leg might be felt. So I need a sentence that's talking about pain and arm or leg. Okay, and that's going to give me number 6. Pain in arm and leg. So I'm scanning through the sentences. Now there it is right there, pain. All right, so although the sensation, well, the beginning of the sentence right here with the word experiments. Experiments show that, in fact, facial vision is nothing to do with touch or the front of the face. Although the sensation may be referred to the front of the face, like the referred pain in a phantom limb. All right, answer is the word phantom right here. Phantom, phantom. All right, because limb is limb is synonym for arm or leg. And there we have the word pain, which comes before it. So pain in a phantom limb or phantom arm and leg. So the answer for number 6 would be phantom. Phantom, phantom. It would be for number 6. Pain from a phantom arm or leg. Again, when you're doing fill-the-blank questions, and a summary is like a fill-the-blank questions, pay attention to the language that's before and after the blank line, because that's what our answer is going to connect to. That's what our answer is going to connect to. It's going to connect to that. All right, number 7 says the ability actually comes from perceiving something through the ears. Key word here is ears, no synonym. Right, that's going to be easy to find. Perceiving something, whatever this is on the blank line, that comes through the ears. Now, there's the word ears right here. Here it is. You see the little hand moving right here? There's a little hand. Look at the little hand on the right side. There's the hand. There's the word ears right there. All right, let's go to the beginning of the sentence. So in this sentence, we're looking for something that comes through the ears. The sensation of facial vision, it turns out, really goes in through the ears. All right, so what goes through the ears? The sensation. The sensation. So the answer for that one is, the answer for number 7 is sensation. It's sensation. All right, number 8. However, even before this was understood, the principle had been applied in the design of instruments which calculated the blank of the seabed. Right, I'm looking for something about instruments, and keyword that comes right before the blank line for number 8, calculated and seabed. Calculated and seabed. All right, so in this it looks like this summary question is going in order, so that's pretty good. It looks like this summary question is going in order. Here we go. Right here. Look at the hand. Here's the little hand right here. Okay, and here's the word instruments. Here's the word instruments. I'm down towards the bottom. Here's the word instruments. Here's the word measure. Right, here's the word measure. All right, and here's see under a ship. See under a ship, which is the same thing as saying seabed. All right, so when we look at this sentence, what we're looking for is the design of instruments which calculated the blank of the seabed. Right? So the answer should come after the word measure, right here. Right here it is, right here in paragraph D, the word measure. For example, to measure the depth of the sea under a ship. So the answer is depth. That's what they're measuring. They're measuring depth. D-E-P-T-H, depth. There it is right there. All right, depth. And here we see something about Second World War. So that means that, oh, that's the answer for number 5. That probably means number 5. That probably means number 5 is in paragraph D. Unless another paragraph mentions anything about war, which it doesn't. A, B, C, no. All right, so good. That means that we can go to this paragraph location question, and we know the answer for number 5 now. We know the answer for number 5. We know the answer for number 5 is Second World War, because here we see Second World War, and here we see which use radio echoes and sound echoes. That's echolocation. So that means that answer is D. All right. So you see how that worked? We're doing the other question. We're doing the summary question, but because I circled those key words for the paragraph location question and kept them in my mind, when I came across something about war, that's synonym for early military, Second World War, and we see echoes, that means that answer D is for number 5 here. Early military uses echolocation. That means the answer is D. That's where we see this information. So that's what I mean by that. You could be doing another question and then answering this question at the same time. All right, let's move on to number 9. This was followed by a wartime application in devices for finding blank. Wartime application, so we're probably talking about World War II, and we're looking for the key words are for number 9, devices for finding. Whatever this answer is connected to the word finding, and they're most likely going to use synonyms for it. Before weapon designers adapted it for the, here we go, detection. The word detection, right here, the word detection is synonym for the word finding, so the answer is submarines. Finding submarines, detection of submarines. All right, finding and detection are synonyms, so the correct answer is submarines. All right, so we answered all the that's an example. Actually, while we're doing this paragraph location question, I also gave you the example for the summary question also. So that's pretty good. We were able to get that summary in there also for this summary question. All right, so let's take a look at our timer real quick. We're doing okay. All right, now here we have our fill the blank question. All right, and so what we're going to do is we're going to stop this tape because we want to get all of our tapes in under 20 minutes for this course, and so we're going to start a new lecture and continue from here. Okay, we're going to start a new lecture and continue from here. So this is example 2A, and the next one is going to be paragraph location example 2B. So that you know the order of the lectures in which to listen, okay? So let's stop, and we're going to start a new lecture and pick up from where we left off, okay? All right, talk to you soon. Okay, everyone, so let's keep going, and let's go ahead and move on and go ahead and keep going with this example. I don't know why I repeated myself there. It's funny. All right, so we're learning about the paragraph location question. Now we're doing the fill the blank question. So it says, long before the invention of radar, blank had resulted in a sophisticated radar-like system in bats. All right, radar, the word inaccurate. We're looking at the keywords in the questions. Radar and sonar, similar. That's a good word to remember. That's going to be easy to find for number 12. And echolocation, first used by someone. So number 13 is referring to a person or a profession. So I would probably, if I was looking at the paragraph, I would probably try to do numbers 12 and 13 first, because I think those are going to be easier to do. I think those are going to be a lot easier to do, because I just have to find a sentence that talks about radar and sonar, and then the word similar will connect to the answer. And then for 13, I'm looking for a person or profession that use echolocation. All right. So let's take a look and you'll see what I'm talking about. All right, I'm looking for a sentence, sonar and radar. Okay. Sonar and radar with the word something similar. Oh, here it is right here. Right here, the word similar. The sentence starts with the word but. But the underlying mathematical theories of radar and sonar that are together are very similar. So what's similar? The mathematical theories. The mathematical theories of sonar and radar are very similar. So what's similar? Mathematical theories. Right, here it is right here. But the underlying mathematical theories of sonar and radar are very similar. So what's similar? The mathematical theories. So that's what we would put as our answer for number, I've been looking at the wrong one. Our answer for number 12, similar mathematical theories. Again, the reason why I'm looking at this paragraph is because this paragraph is discussing sonar and radar, and all of our fill the blank questions are about sonar and radar. And if we look at paragraph C, paragraph B, paragraph A, there's nothing about sonar and radar. At the end of paragraph D, they mention something about sonar and radar. All right, so we know where our answers, our answers to these fill the blank questions are. We know where they are. All right, so let's keep going, and let's have a look at number 12. Echolocation first used by someone working as. All right, so that's going to be pretty easy. And we know a fill the blank question goes in order, so we know this has to come after the previous question. Here it is right here. The American zoologist Donald Griffin, who was largely responsible for the discovery of sonar in bats, coined the term echolocation. I'm looking at the last sentence, everyone. Last sentence of paragraph E. Last sentence. The American zoologist. So that's a job, right? It says someone working as, right? So we're looking for a profession, right? So here's the word echolocation, and the profession mentioned in that paragraph is zoologist. All right. So the correct answer for number 13, working as a zoologist. Now, number 11, it says radar is an inaccurate term when referring to bats because. And actually, we now know number 4. Number 4 is paragraph E, because we have our invention. Sonar and radar pioneers. They're talking about pioneers, talking about the people who invented it, who first worked on it. Right? Yeah, so, yes. So we know now that number 4 is paragraph E. We now know number 4 is paragraph E. So again, this is how we're able to do the paragraph location question. I'm able to get a good look at the paragraphs by doing the other questions, and then it helps me to know where the information is for the paragraph location. So number 4 is E, number 5 is D. So it looks like when we start doing this question, we're probably just going to have to find numbers 1, 2, and 3, which will be a little bit easier to do now. Number 11, radar is an inaccurate term when referring to bats because. Radar is an inaccurate term because. Inaccurate. Inaccurate is a good word to look for. That means wrong. They're incorrect. Here it is. In the middle of paragraph E, it says, it is technically incorrect to talk about bat radar since they do not use radio waves. Answer is radio waves. There we have do not use, right? And incorrect, which means inaccurate. It is technically, I'm in the middle of the paragraph, everyone. It is technically incorrect to talk about bat radar since they do not use radio waves. Inaccurate, we're referring to bats because radio waves are not used. Right? So that's how we do with our, we have that fill the blank question, right? We have our fill the blank question there. And then with number 10, it says, long before the invention of radar, blank had resulted in a sophisticated radar-like system in bats. Long before, so that sentence talking about pioneers, that's probably where this is going to start from. Long before the invention of radar, blank had resulted in a sophisticated radar-like system in bats. So what resulted in a sophisticated radar-like system in bats? What did that? The sonar and radar pioneers. I know it's this sentence, everyone, because this question goes in order. And this sentence about it being it is technically incorrect. That sentence was used for the previous question, so we know this one has to come from this sentence here. It has to. It has to, because like I told you, the fill the blank questions go in order. The sonar and radar pioneers didn't know it then, but all the world now knows that bats, or rather natural selection working on bats, have perfected the system tens of millions of years earlier. All right, so our answer is natural selection. That's our answer to that last fill the blank question, is natural selection. All right, so in doing that, we haven't forgot, okay? We haven't forgot that we're doing a paragraph location question. We haven't forgot. We're going back to it now. All right, we're about to go back to it. But I'm just trying to give you an idea of the proper method and strategy for doing it. Now by circling the keywords and looking at it, we were able to find number 4 and number 5. Now we just have to go back and find numbers 1, 2, and 3. We're looking for a sentence talking about examples of wildlife other than bats. Wildlife means animals. So we're looking for examples of other animals. We're looking for something about early mammals. And we're looking for something about bats hunting in the dark. And directions are very important. It says you may use any letter more than once, right? Whenever you are allowed to use a letter more than once, it will tell you. Okay, they will tell you you are allowed to use this letter more than once. They will give you the directions to tell you that you're allowed to do that. All right, so let's see if we can find our keywords. Oh, I see one right now. Bats have a problem how to find their way around the dark. They hunt. Wow, right there. Okay. Remember I told you with paragraph location questions, it's really good sometimes to pay attention to your topic sentences, because your topic sentences can give really good guidance for what a paragraph is about. And also in this paragraph, as we're scanning down, I just saw it. It caught my eye. There it is. Ancestry of all mammals. Mammals. Right? So that's talking about early mammals. So we have two answers in the same paragraph A. Bats and dark and hunt and ancestry of mammals, early mammals. That means that for number 2 and number 3 are both paragraph A. And I could put paragraph A for both because because the directions say I can. All right, so now I'm looking for a paragraph talking about examples of wildlife. So there should be a paragraph that talks about other animals. We're looking for a paragraph that talks about other animals. Well, here it is right here. Paragraph B. This paragraph is talking about insects, fish, whales, dolphins. All right, so that's going to be that's our paragraph talking about other wildlife other than bats. Okay. Yeah, so paragraph B. Because paragraph C doesn't have other animals, so I know it's not paragraph C. I don't see any other animals mentioned. So we know that number 1 is paragraph B. Okay? So that's how our paragraph location question works. Really important that you understand that. Okay? Really, really important that you understand that. That's how a paragraph location works. It works exactly that particular way. Okay? All right, so thanks a lot, and I will talk to you soon. All right, so let's look at how to do a pick 2 or 3 multiple choice question. Let's look at how to do a pick 2 or 3 from a list. So this is what this question looks like. Like here it says, which 2 of these points are made by the writer of the text about the Odyssey and the Iliad? So these are questions 33 and 34, so you can see that this is coming from reading passage number 3. All right, and we have 5 choices, A, B, C, D, E, and we have to pick which 2 of these points are made by the writer of the text about the Odyssey and the Iliad. So you have to be able to go back to the text and read what the text says about the Odyssey and the Iliad. Now, these answer choices, A, B, C, D, and E, they may not all be found in the same paragraph. This information may not be found in the same paragraph, and in fact, you may only be able to find the information for the correct answer choices. For some of the answer choices, like for A or B, when you look at the passage, that information might not even exist. All right, so this question is really, really tricky, really tricky, and for a lot of students is really, really difficult. And that's why for most students, I really recommend that when you're doing the pick 2 or 3 multiple choice question, that you really kind of save it for last. Save it for last and maybe do it last, because it's very difficult and you don't want to waste a lot of time doing this question. All right, now what you want to do, let's say for example you're doing the IELTS exam and you're on reading passage number 3, and then you're looking at reading passage number 3 and you're looking at the kind of questions you have to do, and you have a multiple choice question, you have a pick 2 or 3 from a list question, and you have a fill the blank question. Well, what you want to do, and this is what we're looking at, I'm explaining for steps 2 and 3 now. You want to be able to do the multiple choice question and do the fill the blank question first, because they go in order. And so you want to do those first. However, as it says in number 2, you want to be able to circle the keywords in the pick 2 or 3 from a list question. So, for example, let me give you an example. Like when I'm looking at A, B, C, D, and E, I'm going to look before I go on and do the multiple choice question and do the fill the blank question. I'm going to look at the answer choices here. Historically inaccurate. I'm going to circle those words. Uncertain, the century. They're written in. Very similar content. Ideal examples of writing. Stylistic differences between them. I'm gonna circle and look at those keywords, because as I'm doing my multiple choice question and doing my fill the blank question, I'm going to keep that information in mind when I'm doing those questions, because then maybe when I get to do number 33 and 34, it's going to be much easier to do. It's going to be a much easier question to be able to do. All right, and so what you want to do is, after you have done that, you've circled the keywords in the answer choices, and the keywords in the question for the pick 2 or 3 from the list. Then you go ahead and you do the multiple choice and the fill the blank question. That's going to give you an opportunity to look at all the passage and get a good idea and be able to have a good idea of the passage. Then when you come back to the pick 2 or 3 from a list question, it should be easier for you to be able to locate, or maybe you already will know, which are the 2 things that the person said, or which are the 3 things that the person said. And also, in terms of step 5, keep in mind that the information that they have in the passage, they may use synonym language in the correct answer choices. So that's something else that can make this question a challenge or make it difficult to do. Okay? So that's our basic strategy for the pick 2 or 3 from a list question. And I will try to do an example of it, so you can get an idea of kind of how this question, this particular question is done. Okay? So thanks a lot, and I will talk to you soon. Okay, so let's do a pick 2 or 3 from a list question as an example. As I've told you with this question, it's a challenge to do this question. And I really suggest that this question appears last in your list of questions to do. Not last in your list. I'm saying you should do this question last if it appears in a set of your questions to do. So if you have a pick 2 or 3, a matching and a fill the blank question, I would suggest you do the fill the blank question first, then do the matching question, and then do the pick 2 or 3 from a list question. The reason why is when you do a pick 2 or 3 from a list question last, and you do the other ones first, you'll have a chance to look at a lot of the passage, and then doing a pick 2 or 3 question is going to be much easier to be able to handle. All right. So the way I would do this question, if I were doing it, is, I would, here we have a pick 2 or 3 from a list question, and we also have a headings question, right? And so if I were doing this, I would do my headings question first, and do there's also a fill the blank question. Do the heading and fill the blank question first, and then come back to this question. However, even though I'm going to do this question last out of this set, I'm still going to, before I get started, I'm going to look and see what the questions are about. Like for 37 and 38, it says, which 2 of these advantages of online social networking are mentioned in the reading passage 3? And 39 through 40 says, which 2 of these disadvantages of online social networking are mentioned in reading passage 3? So what I mean is this. While you were doing the headings question and the fill the blank question, you will look out for any advantages you see about online social networking and circle them in your reading passage, even as you're doing the other question. And also look out for any language that talks about a disadvantage. All right, so you want to look out for language that may be considered as an advantage, and look out for language that may be considered as a disadvantage. And I would suggest you circle that language. Circle that language as you're going through and doing the other questions, and then you can come back and read that language. It's going to be much easier then to do this question. Much, much easier to do this type of question. All right. So, what I would like for this question here, I've already done the other questions in a previous example, but the correct answers for number 37 and 38 were number B and also number E. Letter B and letter E. The reason why it was letter B as an advantage is right here in this first paragraph, it talks about the result. It's now significantly easier for the school friend you haven't seen in years to pass you a tip that alters your behavior from recommendation. So this is talking about the ability to meet your future wife or husband. So it's talking about being easier to be able to be in contact with each other. All right. It also tells us that today our number of weak tie contacts has exploded via online social networking. You can maintain all those weak ties on your own, right? So you can maintain all your ties on your own. That's the reason why whatever our answer is efficient way of keeping in touch with a lot of people. You can maintain all your ties on your own. And then also choice E is an answer also, because it says here in this paragraph, so what paragraph is this? Paragraph E. Everyone, paragraph E. It talks about asking your close friends for help or advice is nothing new, but we are seeing a lowering of barriers among acquaintances. People are sharing their personal feelings and experiences in a wider circle than they may have once done before. The ability to broadcast to our social group means we never feel alone. So we take all that information as an advantage, and that's what means it can be reassuring to be part of a online social network. Okay? As I was going through the passage, I saw nothing that said it could be very easy to establish new friends online. The thing is that makes this hard for you is that for 37 and 38, A, B, C, D, and E are all advantages. They're all advantages. But the key thing is what advantages are mentioned in the reading passage. That's what makes it really tricky. That's what makes it really difficult, is all of those are advantages. So you can't just guess. You can't just look at it and guess it. Okay? You have to look and see which of these five, which are all advantages, are mentioned in the passage. Which of these two of the five are mentioned in the passage. Okay? So that's what makes it really a challenge when it comes to a pick two or three from a list question. Really a challenge. But like I said, I explained to you the proper strategy for doing this question. And like I told you, do the other questions first in terms of within the set. However, make sure you look at what each of the pick two or three questions is about. Like 37, 38 is about advantages. 39, 40 is about disadvantages. And then you want to keep in mind for that kind of language as you're going through and doing the other types of questions. That's the best advice I can offer you for doing that pick two or three from a list question. It's one of the most difficult, challenging questions to be able to do, but that's the best way that I recommend you to be able to do it. In terms of 39 and 40, in terms of disadvantaged language, it says we may have to give up some ability to show very limited glimpses of ourselves to others. We have to learn how to live a more transparent life. All right, so it's talking about giving up your privacy here. It's talking about giving up your privacy. All right, and so here it also talks about what people hear in the social networks could well be inaccurate. All right, so those are two negative things that I had seen when I was going through it right here. You see where the hand is. What they hear can be inaccurate, but the change is happening nonetheless. That's negative. And down here in paragraph F, where it talked about people paragraph F, where people are talking about learning how to live a more transparent life and giving up the ability to show very limited glimpses of ourselves. And so that's why for number 39 and number 40, the correct answer choices were letters A and E. Letter A and letter E are the correct answer choices. Okay, so that's an example of how we do that really challenging pick 2 or 3 from a list question. It's a real challenge. All right, so I'll look forward to talking to you again really, really soon. Thanks a lot. Talk to you soon. Hey everyone, how are you doing today? Let's go ahead now and talk about the headings question. A lot of students have asked me about the headings question, and a lot of students have difficulty with the headings question. And actually, the strategy for this question is not that difficult to understand. It's the application of the strategy that's a real problem for the students. And so first, let's go ahead and go through the strategy for doing the headings question. And then I'll give you a couple of examples so that you can kind of understand how to really apply and do this kind of question. All right, so in terms of the headings question, what they really are asking you here is they're asking you to really figure out the main idea or the gist, right? The headings question is a main idea question. That's what it is. It's a main idea question. And so when you're doing a main idea question, you have to know that the most important sentence of all is the topic sentence, right? Because the topic sentence is going to control and tell you exactly what that paragraph is about. But really, that's really the main thing you have to do here. You have to discover what is this paragraph mainly talking about. And that's where the challenge is, because a headings question requires you to have an understanding of the meaning. What is this paragraph talking about? Okay, so let's look at the strategy for doing this particular kind of question. This is what it looks like. So as you can see here, we have in the box that says list of headings, and then we have the questions at the bottom: 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. First, you'll notice, of course, that we have more headings than we have questions. And you can only use a heading once. You can't use a heading more than once. And you can only pick one answer for a question, right? So that means that some of the headings don't belong. All right, so a first strategy that I like to tell students. Number 1, don't do this question first when it's in your set. Don't do it first when it's in your set. What I mean by that is, if you're in reading passage 1 and you have a headings question in reading passage 1, what you should do is, if in reading passage 1 you have a headings question, you have a matching question, and you have a short answer question, what you want to do is do the short answer question and do the matching question first, okay? Then do the headings question. The reason why is because if you do the short answer question first and the matching question, you will have looked at a lot of the reading passage while doing those questions. Then when you come back and do the headings question, it is so much easier to do because you're familiar with the different paragraphs. They're not new to you. If you start with the headings question first, you're going to spend so much time reading, trying to understand. And that's how you waste time. Okay. So when we're doing this test, everybody, it's about being efficient. All right. So when you do this question, you want to begin by doing the shortest paragraphs first, because they're going to be easier to answer and you can get those correct easier. Remember, your overall goal is get as many correct as you can. Also, by doing the shorter paragraphs first, you can start getting rid of some of the answer choices, and it reduces your selection to choose from, which is also a good strategy. All right, the headings question is a synonyms test, okay? It's a synonyms test because when you look at the paragraph and the language in the paragraph, they're not going to use the exact same language in the heading. They're going to use synonyms for the meaning. And so you have to have a good grasp of synonym language in order to do a good job on this particular question. Now, I want you to be careful when picking answer choices simply because they have the same words. That's what we don't want to do. We don't want to pick an answer choice just because it has the same words, okay? We don't want to do that. So let's make sure that we don't do that when we're doing this, because this test is designed to get rid of students that have a very low level of English. One way they do that is by giving them exact language to choose from, because they'll choose the exact language and then they'll get that answer wrong. All right? So, like I said before, the most important sentence is a topic sentence, which is the first sentence of a paragraph. It explains what the paragraph is about. Okay? What makes this question difficult is that you must understand meaning. This happens to be a very good test of somebody's English ability. You have to understand meaning, must understand meaning, have to. That's what makes it a challenge. It's not like a fill-the-blank question or a short answer question. All right, so here's our specific strategy. Quickly read through the possible answer choices, underlining any keywords that stand out to you. That's very important in the answer choices, because that's some of the synonym language you're probably going to use. Go to the shortest paragraph and read either the first and last sentence or the first and second sentence. Both strategies work. If you're a fast reader, read the first, second, and the last. Then you go to your headings and you choose the one that captures the same meaning that you basically found the topic sentence from. All right? And then you move on to the next shortest paragraph and repeat the process. So that's how we do the headings question. It's those 4 easy steps, but the trick is application. So let's take a look at some examples of the headings question so you can see how we apply this question. Not hard to do, but you got to have a good understanding of English, okay? So thanks a lot. Talk to you soon, and let's go over this headings question. Okay, so let's go ahead and go through an example of a headings question. A brief review on the strategy for a headings question. We're going to quickly read through the possible answer choices, underlining any keywords that stand out. Then we will go to the shortest paragraph first and read either the first and last sentence or the first and second. If you're a fast reader, breeze through all 3 of those. Then go to the heading and choose the one that captures the same meaning you basically just found in the topic sentence. Remember, it's all about being able to find the right meaning, the right meaning. Okay? Remember, we're going to go to the shortest paragraphs first, and then we will go to the bigger paragraphs, because the shorter paragraphs are probably going to be a little bit easier to manage than one that has many sentences. Also keep in mind that we will have done the headings question after we have already done the other questions in the set. So if the headings question has a matching and a yes, no, not given question, then we would go ahead and do those questions first and then move and do the headings question, because that's going to make it much easier to manage, because we would have seen the whole thing. All right, so if you want to do this one with us, this one is from the Cambridge official IELTS 8 practice test, test 2, reading passage number 2. If you want to do it along with us. If you want to, what you can do is you can stop the tape now and you can go and do it yourself. And then you can come back and check your answers as we give the explanations for those answers. So if you want to do it that way, you can. That's a good way for you to practice. You can stop the tape, try and do it yourself, and then come back and listen to the explanation with us so you can know exactly how to do this question. All right, so here are our headings here. All right, and like I said, first we may just read through them very quickly. Tackling the issue using a different approach, a significant improvement on last time, how robots can save human lives, examples of robots at work, not what it seemed to be, why timescales are impossible to predict, the reason why robots rarely move, following the pattern of an earlier development, and the ethical issues. Okay, so that's what we're dealing with there in terms of our headings. It's a good thing just to read through them very quickly, familiarize yourself with them very quickly. Let's take a look at our paragraphs. We have A, B, C, D, E, F. So here, when we look at our paragraphs here, it looks like A, B, C, and D are almost around the same size. B is a little bit bigger,
but E and F are the bigger ones. So actually, with this one, we can just go really in order. So let's start with our first paragraph. And I'm going to go ahead and look at the first sentence and the last sentence on these. Like I said, you can look at the first and second, or the first and last, or all three, depending on your reading speed. That's what you can actually do. But like I said, the most important sentence is the first sentence or the topic sentence. If you're able to really understand the topic sentence, you can always get the right answer, because you just need to find an answer choice that matches meaning, right? So let's look at choice A. It says, at first sight, it looked like a typical suburban road accident. So what does that sentence mean, right? It says, at first sight, it looked like a typical suburban road accident. So that means, this sentence means, when we first look at it, right, at first sight, when we first look at it, it looks like a typical suburban road accident. Last sentence, no one got out of the cars for the simple reason that they had no humans inside of them. The Tahoe and Land Rover were being controlled by computers competing in the November's DARPA competition, or competition challenge, right? So our first sentence tells us, when we first look at it, it looks like a typical suburban road accident. At first sight, it looks like, so when we first look at it. And then our last sentence tells us, no one got out of their cars because they were driven by computers, right? So we have to find something that matches that. All right, tackling the issue with a different approach. Right now, did they mention anything in that first sentence about a different approach, or did you get the idea from that first sentence that we're talking about a different approach? From the first sentence, you get the meaning that when we first look at something, it's not the way it seems. That's what we're looking for, right? That's what we're looking for. A significant improvement on last time. No. How robots can save human lives. No. Examples of robots at work. Again, we're just going off our topic sentence. If we know our topic sentence as well, we can always find the right answer. Not what it seemed to be. There's our answer. Number 5, not what it seemed to be. That's our answer right there. Okay? Because what did I tell you? Our first sentence says, at first sight, it looks like your typical suburban accident. Last sentence says there were no humans that got out because they were driven by computers. So that's why it wasn't your typical suburban accident. At first sight, it looked like it was. So we're looking for a heading that has the same meaning, not what it seemed to be. At first sight, it looked like this, but actually it wasn't that. You got it? Okay. All right, we're picking meaning. Let's look at the second one. The idea that machines could perform to such standards is startling. Driving is a complex task that takes humans a long time to perfect. Our last sentence says, yet only 3 years earlier, at DARPA's previous driverless car race, every robot competitor directed to navigate across the stretch of the open desert either crashed or seized up before getting near the finish line. So the first sentence tells us that the idea that machines could perform to such standards is startling, meaning it's surprising the machines could perform to this standard. Driving is complex and takes humans a long time to perfect. Our last sentence talks about 3 years earlier, there were the cars that all got into accidents. All right, now also let me point something out to you. If you notice something, this last sentence starts with the word yet, right? It starts with the word yet. And so actually it says yet only 3 years earlier. So really what you really should do here, right? You read your first sentence, and then if you go to your last sentence, when this sentence starts off yet only 3 years earlier, you should go back and look at the sentence before that. Okay? Go back and look at the sentence before that. The previous sentence says, even more striking was the fact that the collision between the robot Land Rover built by researchers blah, 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 fitted out by Cornell University, was the only scrape in the entire competition. So this year there was only one accident. The previous year there were all accidents. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. Performing to really high standards. Tackling the issue using a different approach. No. There we go. Our answer is number 2, a significant improvement on last time. Our first sentence, our topic sentence tells us that it's surprising that they can perform at such a high standard. And then in our last sentence, it tells us this year there was one accident. The previous years, all the cars had accidents. So there was a significant improvement on last time. You see how they're using synonym language with the answer choices, right? They're using synonym language. They're not going to say the exact same words. Let's move on to C. It says, it is remarkable. It is a remarkable transition. There's clear implications for the car of the future. Okay, so this topic sentence, we can see we're talking about, it has implications for the car of the future, right? And our last sentence says, we may be on the verge of a new era where the PC will get up off the desktop and allow us to see, hear, touch, and manipulate objects in places where we are not physically present. All right, so it seems like here they're talking about the car of the future, and in the last sentence they're making a comparison to a PC computer. Okay, let's see if we can find something that matches that. All right, the tackling the issue using a different approach. There's no different approach here. Number 2 is already gone. There's nothing about human lives. There's nothing about robots at work. Number 5 is gone. There's nothing about time scales. There's nothing about robots moving, following the pattern of an earlier development. I think that's our answer. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's our answer. Yeah, because our first sentence says it's remarkable transition that that there's clear implications for the car of the future, right? And then our last sentence, we look at the bottom, it's talking about that, robots will become a part of our everyday lives, and we may be on the verge of a PC getting up and walking around. Yeah, that's our answer. Following the pattern of an earlier development. Okay. Let's look at choice D. What is the potential for robots and computers in the near future? So this paragraph is going to talk about potential, right? What is the potential in the near future? The fact is we still have a way to go before real robots catch up with their science fiction counterparts. The last sentence tells us that this has, until recently, reduced robots to fairly static and cumbersome roles. Right? So our first sentence talks about the potential for robots in the future. It says we still have a long way to go before real robots catch up. And then the last sentence tells us that robots are fairly static and cumbersome. Right? So this question is talking about their potential in the future. It tells us they have a long way to go. And our last sentence tells us that they're fairly static. All right, tackling the issue using a different approach, no. How robots can save humans, no. Robots at work, no. Time scales, no. Our answer's right there. The reason why robots rarely move. Our first 2 sentences at the top tell us that robots have a long way to go. And then our last sentence tells us that robots are fairly static. Fairly static is synonym for robots rarely move, right? So the first sentence is talking about robots have a long way to go. And then our last sentence gives us information that we're talking about the robots are very static, meaning static again, meaning they don't move around at all. Okay? They don't move around at all. So you can see with the headings question, that it's all about understanding synonym language. And you can see that I'm using the strategy that I told you. I look at my first two sentences and my last sentence, or I'll just look at the first and last sentence. But that first sentence is so important. It is so important to do that. You have to match meaning. You must match meaning. What is the paragraph about? What is the paragraph talking about? You don't have time to read the whole paragraph, right? There's no time. You have to finish an entire reading passage in 20 minutes, right? You have to finish an entire reading passage in 20 minutes. There's no time to go and read the whole thing. And it's not necessary. It's not necessary. All right. E says, for a long time, researchers tried to get around the problem by attempting to recreate the visual processing that goes out of the human cortex. However, that challenge has proved to be singularly exacting and complex. So scientists have turned to simpler alternatives, right? That's where our top sentences tell us. It tells us they're talking about trying to recreate the human cortex or the human eye, and it tells us that they have turned around to something simpler. Let's see if we can find a match. I think we all know this one, right? Yeah, let's look at how robots can save lives. Now, tackling the issue using a different approach, right? Because they told us they're trying to develop the human eye, and they told us they're looking for an alternative method. Alternative method is synonym for a different approach. If you pick synonyms, if you understand synonyms, you can always get the right answer. That's the key, everybody. Understanding synonyms. If you understand synonyms, you will get the right answer every single time. Okay? All right, so we are going to wrap it up right here. I hope you've enjoyed this lesson on seeing how you do a headings question. It's all about looking at your topic sentence and really understanding your topic sentence, and then also taking a look at the second and the last sentence, or the first and the last sentence. Understand the meaning. What is this paragraph talking about? What is the main idea of this paragraph? To get that, you need your first and your last. That's really all you need, everybody. Okay? So, good luck, and I will talk to you soon. Okay, so let's talk about another headings question example. Just a quick review of our strategy. Step number 1 is to quickly read through the possible answer choices. You may want to underline some keywords that stand out to you. But the main thing is just kind of read through them and make sure that you have just a basic gist of what they are. Step number 2, you want to go to the shortest paragraph and read either the first and last or the first and second sentence. If you're a fast reader, go through all 3 of those. Then you go to the headings and choose the one that captures the same meaning that you basically found from the topic sentences. And then you move on to the next paragraph. It's that simple. Remember, it's all about picking out something that gives you the same meaning. Your first sentence, topic sentence, is so important, as it will shed light and give you the information, the bulk of the information you really need. It's not about picking words it's not about picking the same words that you see. Always keep in mind, the IELTS exam is an English test. That's what it is. It's an English test, right? So how are they testing your English? They're testing your English with synonyms. All right. So, just keep that in mind. Is what you're doing during the test, whether it's the reading, the listening, the speaking, or the writing, is what you're doing really answering in a way or recognizing answers in a way that are testing English, right? Because that's what it's all about. It's a test of English. It's not a test of knowledge. It's not a test of intelligence. It's a test of English. So keep that in mind. This one is from Cambridge Book 10, Test 3, Reading Passage 1. If you want to, you can stop the tape right now and go ahead and do it yourself, and then come back and start the video, and you can go through the answers with us as we go through explaining this one in terms of how we came to those answers. All right, let's go through it. Our headings: economic and social significance of tourism, the development of mass tourism, travel for the wealthy, earning foreign exchange through tourism, difficulty in recognizing the economic effects of tourism, the contribution of air travel to tourism, the world impact of tourism, the history of tourism. Paragraph A is already done. All right, we have paragraph B. Paragraph C is pretty big. D, E. All right, so we can start with paragraph B, right? So let's go to our first sentence. It says, tourism in the mass form, as we know it today, is a distinctly 20th century phenomenon. All right, our last sentence says, in turn, international tourism became the concern of a number of world governments since it not only provided new employment opportunities, but also produced a means of earning foreign exchange. All right, so it's talking about the first sentence is saying that tourism in the mass form as we know it today is a 20th century phenomenon. So this sentence is just basically saying tourism as we know it today is new to this era. It's like nothing we've seen before. And then our last sentence is talking about international tourism and world governments using it for opportunities. All right. So let's look at our answer choices. Economic and social significance, no. The development of mass tourism, that's probably our answer. Travel for the wealthy, earning foreign exchange, no. Difficulty in recognizing economic effects, there's nothing about difficulty. Air travel, no. World impact, no. The history. Our first sentence tells us, we look back at our first sentence, everybody. Look back at our first sentence. Tourism in the mass form as we know it today is a distinctly 20th century phenomenon, right? And you can see in the second sentence starts off talking about historians. So it's talking about tourism today is new. Our second sentence starts off talking about historians, and our last sentence is talking about development and opportunities over the world. So definitely our answer is B, or number 2, the development of mass tourism. That's what it's talking about. Paragraph C. Tourism today has grown significantly in both economic and social importance. Everyone, we can answer this one from the topic sentence. All right. Tourism today has grown significantly in both economic and social importance. That means this whole paragraph is going to talk about how tourism has grown economically and socially. That's what this whole paragraph is going to discuss. Right? If I were doing this question during the exam, I wouldn't even go any further because I know what this paragraph is about. We have a very, very clear topic sentence. It's going to talk about tourism growing economically and socially. But for the sake of it, look at our last sentence. Thus, tourism has profound impact both in the world economy and because of the educative effect of travel and the effects of employment on society itself. Second sentence says, in most industrialized countries over the past few years, the fastest growth has been seen in the area of services. All right, so it's about growth economically and socially. And then we can see the answer is number 1, economic and social significance. Right, we have synonym language here. Right, tourism has grown significantly in both economic and social importance and significance. Social importance, social significance. There's our synonym language. I told you they like to use some synonym language. A trick answer that a lot of students will pick is number 7, the world impact of tourism. But that is not in agreement with our topic sentence, right? I told you and I warned you, don't pick an answer choice just because you see a word like the word world. Don't do it. Okay? Don't do it. It's a trap. The answer is number 1. Paragraph D. However, the major problem of travel and tourism, I'm reading the first sentence of paragraph D. The major problem of the travel and tourism industry that have hidden or obscured its economic impact are the diversity of fragmentation of the industry itself. So let's just look for this one, everyone. I want to show you something. I want to show you that if you understand the topic sentence Everything else, you can always pick an answer very easily. Look, for this one, I'm only going to look at the topic sentence to show you what I'm talking about. However, the major problems of the travel and tourism industry that have hidden or obscured its economic impact are the diversity and fragmentation of the industry itself. So, this is telling us that the problems of tourism that have hidden or obscured. Hidden and obscured mean the same thing. So with the problems that have hidden the economic impact are diversity and fragmentation. So this whole paragraph is going to talk about problems that have hidden or obscured economic impact. That's what the whole paragraph is going to talk about. It has to. It has to talk about that because a topic sentence controls a paragraph. Now let's go find a matching answer. Travel for the wealthy, no. Earning foreign exchange, no. Difficulty in recognizing the economic effects of tourism. The contribution of air travel to tourism, the world impact of tourism, the history of travel. Right? Go back and look at it again. The major problems so it's talking about the problems, right? The difficulties. All right. So when we look at it, we can see that our answer is number 5. The difficulty in recognizing the economic effects is number 5. Difficulty in recognizing. That's the same thing as saying is hidden or obscured. And it talked about economic impact. Here we have economic effects of tourism. Again, synonym language. You have to understand synonym language. The answer is number 5. Difficulty in recognizing is the same thing as hidden or obscured. Okay? Synonyms. And our last one. Once the exclusive province of the wealthy, travel and tourism have become an institutionalized way of life. Once the exclusive province of the wealthy, travel and tourism have become an institutionalized way of life for most of the population. So it used to be only for the wealthy, but now everybody can do it. That's what this is saying. All right. Last sentence says, in many cases, similar difficulties are made to measure the domestic tourism. Similar difficulties. So it's talking about, the previous sentence is talking about, it's not possible with any degree of certainty to provide precise and valid data about the extent of worldwide tourism. And then it says, in similar cases, domestic tourism is the same as world tourism. All right, and our first sentence is telling us that how now, it used to be for the wealthy, but now it's for everybody in the world, most of the population. So we can be pretty clear what this one is. Earning foreign exchange, no. Air travel, no. World impact of tourism, yes, number 7. Okay? So again, that's another example for our headings question. And that's what you have to do, everybody. That's the strategy for it. You have to understand meaning. You have to be able to recognize synonym language. If you can do that, you could do great at doing this particular question. Thanks a lot. Talk to you soon.